Okay, you're live.
Thank you. Good morning. Committee on Finance will come to order. Good morning, members and the public and Director Estacio from DLIR. This morning we have Department of Labor and Industrial Relations, followed by Department of the Attorney General's Office. This hearing is live streamed through our clerk's office, brought to you through live stream through YouTube. This is being recorded, so be mindful that it is being recorded and it will be cataloged and you can find it on YouTube. And so we wanted to thank everybody for your participation in this morning's hearing, and we ask for your cooperation. If you have a question, then please either wave your arm or raise your virtual hand, and we will recognize you. For people who are here on behalf of Department of Labor, we ask that you keep your screen and your microphones off until recognized by either the Finance Committee or by Director Estacio. We wanted to remind everybody that this is a closed caption hearing, and as you can see on the bottom of the screen, everything that I say is being transcribed. So we ask that you speak clearly and slowly and as much as possible so that the hearing impaired community can fully enjoy and participate in this hearing as well. So at this point, will be turning it over to Director Estacio.
Good morning, Honorable Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, and members of the House Committee on Finance. Thank you for having me here this morning. First of all, I wanted to let you know I am Ann Eustachio, Director of Department of Labor, and I wanted to go ahead and introduce the heads of all of the divisions within labor, if that's okay with you, Chair.
Yes. So what we should do is, if you can recognize them and they can turn on their screen and just say hello and say their name, just so that the public can put a face to the name. And then we'll just do it slowly so that we can allow for our Zoom to go from you to other members as well.
Will do. Thank you very much, Chair. So I'd like to introduce Joanne Vidinhar, who is the Deputy of the Department of Labor.
Aloha and Happy New Year. Thank you for having us today. I am Joanne Vidinhar.
Next is Marikar Pilotin Freitas, who is our Administrator of the Workforce Development Division.
Good morning, I'm Marikar Pilotin Freitas with the Workforce Development Division.
Allison Tasaka, who is the Executive Director of the Workforce Development Council.
Aloha, Allison Tasaka, Executive Director, Workforce Development Council.
Nicole Bennett, who is sitting in for Norman Ahu. Nicole is the Environmental Health Specialist for the Occupational Safety and Health section. I'm sorry, I'm not sure if Nicole is there, but let's go to Cheryl Lee, the Administrator of the Wage Standards Division.
Sorry, I had technical difficulties. I'm in Marikar's office because I wasn't connected somehow. So I'm Cheryl Lee with the Wage Standards Division.
Thank you, Cheryl. William Hoshijo, Executive Director of the Hawaii Civil Rights Commission.
Hello and good morning, Chair and members. Bill Hoshijo with the Hawaii Civil Rights.
Marcus Oshiro, the Chair of the Hawaii Labor Relations Board.
Good morning, Happy New Year, Chair Luke,
Vice Chair Cullen, members of the House Finance Committee. Good to see some of my old colleagues. Happy New Year.
Arthur Barba, Acting Administrator of the Unemployment Insurance Division. I think Arthur is busy at work with unemployment insurance. Let's go to Royden Coito, Acting Administrator of the Disability Compensation Division.
Hi, good morning, everyone. Royden Coito, Acting Administrator of DCD. Just glad to be here.
Damian Elefante, Chair of the Labor and Industrial Relations Board.
Good morning, Chair. Happy New Year.
Pam Toguchi, Appeals Officer of the Employment and Security Appeals Office under the Unemployment Insurance Division.
Good morning and happy, oh, I guess I don't need this. Good morning and happy New Year.
Jerry Sato, Acting Administrator of the Research and Statistics Office.
Hi, everybody. I'm Jerry Sato, acting for the Research and Statistics Office.
Giovanni Dela Cruz, Executive Director of the Office of Community Services.
Good morning, Chair Luke, Vice Chair. Giovanni Dela Cruz from the Office of Community Services. Aloha and Happy New Year.
Leila Shar, Administrator of the Administrative Services Office.
Good morning. My camera doesn't work. This is Leila Shar from the Administrative Services Office. Happy New Year, everyone.
Francis Kagawa, Leila's right-hand man at the Administrative Services Office.
Good morning, everybody. Francis Kagawa. I'm the accountant over the budget. Nice to meet you.
And that is everyone at the Department of Labor, Chair. As you can see, our department is pretty big. We have 7 divisions, as well as 6 major attached agencies with over 700 employees in the Department of Labor as a whole. Would you like me to start my testimony, Chair?
Yes, please.
Well, again, thank you for having us this morning and Happy New Year. I just want to give a brief summary of the testimony because I know you all have the testimony up in front of you. And I can go over any of the aspects of that testimony once I give my brief summary. So the mission of the Department of Labor and Industrial Relations is to administer programs designed to increase the economic security, physical and economic well-being, and productivity of workers, and to achieve good labor management relations, including the administration of workers' compensation, employment security, apprenticeship training, wage and hour, and industrial relations laws. The department shall also have the function of developing, preparing, and disseminating information on employment, unemployment, and general labor market conditions under Hawaii Revised Statute Section 26-20. Today, we have one ask of the committee, and that is that you fund the annual software license and cloud environment maintenance costs for our Disability Compensation Division. Our Disability Compensation Division has been tasked with modernizing their processes and applications, and we are in need of additional funding to maintain the process as we move forward. That's our one and only ask this year for this next 2 years. We also have some budget cuts that we are making due to the individual divisions, vision and missions within Department of Labor, and the need to cut funds in order to continually maintain the services we provide to the community. And so those cuts are in several of our areas. And one of those areas is the Workforce Development Division. There are a couple of grants that are provided to the Workforce Development Division that is normally used for managing and obtaining processes to help individuals receive training or guidance into different areas of the industries that need additional workers or services. And so that is the agricultural area, as well as some of the farming and I guess teaching areas within the community. The other area that we are looking to downsize is our Office of Community Services. There are a couple of grants within the Office of Community Services that we are thinking of downsizing because of the extreme cuts to the services here at the state. The other area that we are looking at is our Hawaii Civil Rights Commission. There are a couple of positions that are being cut in order to downsize in that arena. That is our main asks and our main cuts this next 2 years. If you have any questions for me, I'd be very pleased to answer them.
Thank you, Director. Any questions, members? Representative Martin.
Hi, this is more of a general strategy question, I guess, more than a budget question. But given the changes with the advent of, Zoom and teleworking becoming so common, is it part of your strategy for the Hawaii workforce to look at jobs they can do outside of Hawaii while based here teleworking? Is that something that you folks are helping navigate in terms of your research and training?
So the Workforce Development Division, as well as the Workforce Development Council, are working at with different avenues to help our community look for jobs outside of their normal method of services. One is teleworking. There have been some initiatives already within the community to have individuals, not only individuals who were here, but students who went away and now they're coming back home, who can actually work for businesses on the mainland, but work here in Hawaii and provide services that are very much needed within the community. And we also internally in the Department of Labor have started that here already, where our staff are starting to telework. They're working from home. We have many individuals within every division who have transitioned to working from home, and it has been very productive. And it has actually made a big difference in the well-being of our employees as well.
As a follow-up to that, for people that are based here teleworking for a company that is not in Hawaii, how can we capture those people so that we can get income taxes from them?
I'm not sure about the income tax arena, but for definitely the employment taxes here in the Department of Labor, we are starting to look at that, where those services are being performed, where they fall under Department of Labor statutes, and whether those services should be considered employment here in the state of Hawaii. So those different avenues are being looked at. I could work with the Department of Taxation to determine the different tax areas that would be impacted as well. Thank you, Rep.
Thank you, Representative Sayama, followed by Representative Walberger.
Thank you, Chair Luke, and Happy New Year's, Director Eustachio. It's nice to see you again.
Happy New Year, Rep.
I have a few questions regarding the DCD, specifically DLR's priority in regards to electronic case management, as you referred to in your testimony. Part of these efforts to update ECMS system, to my understanding, is involved office hour pilot group. that ended in December 17th of last year. I was wondering how this program performed, and does DCD intend to continue this program if the funding is available?
Sorry, Representative Sayama, I had a very difficult time hearing your question.
Can you repeat your question?
Sorry, I'll try to speak louder. It's my understanding that part of DCD ETMS effort is involved holding office hours for a pilot group that ended in December 17th of last year. I was wondering how this pilot program performed and whether DCD intends to continue this program if the funding is available.
I will have to bring on our Deputy Director, Joanne Vidinhart, to answer that question, Representative.
Thank you, Representative, for that question. And yes, that pilot program was very successful. And with that, we are continuing other pilot programs. And so that pilot program involved having our insurance carriers that file their claims electronically help with what we are calling user acceptance testing. So we have the users involved with our modernization project. And so with that, we had office hours. So as these insurance carriers are designing their programs to accept the state's forms to be able to upload, they may have had questions on their design. So we did these office hours to allow them to call in with their specific questions. And so it was very successful. We got very good feedback from our carriers. And that with that, we will continue to do other types of office hour pilot programs. We're doing that internally right now with our internal users, so the state staff that are using the system, that are doing testing for us. So I think that these are very beneficial for us, and it's allowing us to be able to have that feedback that we need necessary to have this successful project. So thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Deputy.
Thank you, Joanne. Chair, I have a few more questions and I may ask them.
Yep, go ahead, please.
Thank you. My next question is in regards to the Workforce Development Division. I'd like to gauge basically the financial situation there. In the fiscal year of 2019, the ETF had generated about $1.2 million with an ending balance of $4.1 million. Just out of curiosity, where does the ETF generate this revenue, and have these revenue sources changed for the fiscal year 2020 with the COVID pandemic?
So the ETF is a tax levied on employers, and that tax is paid on a quarterly basis. It's reported with the unemployment insurance contribution forms. Employers pay a quarterly tax. That tax goes to the ETF fund. Currently, funds within that ETF account are being used for our Rudder program. And more than half of those funds will be used to pay employers for bringing on employees during this pandemic through the Rudder program. And those funds are continued to be collected quarterly through our unemployment insurance payment process. As the wages go down and as employers lose employees, that tax, of course, the collections go down as well. As the workforce grows and additional employment is brought on, then that tax goes up because additional taxes are paid on a quarterly basis. Did that answer your question, Representative?
Yes, thank you. Actually, I did want to ask a question about the Rudder program as well. My understanding that the Rudder program has about 43 employers throughout the state from March, I believe, of last year. Does the department intend to expand the Rudder program, or if, I guess that depends on the funding, but can you give me a brief explanation as to what the future looks like for this program.
So the Rider Program representative was specifically during this pandemic period. We were using the funds from the ETF account. Those funds will be pretty much depleted by the end of the program. So we've just ended the program actually in December. So no new employers can come on board. No new employees can be hired and be funded by this program. If there were additional funding provided, then the program could continue. It has been very successful. We've had feedback from employers that it has been very helpful to their process. And we feel like we are trying to strengthen the workforce through this program.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you.
That's all my question.
Thank you very much. Representative Wildberger.
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate you being here, Director, with all of your staff. I have several questions. As you know, my district is South Maui, which has been disproportionately affected by all of the COVID ramifications. And I'm going to use this opportunity to get some questions answered that I have been so far unable to get responses from your department. We have many people that have been wrongly disqualified from UI benefits, and the only information they've been provided is no details provided. So, or they've been disqualified for refusing work when they had not refused work. It's different than denial, which comes with a letter and an ID number and an appeals process. There doesn't appear to be any way to appeal a disqualified decision. There used to be an email, dlir.ui.disqualified@hawaii.gov, but that address is no longer functional. My staff's question to you is, if someone is wrongfully disqualified, how can they appeal that decision?
Good morning, Representative. I'm not sure about the disqualified that is not attached to an appeal. Every single disqualification is definitely attached to an appeal. And so they will receive a determination letter in the mail. Until a determination is made, a decision is pending. Once it turns to disqualified, that means a formal decision has been made. That determination letter gets mailed to all claimants when a determination is made. They have 10 days to appeal that determination. They can do that online through their unemployment insurance account. So they would log on to their unemployment insurance account, and there's a button that says file an appeal. They would click on that button and they would be able to file an appeal in regards to that disqualification.
So I know that's the process, and we do understand the process, but we have proof that and people that have not received documentation for which they can follow up. So if you could give me to whom I can send these challenging cases, we'd really appreciate it.
Sure, I can do that. I can give you that, Representative. I can make sure that we look at those claims.
Thanks. We've contacted your office with lists of people multiple times with no response.
So those
I have constituents accusing my office of not trying to help them at this point because so many weeks and months have passed with nothing but no details provided. When you get a denial, so not, forgive me. You can't do that for a denial, not a disqualification. There's apparently two different, if you get denied, you can appeal, but a disqualification does not get an appeals process, apparently.
So we can help you with those, Representative.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Yeah, and I've got a couple more granular issues. Is the DLIR working with ETS to upgrade your system so that our claims don't have to be processed manually, because the PEUC claims are taking 2 to 3 months, and that's our number one issue and the most time-consuming part of responding to people that are struggling.
Yes, so we have worked with ETS and their programmers to program the new applications, and that's the PEUC program. That program was developed on the mainframe. It's not fully automated because of the fragile state that the mainframe is in. So ETS doesn't have the ability to totally automate that application on the existing antiquated mainframe. But we are in talks with a contractor to modernize the mainframe as a whole.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And what is happening with all of the positions for which only maybe a third have been filled that you were given with Act 8 for pandemic response? I think if we were able to staff up those positions, maybe we wouldn't have such a lengthy time for processing.
So we actually filled all those positions, Representative, in our PUA program. So the Pandemic Unemployment Assistance Program that we took over in August. So that program was with Department of Taxation. And in August, it was fully moved over to the Department of Labor. Unemployment insurance is overseeing the PUA program now. And in August, we brought on, I think it was almost 50 staff members. We're also using some of those positions to cover some of our regular unemployment insurance positions where we needed individuals to help process claims.
That's good news. Hopefully we can get some faster processing. And if you'll indulge me with just one more
Sure.
situational inquiry. I don't remember, it was with the previous director who came to my office to discuss an issue that I had brought to the table on behalf of a small business owner who was being tagged for UI payments for subcontracted 1099 employees. And he felt as though he was being treated differently as a small employer from the larger, very big employers like, we'll use, for example, the Grand Wailea, which has an enormous spa and tons of 1099 workers. And your staff insisted that the Grand Wailea's spa staff are not 1099 workers and are actually regular W-2 employees, and that the Grand Wailea pays unemployment for those people. And I now have claimants who insist they receive a 1099 from their employer, like the Grand Wailea, who are being paid very, very minimal UI benefits of about $70 a month when they would qualify for the $600 PUA payment as a 1099 worker. And these people are struggling to, feed and shelter themselves.
So the Department of Labor Unemployment Insurance doesn't regulate 1099s. So we can let them know under Department of Labor statutes 383-6, which is the master and servant relationship. We notify employers whether individuals should be under covered employment or not for unemployment insurance. We do not regulate the 1099. So we don't tell them they can or cannot provide a 1099 to those individuals who are performing services for them. That's a tax matter. But we do require them to report those individuals to the Unemployment Insurance Division on a quarterly basis through their quarterly contribution reports. And so we pick them up as employees. If you are an employee and you have earnings in the system for unemployment insurance, we are required to have you collect unemployment insurance instead of PUA. PUA is for individuals who do not have any W-2 earnings or any covered employment earnings at all. And so those individuals may be receiving a 1099 from that company, but are being reported for unemployment insurance purposes because of a decision that was made by an unemployment insurance auditor, as well as those individuals may have other jobs that they have 1099s for and have self-employment, but are forced to collect regular unemployment insurance because they have some earnings that were considered to be under covered employment, and that's why they're receiving the lower weekly benefit amount for regular unemployment insurance. And that is a federal statute that we cannot change.
Oh, that's, wow. Okay. I appreciate that information and your good work, Mahalo.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank you,
Chair.
Representative.
Thank you. We have a question from Representative Caruso.
Aloha. This question is actually for Director Hoshijo. if he's available. And is he there? There. Hi. So my question is, I'm concerned about the cuts I saw in the budget to the Civil Rights Commission, the 7 positions, if I remember that correctly. And if you could kind of help me understand the implications for the work that you do and who you serve with those cuts.
Thank you, Representative Peruso. I'm pretty sure the committee has the program review adjustment forms that lay out the impact of the cuts on each agency and division.
Yes, we do.
The substantial targeted reduction in general funds and staffing, and I think it's actually 6 positions, will eviscerate HCRC capacity to effectively and meaningfully perform its civil rights enforcement function.
Yes, I read that. I mean, I'm asking for a bit more elaboration in terms of the kinds of clientele that you serve and the kind of work that's being done. I didn't really get that, and I'm hoping to just have an elaboration, if you would.
So in terms of the work that we do, the HCRC is a state agency that enforces our civil rights laws that prohibit discrimination in employment, housing, public accommodations, and state-funded services. About 85% of our claims are employment discrimination claims or complaints. And we're the only state agency where people who feel that they've been discriminated against in those settings can seek remedy. So the HCRC provides the only statutory enforcement mechanism and effective means for people who can't afford a private attorney to seek legal remedy under state law.
So in those, and I guess just a follow-up question then, so in those employment discrimination cases, I'm wondering if you see a kind of propensity to just more women filing cases around gender discrimination, or is there a broad range?
Yeah, it's a broad range. Historically, up until a few years ago, the largest number of complaints that we had being filed in employment were sex discrimination complaints. Over time, that's changed, with the largest number for many years now being disability discrimination complaints, a lot of reasonable accommodation type complaints.
Thank you. Very useful. Thank you.
Director Hoshito, I have a follow-up for Hawaii Civil Rights Commission. So Hawaii Civil Rights Commission, so based on all the caseloads, how many, what's the percentage of your caseloads that you don't resolve, so at the point you issue a right to sue letter?
Well, the percentage of cases where there's a request for right to sue is under 10%. So those would be the cases where people are able to seek legal advice and attorney representation. So the other cases that in which notices of right to sue are filed include cases that are dismissed based on a no cause finding, no reasonable cause, no evidence to support a reasonable cause determination. So over time, I think in terms of merit closures where there's some remedy for the complainant, it's probably in the 20% range. A large number of percentage of cases result in no cause determinations, probably 65%.
So if 65% is no cause and then 20% is merit-based finding, where does the other, what is that, 15%?
Yeah, it could be failure to cooperate or unable to locate different types of administrative closures. But,
Okay, good. So about 80% of your cases, there's basically no finding, no cooperation or no determination. So 20%, there's a merit finding.
Yeah, I'd have to refer to our annual report. You know, the thing is that in terms of what we consider merit closures, that would include predetermination settlements.
Does the right to sue, the 10% that you issue right to sue, is that included in the 20% merit base?
No, those are considered administrative closures.
Okay, so that would be under the 65%. Or you take the 10% off the top, and then the rest of it you.
Yeah, you know, our federal contracts require or don't allow excessive numbers of administrative closures, and actually the number of people who can request a notice of right to sue who have legal representation is small. So we treat that as a sort of a separate category.
Right, and you know the reason why I'm asking is the office has been criticized in the past for the delay of the length of time that it takes to get to any kind of determination or resolution. I remember in the past it took about over a year for any claim to get to some resolution. So have you folks been able to expedite some of the claims or determination?
Chair Luke, over time we were able to reduce caseload, inventory, and length of time to investigate, but we've really lost ground, and it will get worse as capacity is diminished. So back in 2011, in 2009, we had 11 investigators, permanent full-time investigators, general funded. And in 2010, as a result of the Great Recession, that number was cut to 8. And so we lost 3 of 11 investigators at that point. And what we're looking at now is of the remaining 8, 2 were frozen back in March.
Right. What is the average current length of time for you to get to a determination?
I'd have to look at our data. It's probably, oh boy, I can get you the exact number. It's probably, I would say, a year, but it's sort of the greatest impact is on the more complex and meritorious cases because they take more to investigate.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And then is it still, does the federal government require that the state has an equivalent of EEOC? Because under the law, if an individual files under Hawaii Civil Rights Commission, the individual is also deemed to have filed a claim under EEOC and vice versa. If you file under EEOC, you can file under HCRC. So does the federal government require that the state has a EEOC equivalent of state function?
Well, we have a work sharing agreement with the EEOC where we investigate cases and we're reimbursed for investigating dual filed complaints. We have overlapping jurisdiction. So there are some complaints, and probably a majority of the, or not just probably, a majority of the complaints that are filed with us are dual filed with EEOC, employment discrimination complaints. But state law is broader in scope and covers small employers, whereas EEOC has jurisdiction over employers of 15 or more. So we handle a lot of the smaller complaints, and we also have more coverage in terms of protected bases under state law than under federal law.
Okay. Okay, thank you. And then we have Rep. Sayama followed by Rep. Wahlberger and then Rep. Caruso. Thank you, Director.
Thank you, Chair. Director Hoshijo, actually, I do have some follow-up questions regarding the investigators with the Hawaii Civil Rights Commission. To begin, would you say that the number of cases closed is a fair measure of determining the commission's effectiveness?
You know, it's, I think it's not just closures, it's people getting the opportunity to bring their complaints and to have them investigated. And the system is really built for investigation, predetermination, settlement, mediation, and conciliation. So we only a small number, absolutely small number of cases go to a contested case hearing and a final decision. We're really looking at, and that plays an important role in terms of getting cases that set precedent or address difficult or novel issues. But so it's not just processing and closures. We're really in place to provide enforcement of the laws for complainants. And not every complaint is meritorious. There may not be evidence to support a claim, but we're the place where they can go. Otherwise, their only option would be court. And for those who can't afford a private attorney, that would mean pro se claims.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Next, I'd like to, so over the past years, like you said, in 2010, there were 3 investigators that were eliminated from the positions. And for the past several years, they've held at 8 investigators, 2 of which were eliminated in October, I believe, of last year.
Actually, it was in March at the beginning of the pandemic emergency. We happened to have, we were recruiting to fill 2 vacancies and those were frozen and defunded.
And so how would you say or characterize the investigator's role in being, you know, in, I guess, processing these claims and being effective to the commission?
Yeah, without investigators, we can't enforce the laws because the investigators handle everything from intake and drafting of complaints, assessing responses from employers, and interviews, investigation on witness interviews and document review. And you know, one thing I'd point out is that loss of capacity affects not only complainants, it affects employers because delays affect respondents as well as complainants.
Thank you, Dr. Hoshijo. I have one more question for actually Dr. Eustachio, if that's all right, Chair Luke.
Okay, let me see if I think Representative Wahlberger's question has been answered. Representative Kobayashi, did you have a question for Director Hoshijo or for somebody else?
I have a question for the director.
Hoshijo.
I'm sorry. Department director.
Oh, okay. Okay. If not, let's go back to Representative Sayama. He has a question for Director Eustachio.
Thank you, Chair. Director Eustachio, as Representative Wahlberger mentioned earlier, you know, all the reps have been getting emails and phone calls from our constituents regarding complaints about the expediency of these cases with the unemployment insurance claims. In our previous meetings, you mentioned that there weren't enough adjudicators in DLIR to be able to process these in an expedient manner. How many adjudicators does DLIR currently employ for unemployment insurance purposes?
Thank you, Representative. You're correct. In order for us to expediently get through these decisions, these adjudicators need to be able to obtain fact-finding from both parties. We have requested a special project through the governor's office, and we're just recently approved for that special project. We are going to be hiring 75 individuals and open up an adjudication center at the Hawaii Convention Center. We had been previously provided with some funding that we had put on the side because we had had the ability to use CARES Act funding until the end of the year. And so now we are going to utilize the funding that we received in the beginning of the pandemic to tackle some of these harder cases, which are these cases that need to be adjudicated. And so that will give us over 100 individuals working on adjudication issues once that adjudication center is up and running. We are in the process now of establishing those positions that we were provided through this special project. As soon as we have those positions established, we will be posting for those positions and hope to have those individuals on board and started in the near future.
Thank you. And what timeline is there to establish this center and 75 new investigator positions?
So we hope to get it all done by this month. We have been approved as of last week for the special project. We do have the PDs in place. We are creating those, what we call pseudo numbers, and then converting them into real numbers so that we could start hiring. It'll take about a week or two to at least bring those adjudicators up to speed where they can at least start their first steps. They won't be anywhere near an individual who understands the statutes and the requirements and can spit out a determination in a day or two. But we will try and uptrain them as quickly as possible so that we can get them on board. But definitely within the next couple of weeks, we will be announcing these positions and hiring.
Thank you, Director. That is certainly good news. No further questions, Chair.
Thank you, Representative.
Representative Kobayashi, followed by Representative Caruso.
Director Estacio, going back to your opening statements, I did not understand what you meant by, quote, downsize grants, unquote, in the Office of Community Service. Does that mean we are not taking or downsizing federal grants?
Good morning, Representative. We are cutting a couple of positions in the Office of Community Services as well as the HCRC. So we have a total of 5 positions that we are cutting in Office of Community Services in order to streamline our budget here at the Department of Labor. It was a very, very hard choice, I can tell you, to determine where those cuts were going to be in the Department of Labor. As a director, I feel that every single service we provide to the community is important. And so trying to cut in a department where 80% of our funding is already either federally, special, or revolving funds. So only 20% of our funding is general funded. In order to cut 20% from a department that only has 20% general funds is very, very difficult. And so what we had to look at is what our core mission is. And our core mission and meeting the regulations that are set through statute. And that's how we determined where we were going to cut and where we were not going to cut. And that's what brought us to determine.
What did you mean by the words downsize grants?
Well, when I said downsize grants, I really meant to cut in those areas where grants are our intake of grants to 5 positions. Now, how many grants can actually be handled by that division is very much determined by that division. And so the executive director, Giovanni De La Cruz, could probably elaborate on how their division would be affected by losing these positions.
I'm sorry, are you downsizing federal dollars, federal grants?
So no federal money to cover individual grants are being lost, but we will be losing individual bodies to actually, provide the services to carry out the functions of those grants.
Okay, so you are not refusing federal monies.
If we can handle the workload of those grants, then we will definitely bring them on board. But losing 5 positions will definitely have an impact on the Office of Community Services and what they can provide to the community.
So the positions that are being cut, the 5 positions that are being cut are general funded positions, not federally funded positions.
But the grants that they manage, you know, to cut 5 bodies and try to manage the amount of grants that they did when they had those 5 bodies will be very difficult. So it may have an impact on their overall operations, on what programs they implement and what programs they don't implement.
Okay, so they may not be able to implement certain programs. Does that mean that federal monies are not being accepted?
That could mean that federal monies are not being accepted. That's correct.
Okay. Can you say right now that there are federal monies that are either not being accepted or being accepted? I'm not
right
sure.
now.
So
Right
now,
now,
no,
they're performing full functions that they would perform for their division.
okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you, Representative.
The other question that I had was, you said that the department overall has 700 positions.
Correct.
When we look at our so-called, budget in brief, it looks like the department has 223 positions plus, I think, 74 temporary positions. So
I'm sorry, Representative, I'm not sure what that number is, but the department as a whole, all of our divisions and attached agencies have a little over 700 allocated positions. Not all 700 are filled.
I see. Okay, no, I just don't understand the discrepancy between the budget document we have and the statement about 700 positions. Okay, thank you.
Definitely clear that up for you at a later time. I can send you something, Representative.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rep.
Representative Caruso has a question for the Labor Board, former Representative Mark, and then followed by
Actually, if I could change the direction of my questioning, I wanted to follow up on this conversation with, and maybe Director De La Cruz can answer my question, but I'm wondering, I'm wondering why you did not choose to fund those positions through special funds rather than through general funds. So that's what we see some of the departments doing, moving those positions over from general funded to special funds. And I'm wondering if either Director De La Cruz considered that. I don't know at what level those decisions are made. But maybe one of you can respond to that question.
Giovanni, would you like to answer that question?
Sure, sure.
Mr. Oshiro, can you off your mic and your camera because the feed is gonna pick you up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Off.
Hi, good morning, Rep. Peruso. Good to see you here in the Zoom call. Especially, not to mention that Rep. Peruso is one of my high school teacher back in the days. It's good to see you here. Thank you for that question and thus bringing up the possibility of having those positions to be transferred to special funds. I have been the executive director for a year now. And when those positions were established, they are always been in under general funds, although those position does administer federal grant. And to Rep. Kobayashi's question earlier, um, as of now, we are not declining any federal funding because we are at full capacity at this time. But in the future, we might have to decline federal funding. The problem on, or the trick, I should say, on federal funding is that they are formula driven grants, so they do allocate based on state population, and some of the grants that we administer, federal grants that we administer, do not provide full admin funding. It's very limited. So my predecessors used general funds to subsidize those federal programs in order for them to function. But looking into the possibility of transferring them into a special funds is another option that we could look down the line, Rep. Peruso.
Thank you. May I ask Chair Oshiro a quick question?
Yes.
So I wanted to, I know in the past, the Labor Relations Board has struggled with a backlog that's really actually affected the unions. And I know that you've been working hard to address that backlog. I'm wondering if these cuts are going to affect those efforts or how they will affect your work.
Thank you, Representative Peruso. Any cuts to the Labor Board's staff would affect the work that we're currently doing. We've had good success with reducing the backlog. When I came here, there are about 100 backlog cases. These are cases that were 10 to 15 years old, in which I did not participate, neither did one of the other board members. We've gotten that down to just about a dozen active open cases. And that's also, keep this in mind, working on the current and new cases being filed by both the employers and the union. So any change in our budget, any reduction would affect our productivity negatively. So I hope that we can be spared those consequences. Thank you.
Thank you.
Representative Peruso, are you done with your question? Okay, thank you, Representative.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Director Perez Takio, thank you for being here, and just thank you for your service that you and your staff is going. Just like us, many of those who are unemployed is our friends and family, and I know you folks recognize that and are trying to push through as much as possible. When you briefed the freshman class, as well as when I met with you, you had talked about a wish list that you folks had, and I was curious of if some of the wish list was met with the current stimulus that just came through.
Yes, good morning, Representative. Thank you. A couple of the wish list items were met, some in different fashion that we would have liked. Some of the bigger items had not been addressed by this new bill. One of those that was addressed is that they have moved out the interest assessment on the Title 12 loans. And so that was moved out, as well as they were able to provide us with a new method to help those individuals who, because of federal statute, are moved to regular unemployment insurance to collect a lower weekly benefit amount than they would have had to have if they collected PUA. And so they provided us with a method to help those individuals. This new program that they created is going to be quite heavy or hard for our mainframe to handle. And so we will be working to program that new program so that we can help those individuals. But it is also going to impact a larger scope of individuals than just those that had a smaller weekly benefit amount and needed to recap some of what they lost from not being able to apply for PUA. One of the major wish list items that we did not get any response for through this bill was the waiving of all loans taken for Title 12 to cover benefits here in Hawaii. And that was one of our big asks.
Thank you for that update. My second question was concerning unemployment insurance. I understand that businesses will pay a percentage as the level goes down. And from my understanding that we are at level H, which is the highest. And I was just curious of your thoughts, if there's anything that we can do, or if there's anything that was in this current stimulus package that would address this issue to help our businesses.
Thank you for asking, Representative. So there was nothing in the stimulus package to help this process. We had hoped that they would waive all Title 12 advances, and that did not happen. So yes, we will be for 2021 on Schedule H, which is our highest tax schedule for employers here in Hawaii. We have 8 tax schedules. We were on Schedule C. We have moved to H. We are looking at trying to mitigate the impact on employers this new year by putting in an administrative bill in the administration package to bring or artificially set the tax schedule to a lower schedule to help employers move forward and be able to continue to do business here in the state of Hawaii. Within that bill is also an ask that we allow all employers not to be rated or experienced for all of 2020 and to use their 2019 experience on their unemployment insurance account to rate them for the new year so that their ratio is at a better level than it would be if we use the experience for 2020 and the pandemic. So those are some of the asks we have in the bill that we will be putting into effect in the governor's package.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you, Representative Yamashita.
Thank you, Chair. My question is on UI. You kind of answered it a little bit, but I'm trying to remember, maybe 2 years ago, the department was coming in and asking for help with the department because federal funds was decreased because of our state's low unemployment experience. And since then, right, and they said because of that, so the federal money you were getting for to run the department was cut. So now that we are at the top, I would assume that some of that money would come back. But does the reverse work where because now we are in such a hard way that there are additional funds that the feds would give us?
Good morning, Representative. Thank you for asking. So yes, we were asking for $4 million to help cover some of the personal services, personal benefit costs that were associated with the workload at unemployment insurance. So unemployment insurance is funded through a workload base grant. And so when our workload is low, funding dips very low. And when workload is high, they try and make up for the workload levels. So what happens is the US Department of Labor will look at our budget 2 years ago. And so the budget for 2021 is really set at 2018's budget, which was extremely low. And so they haven't increased our budget any for 2021, but we do have the opportunity to receive what we call above base funding. And above base funding is provided to the Department of Labor unemployment dependent on certain workflows, not all work functions within the Department of Labor, but certain workflows. And so we will receive above base funding for those workflows. Also, with this new stimulus package, we were presented with some brand new programs and extensions of pandemic programs. Those programs also will be above base funded. So they won't be funded through the actual functions, but because of the program. So we will receive above base funding for those new pandemic programs. We also will be receiving funding to modernize some of the systems here at Department of Labor. We don't know what those funding levels will be. We are just being given some word from Department of Labor that they are going to be coming out with some funding. Whether they will be base grant funding or we have to apply and get approved for the funding, we're not sure, but we're hearing that there are going to be some modernization grants or funding for the Department of Labor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
So along those lines, as far as modernization, a few years back, Department of Labor was doing a multi-state venture, and I think Idaho was the lead. And since then, Idaho went off on its own. Is there an effort to reconnect or something like that?
Yes, great question. So I know everyone must think that we are crazy in the middle of pandemic, trying to modernize, but our hands are strapped. We need to modernize, the faster, the better. And so we have gone down the road talking with different vendors, and we are now hopefully going to be signing a contract with one of the contractors on the mainland to modernize unemployment insurance. So about 2 years ago, we had requested funding from the legislature. We were provided with funding 2 years in a row. We had received $2 million initially of general funds. And then the second year, we received $1 million in general funds, as well as 10 million CIP monies. We are going to use that money to start the modernization process. So the process with Idaho did fall through because of the pandemic. Idaho decided that they could not continue this venture because they themselves were strapped for time and resources. But a company that we're looking at right now took over that same application that Idaho is running. And they are in talks with Hawaii to move down that road to modernize. We've one step forward, we've already completed the gap analysis, and it's the same gap that we use with Idaho because it's the exact same application. We know it's an 80%, 80-20 gap. That is extremely great odds for us to move forward. And so we are moving down that path. We actually have a meeting this month with with ETS and their PAC committee to determine whether we are moving down the right path and whether we can move forward with this modernization project.
That's great news. Thank you. And then, Chair, one final question. So this, might be a touchy question, but I think it should be at least talked about. So one of the things the legislature did a while back was the adequate reserve. They reduced it to 1 year. And because of this pandemic, right, it went from 1.5 to 1. Are you reconsidering I know there's that 10-year look back and, all those different things that impact. Are you reconsidering in your legislation something like that to relook at the adequate reserve?
So currently, Representative, we are not looking to put that in legislation right now. That would be an even greater impact on employers, but you are correct. The adequacy level of the solvency of the fund was at 1.5%. And that seemed to stabilize the unemployment insurance trust fund, looking back at the highest unemployment in 10 years. And so right now it is set at 1 times the solvency. I would like to see it at some point move up to 1.5 or even 2 times solvency. We know that an impact such as a pandemic has ramifications on the trust fund and the community we serve. We know that some other states, their reserve solvency was above 1 times the adequate reserve, and they have weathered this storm better than Hawaii has. And so, yes, at some point, I would like to see us move from that 1 time to a little higher amount.
I do agree that, now is not the right time to make those adjustments, but at some point, I think that discussion needs to happen. You even looking at all these every year the independent contractor issue comes up, and relooking at all of that and how that works and who should pay.
Right. I agree,
Thank you.
Representative. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Director, I have a question on the type 12 loan. So the interest payment has been delayed. So the interest payment for FY21 was around $20.8 million, and 22 was $39 million. How long is the delay, or has that been forgiven? I wasn't clear.
It's not forgiven. They just delayed it till March. So we still are going to be on the hook for the interest. So far, Chair, we don't have a method to pay that interest. Also,
right. So March
in the
2022 or 2021?
21 this year.
Okay, so we still need to pay the first installment of $20.8 million.
Correct. That's correct.
Okay, got it. And then as far as the Title 12 loan, this is basically the loan that you took out to pay for people's individual unemployment claims because we don't have any. How much has Department of Labor borrowed so far from the federal government?
So we borrowed a total of $734 million. We are still continuing to borrow. We have set up a method on the trust fund where we sweep our account every evening and we pay back advances to the Title 12 advance as we have additional funding that comes in through contributions. So that amount has now dropped. We also put towards some of the CARES Act funding. So right now the balance is $692 million.
And as much as you can you give an estimate? I'm sure it's difficult to do an estimate, but do you have an idea for the estimated amount that we will borrow for at least the next cycle? Because this amount, the $692 million, become due on January 2022, right?
That's correct.
Okay, so so do you have an estimate of what could potentially be due on January 1st, 2020?
So on January 1st, 2022.
Okay, so let me just ask it maybe just kind of easier. So the amount that you borrowed, $734 million, what period of time did that cover? So when did the depletion happen, and what period of time does the $734 million cover?
We started borrowing in July of 2020. We will continue to borrow depending on the unemployment insurance rate and if more individuals come on board to receive unemployment insurance. We don't have to start paying the loan share until 2022.
Right, so January 1st.
2022.
And then so basically in 6 months you borrowed $700 million.
Correct.
Yeah, got it. And then potentially, that's why you're saying that potentially the entire fiscal year we potentially borrow about $3 billion.
Correct.
Because you don't really see the reduction in unemployment happening.
Correct.
Correct. And then so in January 1st, 2022, does the entire amount become due, or is it at proportion?
So Chair, the actual payment doesn't have to be made until November of 2022. If we do not pay it by then, what happens is employers in the state of Hawaii will lose what we call the FUTA tax credit. And then that gets then moved back to January of 2022 because it's for that year 2022.
Right. Okay. So the repayment triggers if we don't pay everything in full. The penalty is additional assessment to the employer.
Correct. The employers get assessed that tax. They lose a tax credit, and that collections that is collected from U.S. Department of Labor then will be used to pay back the loan. So it's forced payments of the loan.
Correct. Okay, got it. Let me just go through. Oh, Representative Burke Kobayashi, I figured out the discrepancy when you're looking at the budget in brief. You need to count the position counts for general fund, special fund, federal fund. So I counted about 650. So I think you may have just looked at the general funded position. So just under general fund, there are about 200 positions. Special fund, you see that there's about 250 positions. You see the 219 and 17, those are all the position count. Okay, so that should answer Representative Kobayashi's question. I have a question on the reduction under workforce development. There is $805,000 that your department is proposing as a workforce board grant.
Grants, correct.
Can you provide some details on the total amount of grant that is given?
Could I ask Maricar Bulletin Freitas to address that? Maricar?
Yes.
Good morning, Chair. So those 805 million was provided to the Workforce Development Division as pilot programs to really encourage schools or students to explore occupations in agriculture, healthcare, and special STEM. So
what is the amount that you receive from the state? So are you eliminating the total amount? Because the 805,000 is the reduction for the grants that we provide, right? So what is the total amount of grants that are given?
It's 805 million.
Okay, so you're eliminating
805,000.
Yeah, so you're eliminating the entire grant amount.
Yes.
Okay, got it. That's all I needed to know.
Thank you.
The other thing is, Director, and then we also see reduction in workforce innovation and opportunity grants of 300,000. So is that total amount?
Allison Tasaka, would you be able to answer that question?
The total amount is $463,000, of which we are reducing it by $300,000 to support the department's efforts.
So $100,000 somewhat $1,000 worth of grants, you have plans to use the 100 somewhat thousand.
Yes, so we've been using it to develop other programs within the council from the board, as well as support the maintenance and some of the costs for the HireNet system, our public job board and case management system.
Thank you. And then
thank you, Allison.
I have one more. Sorry. None. So Director Dela Cruz, I have a question for OCS.
Yes, Madam Chair.
So in your division, out of the all the grant funding, do you also receive general funded grants?
Yes, Madam Chair. We have part of our roughly 2,041,000 general funds. 1.3 million of that 2,041,000 is for a purchase of services contract. This is for the employment service program of OCS. It is intended to help low-income individuals and legal permanent residents, LPR, to become employable, to help them get employed, maintain employment. Roughly, this program helps about 600 individuals on an annual basis. And as part of the proposed budget cut, the proposal is to reduce that 1.3 million by 750,000 to contribute to the 50% requested cut from OCS general funds.
Okay, currently that's in the plan to reduce 1.3 to 750.
Reduce it by 750, Chair.
Okay, reduce it by 750.
That is correct, Chair.
Okay, okay. And that's all general funded.
That's all general funded grant program, Chair.
Okay, okay. I understand the departments were also asked for a 15 to 20% scenario cuts. So within your department, Director, what were the scenarios under the 15 and 20% cuts? What area were you?
So Chair, this scenario that I just gave you was actually under the 20%. And when it was provided to the governor, he gave back somewhat on OCS only.
Oh, got it. Okay, so unlike other departments that took 10%, you actually did the 20%.
Correct. We gave a 10, 15, and 20, but when they came back to us, they asked us for the 20.
Oh, got it. Okay. Thank you very much. That's all the questions I have. Any other questions from any of the members? Representative Kobayashi.
Director, I don't have the budget given to us by the governor, but what is currently in the governor's budget to repay the federal loan that is due in 2022?
Representative, currently, there is nothing in the governor's budget to repay the Title 12 advances. Those Title 12 advances are normally covered by contributions collected from employers. So we not only collect to maintain the solvency of the fund, as well as cover future unemployment insurance payments, but it's also to make payment for the loan.
So there would be expectation that there would be enough contributions from employers to pay or repay this loan?
Actually, no. So if we do artificially set the tax schedule to lower than H, we will not have the solvency status in place to do all three of those things. And so employers will ultimately lose the federal tax credit if no other means are found to cover the loan.
Do you expect to submit an additional governor's request to repay the loan?
The governor is looking at other options on repayment of that loan through possible bonds, but that has not yet been decided.
Okay, thank you. So, but hopefully that will be decided within the next month before Finance Committee gets serious about the budget.
Correct.
It will be submitted within a month or so.
I'm not sure if that decision will be made to do bonds or not.
I see. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Representative.
Thank you. If there are no more questions, thank you, Director And, thank you to all your hardworking staff. I know this has been a very stressful time for you folks, and it has been challenging. And so we just wanted to thank all the employees that you have. And this it will be difficult for at least the next, I would say, the next decade. But I think working together, we should be able to do this. And we just wanted to say, provide our gratitude for all the hard work that you do. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee.
Sorry, Representative Wildberger, you had a question.
Just really quick, and my sincere appreciation to everyone who's contributing. Where can we find what those A through H rates are, their percentages? Is that available somewhere?
It's online on our unemployment insurance site. And
Thanks.
if you just search Representative for the rates, Hawaii rates, it'll pop up.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. At this point in time, we will take a 5-minute recess to allow Department of Labor to exit the Zoom conference and allow Attorney General's office to enter. So we'll be in short recess. Thank you.
Thank you.
Finance Committee is back and continuing our morning hearing. We have Attorney General's Office for our budget briefing. This hearing can be viewed through live stream off of YouTube, and just to let the public and the members and the participants know that this is being recorded and it will be cataloged and people can view this at a later point. So with this, Happy New Year, Attorney General, and I will turn this over to you.
Great. Thank you excuse me. Thank you very much, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to meet with you today virtually. I'd like to introduce first off some of the members of our department who are both appearing via Zoom, but also are here safely distanced in the room with me as well. I have First Deputy Dana Viola, who is here, as well as our Administrative Services Manager, David Moore, our Legislative Division Director, Jill Nagamini, is here as well. You'll see on the Zoom, we have our Chief Investigative Agent, Dan Hanagami, as well as Head of our Child Support Enforcement Agency, Lynette Lau. We also have Julia Bato, who is Head of our Crime Prevention and Justice Assistance Division, and then Chris Young, who is Head of our Hawaii Criminal Justice Data Center. So all of us are here and available to answer questions. Again, I appreciate the opportunity to take a few moments to talk about what we have presented to you in our budget submission. This is a little bit different from where we were last year, but you will see some things that are the same, that are consistent, because they're part of long-term efforts that we have set in motion here. During the pandemic, some of the things that we put in place last session and even before that, back in 2019, when I first came to this position, became greatly magnified in terms of how important they were as we responded to the pandemic. And I know, Chair Luke, we've worked throughout the pandemic together on things like the UI response, the emergency proclamation litigation. We've also worked through Dan Hanagami's unit, the investigations division, on compliance with many of these proclamations that have been issued by the governor. The Safe Travels program, we played a significant role in not just setting up the Safe Travels program with other state agencies, but also in processing exemption requests. Our department has handled over 200,000 exemption requests. So essentially, anytime there is a change to the Safe Travels program, our office and upwards of 40 different attorneys at any time are available around the clock to answer questions for persons who are traveling, who might be experiencing some kind of humanitarian situation or need to get questions answered. So that's been a very significant effort. We advise the Department of Health, and we've been working very closely with them. For the first time in a long time, we've had to obtain quarantine orders prior to the pandemic. That hadn't been something that had happened more than one time, as far as I know, but we've been available to go to court and to handle some of those matters. We also, through our complex litigation, fraud, and compliance unit, have played a leadership role in the CARES Act funding. As Chair Luke knows too, we have our Chief Integrity Advisor who is chairing that effort and has been working with the agencies, working with all who've been involved in ensuring that the billions of dollars that have come into our state are being utilized appropriately and in the best manner possible and consistent with the federal guidelines. So that has been part of one aspect of our complex litigation, fraud, and compliance unit. That unit has turned out to be a very important part of our executive response. It's set up with a concept that allows us to take in cases, whether it be referrals, investigations, or litigation that we start, or any kind of reports, and really drill down on the criminal aspects, the civil aspects, the administrative aspects, and then be able to move those matters through our department effectively. So whether it's criminal, it might be with our investigations division or a criminal justice division. If it's a civil matter, we might work with our commerce and economic division. If it's an administrative matter, also with our administrative division. We've found that it has been very effective in allowing us to task force appropriately with federal agencies, especially with the, excuse me, the UI matters when we started getting fraud complaints. I was a victim of the fraud. We were getting a lot of persons whose identities had been utilized improperly by bad actors. And it was through this particular unit that we were able to work not just with our Department of Labor and Industrial Relations, who was on the front line of it, but also with various federal partners too, to make sure that they were investigated for any kind of criminal aspects too. So I could go on with all the different things we've done, but I do recognize that that you likely have questions. I should note that as we have taken on a lot of these additional pandemic-related duties, for example, Lynette Lau, who's head of our Child Support Enforcement Agency, has continued to process child support payments. And even during the pandemic, in the fiscal year 2019 to 2020, they processed $135 million in child support payments. So those were payments that went to families. Despite the pandemic, they continued to come in with safe practices and they continued to do their work. The same thing with our Criminal Prevention Justice Assistance Division. They've continued to process federal grants and to do whatever it is our department can to support those community partnerships and those partnerships among law enforcement to do more with our criminal justice programs in this state. And the same thing with our Hawaii Criminal Justice Data Center. They kept themselves open, they kept working because criminal justice didn't stop, right? We saw that the need to process people as people were coming in through the justice system needed to continue to be supported with the important work of that division. So our non-legal divisions continued to do their work despite the pandemic, and I'm very, very proud of all the efforts of everybody in our non-legal divisions as well. So with that, I'll turn it over, Chair, to the committee for any questions.
Thank you very much. Maybe one of the things that you can do for us is go through some of the budget reductions that are being proposed.
Sure, be happy to do that. So the two primary ones that will garner some attention is the career offender program. As you know, in the past years, I've been before this committee testifying about how important the career offender program is and how important it is for us to continue to fund those county positions. It is still an incredibly important program. However, right now, the county is not in the same kind of fiscal situation that the state is in. And we are having to make very difficult decisions given our fiscal situation. One of those divisions has, as a consequence, or one of those decisions has as its consequence our decision not to fund that program anymore through our office. My hope is, and in conversations with the county, is that they will be able to pick up the slack on those needs in the career offender area, as well as with the victim witness. As it turns out, I've lost a handful of deputies to the county. They, as we've talked about before, they offer higher salaries than we do, and so there is, I think, some capacity there for the county to hopefully address some of the lack of state resource capacity at this time to support those programs. The other item that is of note too is the reduction to the the victims of sex assault. We did not zero out that budget request. We understand, especially right now during this pandemic, how important it is to continue to provide services to victims of sexual assault, but we did put in a reduction of 30% to that program. And we've been working with the service providers. They're aware of it. They understand that, yes, with respect to the state's fiscal concerns, there will have to be a look to other places right now for that money, but we will continue to support the programs and to continue to support the service providers as best we can. We have seen, as everyone is aware, an uptick in domestic violence and other types of criminal conduct during this pandemic, and that is something that our department is very aware of. So we'll continue to work with those service providers on a programmatic level. We have also reduced our litigation fund. What we have done through our complex litigation fraud and compliance unit is we've tried to create greater capacity in-house to handle some of the major litigation that we have. When I came into this position 2 years ago, we had a lot of very significant litigation on the table. We've managed to effectively address some of it, and through good legal work in the court system, but we still have quite a bit of outstanding large major litigation. But through our CLIFCU unit, Complex Litigation, Fraud and Compliance Unit, we have been able to create greater capacity in the types of lawsuits that we bring and in the type of litigation work that we are doing on the defense side as well. So we did reduce our litigation fund. We have the Dannenberg case, we have the Kalima case, we now have the DW INA case that's back on our radar. So there are still some very significant cases, some of which we have hired special counsel with expertise in these areas to assist the department with. So as those needs might become greater than the amount that we have allocated to it, we will keep this committee aware of it, and you, Chair, in particular, if we need to ask for an emergency request. But we are really doing what we can to try to increase our in-house capacity on the litigation front. There will be some savings that we hope to achieve with the reduction of rental space, and hopefully with some office sharing. We're going to relocate our tax and charities division that will hopefully provide a significant savings, as we have been teleworking throughout this pandemic response and figuring out how to do that effectively, developing metrics to ensure that those who are teleworking are doing the work, and everything from timesheets to frequent interactions with supervisors to different metrics that we put in place. We found that teleworking can happen at an effective and a productive rate. The upside of that is we can do less with physical space, is what we're finding and what we're hoping. So we're developing office share programs so that our physical space might be less, and we'll have deputies who can share offices. And that's something that we're looking into as well as we continue to move through the pandemic, and as we continue to see that teleworking might be with us for the foreseeable future. Obviously, we've been able to eliminate aspects of our travel budget. We're doing much more through Zoom and other types of remote technology. That's also happening with our court appearances as well. We're getting more facile with working with the judiciary in terms of when and how our deputies need to fly to the neighbor islands to appear in court. So we're trying to do more remote. We have successfully done trials remotely. We want to continue to work with the judiciary, not just to do them on a civil docket, but also to see how we can do that criminally as well, where we have the confrontation clause and some of these other considerations to take into account. So we are working to do that, because we have continued to function throughout this pandemic, and we've been advising our clients, which include the 170 boards and commissions throughout the state. We have been able to be, I believe, on the front end of learning how to operate remote technology, how to do so in a way that's participatory for the public, and also in a way that allows us to still effectively do our jobs, be it advocating in court or litigating matters. So that will have a consequent savings, we hope, with respect to the travel budget. So that's where some of those cuts are happening as well. We are also going to be reducing our budget for DNA testing by about $50,000, and there's other miscellaneous expenses in the amount of about $150,000 as well. So those are the primary reductions, Chair, that we have in our budget for this year.
Thank you very much. We have a question from Representative Peruso.
Aloha, and thank you for joining us. So I have two questions, actually. The first is about the program to support victims of sexual assault and trafficking, right? And I'm wondering how many providers will this cut affect?
Thank you. Thank you, Representative. What I will ask Julie Abato to do, she is our grant administrator. Julie, if you would take that question.
Okay, I'm trying to make sure my video is working.
You're good.
Okay, so the statewide sex assault services is a master contract that we contract with the Kapiolani Medical Center for Women and Children, specifically the Sex Abuse Treatment Center. They in turn subcontracts to 3 neighbor island providers. For Kauai, it's the YWCA. For Maui County and its islands, it is Child and Family Services. And for the Big Island, it's the YWCA Hawaii County. And so the impacted agencies are the 4.
Okay, thank you. And have you had conversations with the counties about this planned shift? And if so, what has been the response?
My primary conversation so far has been with Sex Abuse Treatment Center because they're the master contract holder. And I am aware that they in turn have been contacting the 3 neighbor island providers. We actually have a fairly close relationship. We work with the service providers in other capacities, but we did send them a formal notice, written statement about the 30% reduction. And so I know they're assessing what is the impact going to be to their services at that level.
Okay, thank you. And then my other question for the Attorney General is with respect to, I think you called it CLIFCU. I don't know, but that complex litigation and fraud unit. And it sounds like it's a space where you can do really important work. And I'm wondering if you could, I know you talked about, you had hired some special investigators, but if you could talk a little bit more about the composition of that unit, the cost, where you got the money, because I remember this being part of the conversation last session. And if you wanted to add anything more about the work that you've undertaken, I'm really interested in your anti-corruption work.
Yes, thank you very much, Representative. I appreciate that question because it is true that this complex litigation, fraud, and compliance unit is something that we have really been excited about. And it was something that we put in place in 2019. So it has been a part of the conversation since then. And it was a way I thought we could take the abilities of the department from beginning to end and really make a significant change in how we do things. And so the unit is comprised of a senior deputy who has extensive federal experience as well as in both state and criminal law, criminal and civil law, and also has worked extensively with different task forces with the state as well. So has a tremendous amount of experience that he brings to this position on criminal civil matters. He has 2 deputies who report to him. And then on top of that, we have analysts who have extensive federal investigative experience in the areas of taxation, inspector general work, so audit type work. They have spent a considerable amount of time working on how to make government more effective and how to address inefficiencies, whether it be through criminal type of actions, civil type of actions, audit type actions, administrative suggestions to agencies about how to do things differently. So bringing that in, it wasn't just augmenting our ability to do major litigation better. It was our ability to really look at how we bring cases in and how we move them throughout the department. So it's in our executive office because I wanted to retain that flexibility to be able to use the skill set as best as possible. And I guess that was, well, it was definitely a good idea when the pandemic hit because we needed to be very facile in terms of how we use the resources in the department. So some of the cases that this unit has worked on include the unemployment insurance, as we said before, handling some of the responses to the federal subpoenas that DLIR was receiving regarding how we were administering the money, different analytics as to how we were responding to some of the claims, how we could possibly do it better on the state level in terms of our interactions with getting information between state agencies. So a lot of the suggestions on how to do that better came from this unit. Also, as I said, they were working with federal investigators because they have a very good relationship with the various federal actors who were involved in that. They also did analytics on the Young Brothers matters when that request for money came in because the CARES Act component is also a part of this. Not only are we concerned with how cases come into the department, how we prosecute them or civilly handle them or administratively handle that, we're concerned about what happens at the back end, what we learn from that and how we can do a better job with compliance regarding federal state laws. And the chief integrity advisor that is part of that plays a very critical role and did so at all steps with respect to how we were using CARES Act money, how we were addressing federal concerns, and audit type functions is what she brought into that conversation as well. So the Young Brothers was a very good example of how we were able to use that unit to look at whether it was appropriate for the CARES Act money to be utilized and all the myriad questions related to that. The office has also assisted with the major litigation. So on the Dannenberg case, they've taken on more of that work. Some of the litigation we've initiated, like the opioids lawsuit, as well as the Jewel litigation, that's being handled in conjunction or spearheaded through that unit as well. We also are doing more False Claims Act cases, which is really important at a time like this, right? When we have a lot of money that's come into the state, where we have a lot of different programs that are being set up and where we potentially have fraud, the False Claims Act allows us the opportunity to pursue it, be it on a criminal level, a civil level, and address activity that could result in significant penalties and significant recoveries for the state. So that's been a really important highlight of this unit as well, because they come with the type of federal and the state experience, and they can help us drill down on False Claim Act cases. So those obviously I don't want to talk too much about because they're under investigation, but we have a number of cases that fall into that category. This unit has also worked very closely on our, what we call our EP litigation, our emergency proclamation litigation. At the outset of this, we had to work really hard in terms of framing the legal discourse for this pandemic, right? And the legal parameters were set forth in the emergency proclamation. And so what we did is we set up a task force within our department in March that had a whole array of different legal expertise, and including our appellate unit that was looking at the various constitutional concerns, our different litigative units that were looking at how these things might unfold in federal and state courts. So the CLIFCU unit played a very important role there, and the deputies were part of litigating those cases at the state level, the federal level, however they came to be. I could go on and on because I really use this division to augment all the different things that we're doing with the department, including our divisions like our education division. They provide resources to analyze data to our different subject matter divisions as well. And it's been a great thing that we had set in motion prior to the pandemic. Its importance has been magnified during the pandemic, and I'm really looking forward to how we can continue to move through some of the consequences of the pandemic and try to keep the integrity systems in place.
Thank you. It's clear that you are really proud of that unit, and I think you have good reason. I have just one follow-up question, and that is with respect to, you mentioned a reduction in funding for DNA testing, if I'm correct, and I'm wondering if that is going to affect processing sexual assault kits.
Okay. All right, so I think what I'll have Representative Peruso is Chris Young, who might best be able to respond to that, take that question.
Good morning, Happy New Year to all. The DNA we're talking about is when a felon is convicted of a crime, DNA is taken as part of that booking process. So if funding is not available for the kits that are needed to take the DNA, we are going to begin to see a downward trend in DNA being connected to a particular defendant. And so there is concern that if funding is not available, we will not have DNA on record. And the DNA is housed by the Honolulu Police Department because they are our official lab. So we do have some concerns over losing that type of funding. I don't have to answer your question.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, any other questions? I have, Representative Martin, followed by Representative Kobayashi.
Good morning. I just wanted to say that I appreciate how thoughtful your additions and cuts were. I wonder if the budget were to be less dire than we expect, what would you put back first? Would it be to add something new, or would it be to cut less?
That is a great question, and I don't know that it would be to cut less. I don't know that it would be to add something new, because what we've really tried to do here is we've really tried to work with what we have and augment what we have with less. So I would rather more robustly fund the things that we have put in place. Obviously, the complex litigation fraud and compliance unit, I think, has been really important. If we could add the money back to the sex assault programs, we would definitely do that. That was one of the hardest ones we had to do, just given the kind of information we know from our conversations is happening right now in the environment of this pandemic. So I don't think it would be adding any new programs. It would be just putting the money back into the places that we have already allocated them and being able to just more effectively work through those programs.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Kobayashi.
Hello, Attorney General.
Good morning.
Could you give us an estimate as to what percentage cuts are involved in the litigation fund, $1 million, and the $1.8 million victim witness program? Oh, and the DNA program. You gave us a dollar amount, but not the percentage cuts.
The percentage cut of the budget?
Yes.
Where it fell? Okay.
It's 100% of the to the counties.
Sorry, Representative, what I'll have is I'll have our ASM answer that. In terms of the percentage, the career offender is an entire cut. We're reducing the career offender allocation by 100%. And we're just going to be asking the counties to pick that up right now and to handle that. It's an important program, the victim witnesses program. Those are very important, but we're asking the counties to handle that expenditure now. So that's 100%. With respect to the victim of sex assault funding, that's a 30% cut. So we've asked for a reduction of 30% there. Let's see, in terms of the litigation budget.
It's down from 3.4 million.
Okay.
Down to 1.5.
Okay, so it's
over 50%.
It's over 50%. It's down from 3.4 million to 1.5.
I see. What about the DNA? Is it losing all funding?
No, it's not losing all funding. It's a reduction of 50,000. But in terms of what the
Claire, let me take that.
Yeah, go ahead. I'm going to have Dave Moore handle that one. Thank you.
What we also have is a special fund for DNA testing, and we haven't been utilizing that quite as much as we should have. So we'll be switching from general funds to the special fund. So we will be able to supply the kits necessary.
Thank you very much. What is the expected, is the litigation fund the fund that is used for these multi-state class action lawsuits?
Like the antitrust ones and.
That's not the litigation fund.
Yeah, Representative, that doesn't come out of the litigation fund per se. So some of the things that we're doing through our Commerce and Economic Division, some of the antitrust cases, for example, the Facebook case, Google, some of those are funded through a different allocation. And it's based on a multi-state agreement and percentages that are agreed to by the different states who are participating.
So the various news articles that we see regarding Hawaii receiving $1 million a couple of months ago or a month ago or so from Apple, those would not be affected. That is, Hawaii will still be.
Right. Right. I see what you're saying, Representative. Yep. So that would go into the antitrust fund that's set up, for example. In those cases, we have special funds that are set up to receive those particular dollars. So yes, that would go into a special designated fund. In that case, I believe it was the antitrust fund.
I see. I see. So these various cases are, these various multi-state cases are being funded out of different funds.
That's correct.
Last year meaning 2019, there was a Blue Cross settlement having to do with a hacker breach in which Hawaii received some significant monies. That multi-state litigation came from another fund, not antitrust.
Either that or did DCCA do that?
Yeah, that was either through our Medicaid Fraud Compliance Unit Fund, or it was possibly with DCCA. But you are in. I can look into that. But in short, you are right that it goes into a special fund that from which some of those activities are then further funded.
So in short, the capacity of Hawaii to participate in these multi-state class action cases would not be affected by the loss of $1 million from the litigation fund.
No.
That is correct.
Okay.
Yeah, that is correct. Thank you.
You, Attorney General Connors, I had a question about the career criminal section. Do we need to repeal the statute? Because it seems like whenever the prosecutor's office come in to ask for state funds to fund the prosecutors, they always point to the fact that we enacted a statute, and they use that as a reason to ask for funds for prosecutor's office. And that just is, that becomes a problem for many of things, because, we tend to pass all kinds of laws and we expect the counties to enforce. So anytime we pass any kind of laws, does this set a precedence where the prosecutor's office or the police or the fire will come in and say, well, you passed the unfunded mandate and we expect you to pay for it?
Possibly. I think in terms of how.
So I guess what I'm asking is, why is it historically for this specific thing? Because career criminal unit is an important thing that we need to investigate, but why is it that this specific thing has traditionally prompted the counties, especially the county prosecutor's office, to come in and ask for state funds?
Yeah, honestly, Chair, I'm not sure on the history of it. I do know that it's, as you said, it's an important unit. It's an important state priority to have this type of prosecution funded. And we have a prosecution division in our department too, and we work closely with the prosecuting offices as well. But in terms of whether or not it sets a precedent, that's a good question. I mean, I guess we'll see. This might be one of the first times that we're going to be asking the county to take this mandate and to utilize its resources in however it can to fund this unit, because we haven't, at least since I've been here, had the kind of fiscal considerations that we have now, which really make it very difficult for us to fund it through our budget. We just hope that the counties can continue with the deputies that they have to make this a priority. And my understanding is from preliminary conversations that they will, that they understand that that they're not right now feeling the crisis the way we are, and that they are going to have to take some of the burden here. So at least in the conversations I've had, informal ones, I think they recognize that right now it's not really a choice for the state as to whether or not it can allocate this funding, that they're really going to have to support this program with their resources.
Right. But I think it goes beyond just recognition. I think it's their obligation. So in the past, for instance, it really depended on the counties. For instance, Maui has traditionally come in and said, okay, we don't need money from the state because we have enough to cover our prosecutors, whereas other counties came in and said, okay, can you help us fund prosecutors? When you have state funds paying for county services, it reduces transparency. And I point to what happened in Honolulu County, the career prosecution unit, because it was funded through state funds, was headed by Catherine Kealoha. And so, we didn't have the type of oversight to figure out what was happening under that prosecutor's office. And then the city did not have oversight because it was state funds. And, we hate to have situations where you have repeat of what happened in city and county of Honolulu. So I think we need to have further conversation about whether, even for the future, whether we should pay for any county services. It just reduces transparency and accountability.
Okay, no, I understand, Chair, I do.
And then as far as moving from general fund to special fund, other than the DNA collection, what other areas are you moving from general fund to special fund?
Okay, I will let Dave Moore directly answer that question, Chair.
We're going to use the antitrust trust fund to finance 50% of an attorney that handles all the antitrust. So that moves about 75,000, including fringe benefits. Beyond that, we requested some special funds for charities enforcement for 2 positions. So that's coming from a revolving fund. Also in the Hawaii Criminal Justice Data Center, we have a criminal justice special fund where we're going to be funding an auditor coming from there. And that's pretty much it.
And then Attorney General Connors, we had a question about the mask order. So there, several months ago, there was all this issues about whether the legislature should come in to special session and whether changes to the current proclamation order is needed. I think since then, the Attorney General's office has opine that changes in the law is not necessary, but I just wanted to get your clarification.
Sure, thank you, Chair. And you're right, there has been a lot of conversation about this. I think it breaks down into 2 aspects. One is the mask mandate. As you said, there was a lot of conversation about that. As you also noted, we can enact a state proclamation like the governor has done, but the enforcement for the large part falls on the counties to enforce. Now, with the one very significant exception being Dan Hanagami's unit that stood up to respond to the travel quarantine violators here on Oahu to assist HPD with that effort. For the most part, things like the mask mandates have been enforced by the county police departments or by the counties. So in that sense, I think the clarity that we were able to provide, because we've had these coordination meetings back and forth with the governor and the mayors 3 times a week with respect to what the mask mandate is, what each county is enforcing. It's now universal across the state. I don't believe that there's any need to mandate that in terms of legislation. I think it was effectively stood up as part of this emergency response. It was coordinated with the state and the counties, and now we have an effective mask mandate in place for this particular emergency. Now, with respect to the enforcement of all of these types of emergency proclamations and county orders and different types of potential criminal conduct, Hawaii Revised Statutes 127A provides for a misdemeanor. And it you're right, we have opined that it doesn't allow, in our view, flexibility for a particular emergency proclamation or particular county rule to give less of a penalty. So for the adjudication of some of these penalties, masks might be part of it, but a whole lot of other things are in this response. We have proposed some legislation, and it's to create a system that operates a little bit more like traffic court. So instead of a misdemeanor being the only option on the front end, so all you can be charged with is a misdemeanor, this creates a protocol that would be more like ticketing for parking fines or things like that to assist the judiciary, for example, which, as we know, got hit hard this summer when there were upwards of 70,000 citations for full misdemeanor violations that were issued, and then they had to process all of that. So that's the legislation that we, and I don't want to say we're pushing it because we're not actually as a policy matter pushing it, but we heard this conversation happening by various committees that were meeting during the summer from the legislative perspective, from the county enforcement. And so we did undertake to draft something that had the buy-in, or at least the review, or at least the consideration of all the people who'd be affected by it. So the judiciary, the county law enforcement, and others, prosecutors as well. And so we did present something, and it's there if the legislature does want to look at whether or not something other than a full misdemeanor might be appropriate, some kind of fine system that doesn't require the full involvement of the court. So in that sense, we have drafted it. It is, I think, before your pandemic committee and others. The counties also have it, and we basically said to them, if this is something of import on a policy level, we've done hopefully some work on the legal front to help move this forward so that the legal issues are addressed and the law enforcement issues are addressed. So that is, as far as I can tell, Chair, the only thing that might be worthy of legislation.
Okay, so now that we're looking back, a special session or all this discussion about, immediately trying to change the law to deal with the mask order was not necessary then?
I believe we handled it appropriately just by communication coordination with the counties.
Okay, then it will be helpful, within your department heads, if you can relay that type of calmness and vetting among different department heads and governor and the LG, because I think it was the adjutant general and the LG and other department heads who actually pressed to get this change without consultation with the AG's office.
Right. Yes, Chair. And as I was hearing that dialogue and watching and witnessing that as well, that's why I thought it might be good for us at least to draft some legislation. So that would be there for whatever and whenever the policy persons wanted to make that decision. But I will happily convey that, Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, Representative Kobayashi.
Attorney General, I'm looking at a $40,000 add-on under the title of COVID-19 Requirements Special Appropriations Bill as of December 9, 2020. It says ATG COVID-19 related expenses, $40,000. I don't find that credible. I mean, something is wrong with the entire system, because this list of separate appropriation bills totals $204 million. Number one, I would think that the Attorney General's office could find $40,000 within its current budget. Or secondly, that administration could find $40,000 within $204 million, of which, by the way, $20 million is listed as contingency.
Thank you, Representative, and I appreciate the opportunity to address that too. We were advised to identify what kinds of additional expenses we were going to need for our pandemic response. And as I mentioned before, we have stood up quite a bit of effort through our investigations division and other types of responses that we've provided in this pandemic. And so we prepared a request for 40,000, but I believe we are going to withdraw that. I think you're referring to the emergency authorization amount, the appropriation, emergency appropriation. So yes, I agree with you. I think we can handle that either through releasing the restriction of funds or something along those lines. So that was to have been, I think we had to submit this all much earlier, but in subsequent conversations, we are going to seek to have a restriction on some of our funds instead of seeking that emergency appropriation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Moore, is this a 10% reduction scenario, 15% or 20%?
20%.
Okay, got it. Thank you very much. I don't have any other questions. Members, do you have any questions? Vice Chair Cullen?
Thank you, Attorney General. The question I had is regarding your vacancy reports and the 89-day hires. And I see that you bring on some 89-day hires within, I know ATG 100 is a large division, and funding-wise, over 225 positions possibly. Is that a common practice to bring on 89-day hires in those positions? Or are you looking to fill more permanent full-time?
I guess it depends on the position, but as to that specific question, I'm going to have Dave Moore respond, Vice Chair, if that's okay.
Yes, please.
Most of those positions are investigators, and several years ago, about 4 years ago, we had 44 89-day hires in investigations. We're down to 14. So finding an experienced investigator is difficult that understands state law especially. But Dan Hanagami has been very good about finding people now that could fill civil service instead of using 89-day hires, so many 89-day hires.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Yamashita?
Thank you, Chair. My question is, one thing that the pandemic has done is it's brought things to light. And, one of the things that we are kind of looking at is maybe how to restructure state government. The AG's office has no or very little presence on the neighbor island. I know for sure Maui. Being that you need a enforcement arm in times like this, should we consider moving the sheriffs to the Attorney General's office or something to that effect?
So thank you, Representative, for that question, because we have given a lot of thought to that issue of law enforcement and how it happens in our state. And I think questions like that and conversations like that do need to happen. And I'm happy to talk further about we set up a task force in our department to look at state law enforcement, to look at how we do it with respect to the counties. As Chair Luke said, we have some challenges because we don't have a state police force, for example. It happens at the county level. There are a lot of things that I think we can look at with respect to state law enforcement in our state and where the sheriffs might properly be housed, what the sheriffs do, how they interface with the courts. I mean, when you actually delve into what the sheriffs do, what their task responsibilities are, I think there is a lot of room to look at how we could think largely about their role, but also largely about how law enforcement happens throughout the state. So yes, I am interested in that conversation. I think it's a great time to have it. And I have, through our department, already done some look-see at what other states do and how we might be able to do something more effective along those lines in our state too.
Yeah, thank you. I look forward to that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? If not, thank you very much, Attorney General, and your office for your hard work. And I know during the interim from March, you folks work extremely hard to deal with all the emergencies that were popping up, and our gratitude to you and your staff, especially Dana and Krishna, for all your continuous efforts during this time. So at this point in time, we will adjourn this hearing and we will pick it up again at 1:30. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, and members of the Finance Committee. Thank you very much for the opportunity.
Comptroller, let me just call the committee back to order.
Okay.
Thank you. This is the Committee on Finance. We are starting our 1:30 briefing. This is an informational briefing for the departments of Department of Accounting and General Services, followed by DBEDT, followed by DNF. This portion of the hearing can be viewed through our live stream. It is being live streamed through YouTube. So for the general public, this also has a closed caption function so that you can also take a look at our closed caption function. So starting with Accounting and General Services, I will turn it over to Comptroller Kurt Otagoro.
Thank you, Chair. Vice Chair Cullen and members of the Finance Committee. We appreciate the opportunity to present our budget to you this afternoon. My name is Kurt Otaguro, State Comptroller and Director of the Department of Accounting and General Services, affectionately known as DAGS. I hope all of you have had a pleasant holiday season. Joining me today on the call are our DAGS administrators and directors, and I would like an opportunity to introduce all of them to you at this time, starting with Deputy Comptroller Audrey Hidano.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. Happy New Year.
Introduce Tony Benavice. He's a Planning and Policy Analyst and Special Assistant to the Comptroller.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members. Happy New Year.
DAGS has 8 divisions, and so I'll go over the administrative areas, starting with Accounting Division and Lenora Fisher, Accounting Administrator. And you're on mute, Lenora. Okay.
Sorry, good afternoon.
Okay. State Archives, Dr. Adam Jansen, Archives Administrator.
Aloha mai kako, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for this opportunity.
We have DAGS Accounting, DAGS Audit, Ron Shigi, Acting Audit Administrator. Okay, maybe Ron's having a technical difficulty. Our Automotive Management Division, Brian Saito, our administrator for that division.
Good afternoon.
Okay, next is Central Services Division, and Dean Shimomura is our Central Services Administrator.
Hello, good afternoon.
We have Land Survey Division, Reed Sayat is Administrator. If Reed is not there. Okay. Next up is Doug Murdoch, State CIO, Chief Information Officer for ETS. Oh, there's Reed.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee.
Next, I think Mr. Murdoch is connecting right now. On mute. Okay. Hi, Doug. Okay, and last of the divisions is our Public Works Division, led by Chris Kinimaka, and she has a few of her branch chiefs with her.
Aloha Chair, Vice Chair, and committee members. I do have 3 members with me to answer any questions you may have. I have Gordon Wood, who is our branch manager for the Staff Services Office. We have Joseph Earing, who is a branch manager for Planning Branch. And we have Eric Nishimoto, who's a branch manager for our Project Management Branch. Thank you.
Okay, I will move along to our DAGS support offices, starting with our Administrative Services Office and Risk Management, Mei-Ling Silliman.
Hi, good afternoon.
Okay, I'll go to our neighbor islands. We also have 3 neighbor island district offices that support some of our neighbor island facilities. I'll start with our Hawaii district office and Mary Joy Angitskyo. Okay, not sure if Mary Joy is connected.
Hi. Good afternoon, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, and members of the Finance Committee.
Okay, our Kauai District Office, Eric Agena.
Good afternoon.
And on Maui District Office, Wade Shimabukuro.
Good afternoon. Happy New Year.
Okay, we have 2 other areas that support the Department of Accounting and General Services, and that would be our Personnel Office with Daylene Liu.
Hi, nice to meet everyone.
Okay, and our Systems and Procedures Office that supports our technology for our staff, Len Segawa. Okay, not sure if someone from Systems and Procedures is on. Chair, if it's okay with you, I will start with and introduce the attached agencies.
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, so we have DAGS also has 8 attached agencies that we work closely together, and I'll start with our Executive Director for Campaign Spending Commission, Kristen Izumi Nitao.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members. Happy New Year.
One of the exciting agencies is E911, and that's led by Courtney, Executive Director.
Good afternoon. Thank you for inviting us.
I believe most people have visited this unit, the Hawaii State Foundation of Culture and the Arts, Jonathan Johnson, and he has a few of his staff also there.
Good afternoon, Chair Luke and members of the committee. Happy New Year.
Okay. We have a King Kamehameha Celebration Commission, Amy Hammond. She's the Executive Director. Also on mute.
Aloha, mahalo for seeing us today. Thank you.
Okay, guy that needs no introductions. The Office of Elections, Chief Elections Officer Scott Nago.
Good afternoon.
Office of Information Practices, Cheryl Kakazu Park is the director.
Hi, everyone. Happy New Year.
The Stadium Authority, Scott Chan, Stadium Manager, and he has two with him. to staff.
Thank you, Comptroller. Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. Happy New Year. To my left, I have our Deputy Manager, Ryan Andrews. And to my right, I have our Administrative Services Officer, Russell Uchida, who will be helping answer any of the questions you might have.
Great. And last but not least, we have the State Procurement Officer, and we have a new acting Chief Procurement Officer and Administrator, Bani Kahakui.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair Cullen, and members of the committee.
So Chair, that's the DAGS family and the introductions. If I may offer my testimony, verbal testimony.
Yes, please proceed.
Okay, so great. As I said, we appreciate the opportunity. You know, we have serious challenges ahead of us now, and now's the time to come together and as one and work together collaboratively. We need swift and decisive actions that will make a difference for the people of Hawaii, as well as for our employees. This will require critical thinking and doing things differently, sometimes non-traditionally. Chair Luke and the committee members, I really want to thank you for this past year, for your continued support and guidance. This past year was like no other. The impact of COVID-19 created this global pandemic and forced everyone to reevaluate all of our priorities. It's a game changer. COVID-19 pandemic has changed our lives. DAGS was put to the test in 2020. Managing and taking care of 79 facilities statewide had everybody worried about how we would take care of these properties with all the high expectations upon us. We had to take swift accountability, and I had to ask our staff to take individual leadership. We collectively made decisions, sometimes without having the benefit of prior administrative rules or clear guidance, but we had to be flexible. The pandemic changed our operating structure and employees' written job descriptions. We learned that each circumstance had to be addressed individually and with sensitivity. Although the pandemic devastated some businesses and people's livelihood, I know that it forced all of us to think and do things differently, but it caused us to do something very unique, collaboratively work together to address a single problem, a shared problem, contain the virus. Like all state employees, I'm proud of the DAGS staff performance as they never left the workplace. Many employees had to become more productive through teleworking, and over 50% of the DAGS staff took advantage of that. Many of the maintenance, in fact, all of the maintenance and janitorial staff came to work every day to perform their daily duties and maintain the buildings. We depended on CDC, ever-evolving CDC guidance to keep the facilities clean and operational. While we started the year with fresh new ambitions, we quickly had to adjust our operations to address and comply with health and safety practices as our top priority. The pandemic created opportunities for all of us to work together. A good example was pooling resources across jurisdictions to establish the satellite unemployment operation at the convention center. Thanks to you, Chair, and your entire House Legislative and Senate, the combined leadership between branches caused a very successful operation over a weekend. That's the kind of action that we need to continue to take. DAGS accounting also had to modify its internal operating procedures to accelerate the processing of digitized forms. And so they enabled more e-signatures and to streamline their processes. DAGS completed its 2020 comprehensive annual financial report called CAFR, and that was done on time. CAFR, as you know, consolidates all the financial statements of the state agencies as of June 30th of the prior year. The report is used to highlight the creditworthiness and financial strength for the state of Hawaii. I'd like to thank all the state agencies for their support so that we could complete the CAFR on time. Special thanks to Audrey Hidano for shepherding that process. And also special thanks to State Auditor Les Kondo and Lauren Kawajiri for their support in doing that. Another major area in DAGS is public works, led by Chris Kinimaku, who you met. continued its construction management support with the development or the construction of a new state-of-the-art Hawaii State Hospital in Kaneohe. The 144-bed facility expected to be completed and turned over to the Department of Health on time in early February 2021 as originally planned. Public Works also accomplished a major milestone with the issuance of a request for qualifications, an RFQ for a new stadium development at Halavo. And they finally selected the top 3 bidders. The project continues to progress thanks to the legislature for providing additional guidance and support throughout this process. Public Works has been working closely with Public Safety and recently received approval from the City and County of Honolulu for a plan review PRU permit that approved a 5-year master plan for the relocation and construction of a new OCCC in Halavo. While there is still much to do with this relocation, this was a critical step in moving forward. DAGS Leasing also worked hard to eliminate office leases paid to third parties and to relocate some of the DAGS non-DAGS departments into DAGS facilities, which is going to save hard dollars to the state. The Office of the Auditor recently published a limited scope review on December 29th of 2020. The state auditor did approach me 2 months after the pandemic was declared in Hawaii and offers his assistance to review our procedures and protocols. And of course, I embrace his expertise and his staff to review our policies and procedures under the conditions that we were in during the pandemic. We were all learning about how to deal with the virus. And I will be the first to admit to all of you that I didn't know all the answers. However, my immediate priority was very clear to the staff. Get the response, get the result. Respond quickly and be swift and decisive. I asked DAGS janitors directly to do their best with the resources that they had, and I'm proud to say they responded. According to the limited scope review, state auditor reviewed 43 facilities statewide and specifically 23 on Oahu, which house over 6,000 employees, of which 87% reside on Oahu. Over those 10 months, I am pleased to report that thanks to all agencies and their diligence for health and safety, there was, at DAGS managed facilities, there were less than 1% of active cases, and I know of no community spread that occurred in those offices. For example, Kauai District had no cases reported, and the Big Island just had 1. When DAGS was notified of a positive case to support agencies, they did respond quickly with third-party contractors to disinfect the areas within hours. And so those are the kind of response and results that we wanted to achieve, and we will continue to achieve as we deal with the pandemic. I'm very proud of the staff for stepping up and working behind the scenes. It's been humbling, and it reinforces their commitment to serve the public. DAG's mission is still to provide maximum value for state taxpayers by providing physical, financial, and technical infrastructure support for all state agencies. We're a central agency that supports all of you as well as all of the public. Looking forward to the next biennium year, I hope we will continue to work together to find actionable solutions to address both health and safety as fiscal issues, the health and safety challenges, as well as to generate more revenue. To do so, we have to be focused, and I hope we can do so with the funding that we are allowed. More importantly, I need to hold all of our teams accountable to achieve the end result within the timeframes that we establish. Governor Ige has asked some of us in the cabinet to work with other former governors to come together and eliminate the silos between agencies and to come up with ideas that can make a difference quickly and to create a working plan. We're in the process of doing that. That will take changing processes, negotiating and consulting with unions, and possibly some legislative modifications. But I'm positive that we can do that. For the biennium year, some of the major, well, first you should note, Chair, that we carefully deliberated and prioritized our requests on the highest priority, on the greatest value to the state. we balanced our resource needs with less FTE funding, position funding, and to adequately deliver services at an adequate and acceptable level. DAGS has 27 programs under its financial and operational oversight, so I'll highlight just a few areas. Our operating base budget for the first year in fiscal year 22 started with 189.6 million as the adjusted base. We are submitting, after a review with Budget and Finance through the Governor's Office, 179.8 million operating base budget, which is a 9.8%, $9.8 million reduction. For the second year, off the adjusted base of 189.3 million, we will be submitting a budget for 176 million, or a $13.3 million net reduction from the operating base. From a position standpoint, we started 2019, or the beginning of 2020, with 855.4 positions. In the first year, for the biennium, we have reduced staff to 688, but there's a caveat that I'll explain in a second. That's a 19.6% reduction. In the second year, it's 684.5 positions, or 0.05 positions, or 20% reductions. What we are recommending to assist with the fiscal issues is to move some of our staff, all of Public Works, which is 88 positions, from general funds to CIP funds. ETS, Office of Technology Services, is requesting that we move 10 project people from general funds to this CIP as well. So we're actually eliminating, we'll be operating with 782 FTEs, or eliminating 73 positions. As you know, during Act 8, 108 positions were defunded in DAGS. We are requesting 42.2 FTEs to be retained for funding, and I'll explain that in a second as well. From a program review standpoint, as you know, the governor asked us to review the programs for 10, 15, and 20% reductions. We've recommended and got approved through Governor's Office for the first year, 11.6 million general fund reductions. In the second year, for 2023-24 fiscal year, it will be 11.7 million in general fund reductions. On the CIP budget side, for fiscal year 22, we are requesting 72.9 million in CIP funding, and I'll explain that in a sec. And in 23, the second year will be 30.1 million. Now, of the 72.9 million, 11.4 million represents the shifting of the staff I just mentioned for Public Works and ETS from general fund to CIP. So some of our significant budget items on the operating side, as everyone knows, the Aloha Stadium is requesting 2.587 million in operating funds for the first fiscal year in 22. It's an incremental increase that they obviously need to support the deficit that we continue to anticipate because of lack of revenue. We don't have events there generating revenues within the bowl. Scott Chan and Manager Chan and his staff have been very creative to maximize and leverage the parking lot for additional revenues, but we will still need that money to continue to operate. In addition, and Manager Chan can answer more, but those funds are needed because they operate on a special fund, as you know, so events that they hold pay for the operations of the stadium. So without events, they will run out of their special funds, we anticipate, by May of 2021. In addition to that request, we're asking for another 300,000 to conduct the structural survey of the stadium itself to maintain the health and safety of that aging stadium. That is something that we should do if we're going to keep that stadium running for a while. A larger CIP request is to apply resources to rehabilitate the state's capital pools and waterproofing surface. We've broken it up into two requests, 17.5 million in fiscal year 22 and 12.5 million in fiscal year, the second year of 23. So a total of $30 million. While that seems like a lot, I just toured the state capitol yesterday in the basement, and the cracks and the seepage of rainwater and salt is triggering a lot of damage into the basement. And so that rehabilitation over 50 years is something that I hope the legislature will consider before more damage gets into the basement as well as the parking structure. Finally, we have a new request coming from our CIO, Doug Murdoch, for 12 million in the first fiscal year to potentially relocate the data center that's currently at Kalanimoku to another location up in Mililani or thereabouts. According to Doug, the CIO, the data center at Kalanimoku is outdated and inefficient. And he's also doing a lot of innovative things to leverage new technologies, mainframe as a service, and moving and continuing to migrate applications into the cloud. And so with that, the demands on the data center change. And I think that it makes sense for us to look at other facilities that are more container-like or more mobile-like that can operate more efficiently, as well as consolidate some data centers around the state. That will also allow us, when he relocates, to repurpose the basement of this building, Kalanimoku, to continue our efforts to fill in and reduce office leases and move people into this facility here at Kalanimoku in the basement. So on behalf of the DAGS staff and Deputy Comptroller Hidano, we appreciate the opportunity and are prepared to answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Thank you, Comptroller. Are any of the attached agencies planning to provide their own testimony? I'm just going to call them, Comptroller, maybe you have an answer to that?
We talked about it. I don't think they had anything specific to present on the screen, but they may want to speak, so you can do that, Chair. Absolutely.
Okay, so I'm just gonna call them one at a time, just to see if I miss anything. Procurement Office, do you folks have anything?
No, we have no further comments, Chair.
Thank you very much. King Kamehameha Celebration Commission.
No, I have no comments as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have Enhanced 911 Board.
No further comments. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. State Foundation on Culture and the Arts.
We'll stand on our written testimony, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. OIP.
Yes, I do. Hi, Chair. This is Cheryl Kakazu Park, Director of the Office of Information Practices. And I realize that there are quite a few new members that you have, so I wanted to give a quick overview of what OIP does and what it is that we would be asking for. So although we're attached for administrative purposes to DAGS, OIP is an independent and neutral agency that provides uniform, consistent, and free advice, training, and dispute resolution regarding the good government laws that provide for open records under the Uniform Information Practices Act, or UIPA, and open meetings under the Sunshine Law. OIP serves everyone. Besides the general public, good government groups, and media, we assist and have UIPA jurisdiction over more than 270 state, county, and independent agencies, such as UH and OHA, in all branches of government. That includes the executive, legislative, and judicial branches. And we have jurisdiction over all Sunshine Law boards, which include the county councils and neighborhood boards. Despite the extent of our jurisdiction and duties, OIP currently has only 8.5 FTE authorized positions and not even $770,000 in general funds, which is less than any other good government agency and will be further reduced in the proposed budget. Now, throughout the pandemic, and despite the suspension of OIP's powers, OIP continued to work mainly via teleworking. OIP also helped Sunshine Law boards to continue their work, mainly via remote meetings, which also resulted in increased public access and participation. Last year, OIP did an experimental program suggested by House Resolution 104, but unfortunately, it did not help to reduce OIP's backlog of appeals because requesters still insisted upon a formal opinion even after receiving OIP's informal inclination letter. In light of OIP's declining resources and to increase efficiency, OIP is proposing this session a bill to amend its duties to give OIP the discretion to resolve appeals by informal guidance rather than the more time-consuming opinions. To increase efficiency of Sunshine Law boards while expanding public access and participation, OIP is also proposing another bill to allow remote meetings to continue under the Sunshine Law even after the emergency proclamations end. We've been working for over 6 months, obtaining input from agencies and the public on various drafts of this bill. What OIP really needs now is to hire replacements while we still have the funding and experienced staff to train new hires, especially since it normally takes several years to train attorneys before we see productivity gains. OIP is already suffering from substantial decreases in productivity due to the loss of experienced employees and over 35 years of institutional memory. Last year, when we had all of our positions filled, OIP successfully brought the formal case backlog down to its lowest level in over 10 years. Unfortunately, since July 2020, OIP lost 3 experienced employees, or 35% of our authorized positions, due to the perfect storm of retirement, health concerns, and relocation to the mainland. OIP has been unable to hire and train new personnel for these critical positions due to the hiring freeze. While OIP ended fiscal year 2020 with an 8% decrease in our formal case backlog, the loss of these essential personnel resulted in an increase of 40% in the backlog in just the first 5 months of this fiscal year. The governor's budget now proposes to permanently eliminate vacant 1.5 FTE staff attorney positions based on mistaken assumptions. The positions could not have been sustained under a prior hypothetical budget cut of 20% and no collective bargaining increases. But as I was recently informed, the governor's actual decision to reduce OIP's budget was 15%, not 20%. And so with this year's collective bargaining increases, OIP would actually have sufficient funding to retain at least one of the 1.5 FTE staff attorney positions that are being recommended for elimination. OIP also has the current funding and position counts to hire and train replacements if it can get an exemption from the hiring freeze. The sooner OIP can hire and train new attorneys, the better it will be able to continue doing its work, since OIP unfortunately anticipates the retirement this year of one of its 3 remaining attorneys. OIP is already losing the salary parity funding that the legislature generously provided in 2019, but which was never released. OIP cannot afford to permanently lose attorney positions to do its legal work, especially when it still must prepare new administrative rules and training materials if OIP's proposed legislation passes, and there will probably be an influx of new cases once the partial suspensions of the UIPA and Sunshine Law finally end. While we all hope for a quick end to the pandemic and the need for emergency orders, we know from the 2008 recession and the first 5 months of this fiscal year that the damage to OIP could last for another decade if resources are slashed now. No other agency does what OIP does. Without OIP, there would be inconsistent advice given by various government or private attorneys, more litigation in the courts, at a greater cost to government and the public, and with less government transparency and accountability. OIP needs attorneys to do its work and is already at its bare bones funding. So I hope that you will remember this as you consider the budget this year. Mahalo.
Okay, we also have Office of Elections, Mr. Nago.
Nothing further to add.
Thank you very much. And campaign spending?
We also have nothing further to add. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. And ETS? I don't know if ETS is attached or that's part of DAGS.
I have nothing else to add. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Stadium Authority, Mr. Chan?
Yes, if I may, I have a few comments to make and thank the comptroller for his quick summary. Again,
Yes,
good
please.
afternoon.
Yeah.
Thank you, Chair Luke. As a 100% special funded program, we have been self-sufficient for over 45 years, and that is pretty amazing. During the pandemic, though, and working with the COVID-19 protocols, and with the inability to entertain large events, which plays a significant role in our revenue stream, and not knowing when the pandemic would end, we are forced to make severe budget cuts to our program that are very detrimental. If it weren't for the exceptional year we had in 2019, with a string of concerts, the NFL football game, the monster trucks, our cash balance would already be in jeopardy. We've relied on our existing cash balance from those events to cover expenses for the past 9 months during this pandemic. That's what's been carrying us. According to our latest spreadsheets, though, and these are just rough estimates, indicate our cash balance will be depleted by the end of this fiscal year if all remains the same. If it takes a turn for the worse, we could be in jeopardy of shutting down our operations. And because of this is the first time in 45 years that we're making a request for financial support outside of CIP and health and funding support to address our financial shortfall. Thank you, Chair, for allowing me to make a few comments.
Thank you, Mr. Chan. I think I cover all the attached agencies. Comptroller, did I miss anybody?
Nope, you got everybody.
Okay, with that, Comptroller, are you done with your portion of your testimony? And then we can proceed to questions.
Yes.
Okay, members, any questions? Representative Peruso, you are nodding. No, okay. Okay, no questions from any of the members? Oh, Vice Chair? Oh, yeah, my Representative Sayama, followed by Representative Wahlberger, but Vice Chair first.
Comptroller, I think is Doug Murdoch on? I wanted to ask regarding that CIP regarding, I thought movement of the, I guess, mainframe within, the only reason let me start from the beginning. I'm asking because since my time being here, we've had different iterations of what we should do as far as how we should improve our capabilities. And I just want to make sure that, I know a lot of it at one point was going to be switching over to cloud service and then some mainframe. So if you can just explain more on the CIP request for the mainframe and your guys' plans as far as making it more decentralized, that'd be great.
All right, thank you, Representative Collin. We have actually moved our mainframe into a mainframe as a service configuration where it runs on the cloud, but we still have a lot of other equipment that's used by departments and also some equipment that needs to stay in Hawaii. and a lot of networking equipment and radio tower equipment that we have in the Kalanimoku basement. We think that that area would cost quite a bit to upgrade to current standards for a data center. So it's more cost effective, I think, to put a data center outside of the downtown area and repurpose the space for office space use. So we will continue to move everything to the cloud, but there's still quite a bit of servers in the downtown area in the Capital District.
So what does that plan look like as far as moving that equipment out then? What is your guys' plan to do it, since it was mentioned?
Right. So for the data center, you know, those things that are there would go into what we propose is to buy a containerized data center that is kind of looks like a bunch of containers that get hooked together. They're pre-built to a purpose. They have all the modern technology for cooling the servers, and it would also provide better resilience than we have right now. And also probably would be our cybersecurity center. So it would be cybersecurity and resilience center, you know, which would have our data and networking equipment in it.
Okay, so you guys are moving towards a more mobile type facility rather than looking at other facilities that could have space that's under DAGS control then?
Yeah, it wouldn't really be mobile. I would say it's modular in that they piece it together as a bunch of containers. But DAGS has a space deficit right now. They need more space than they have. And one way to potentially free up some space is to move some of the, you know, data center space out of the capital area where we need more office space.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
And thank you, Representative Sayama.
Thank you, Chair. I just had a question regarding the operations and the budget, I guess, for maintaining and operating the pool surrounding the Capitol that was previously in the testimony. Can someone from DAGS speak on that?
Yes, Representative Sayama. I will ask Chris Kinimaka from Public Works to address the specifics and the details of that project.
Aloha, Representative Sayama. Were you asking about the current operation and maintenance, or are you asking about the plan to renovate and upgrade the pools?
First, please go over the, I guess, current operations, and then once you've done that, go over the plan.
So for the current operations, if I could, I'd like to ask Dean Shimomura from Central Services Division, who could probably give you a much more accurate update on the cost expenditure for the maintenance, if Dean's still on.
Yes, hi. For the current maintenance, basically the problem that we have with the ponds is that the water that's in the ponds will kind of just sit there. And the ponds were originally built with the Capitol, and they're over 50 years old. So because of the water that's fed into the ponds are from wells, it is brackish water and contains salt, and is highly corrosive. So the light fixtures inside the ponds, the liner of the pond and all that have corroded, and we've had leaks and whatnot. And because the water just sits there and it's not circulated, we'll get algae growth and whatnot. So right now, the maintenance that is done is just to use equipment. There are pumps, and what we do is basically just like vacuum up what we can off the bottom of the ponds and whatnot. And
Mr. Shimura, so what is the dollar amount for all this maintenance of the pond?
I think we estimated it at around 120,000 a year, and it's mostly labor. So it's salary costs for the staff operating it, and then equipment costs will probably run around maybe 10,000-20,000 a year, as we need to replace the pumps. Because it's salt water, the pumps deteriorate a lot faster also than if it was fresh water.
Okay, thank you. And can you speak on the plans that were mentioned in the testimony?
Aloha, Representative Sayama. This is Chris Kinimaka again, and I can go ahead and take over on the CIP project that's being proposed. This is work that started way back in 2007, knowing that the pool was aging, and we were doing studies to determine what the condition was. This past year, we were finally able to get a crew out there and to do some testing of the pools as we finally drain them to do another state capital project to get a better idea of what's happening. The proposal for our $3 million project to be done over 2 years includes removing the entire substructure of the pools as it stands. So what remains of the upper deck that you see, the underlayment and waterproofing, and even looking at the structure below that, which is what we needed to investigate. And that included, structural steel and concrete, which forms the deck that becomes a roof above the basement offices and the parking. So our project would go ahead and refurbish the pools in 2 phases. The 2 pools are separated by Diamond Head side and Eva side, each one roughly 1 acre in surface area. They actually run somewhat independent of each other so we can achieve the work in the 2 phases. And that's where we have $17.5 million in the first year and $12.5 million in the second year that aligns with the phasing of our project. With the new pools, we're working very closely with the State Historic Preservation Division and looking at how to still maintain the integrity of the historical nature of the facility, but making it much more efficient and effective to maintain. That includes putting in a better substructure and then actually a false bottom or a second deck that will make the pools shallower, requiring less water and providing better opportunities for maintenance and improving the pool circulation as well. So we'll be saving money and also providing better circulation for treatment and hopefully a much more pristine pool for the people of Hawaii to enjoy.
Thank you for answering my questions. I'd just like to note that, I'm a little concerned with how much the state is deciding to spend on what I understand is an historic monument, part of the capital. But again, we're facing this economic crisis and we're spending hundreds of thousands on this, what is a symbolic but not very functional part of the capital. In any case, thank you, Chair, for the time.
Thank you, Representative Wildberger, followed by Representative Tan.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to ask some questions of Director Otaguro, please. I'm interested in knowing how much funding DAGS received for COVID response and CARES Act funding.
Yes, Representative, good afternoon. DAGS was a support agency, but we did submit 16 RFAs for DAGS divisions and attached agencies. That was approximately $851,000. That was directly for DAGS.
Okay, and what primarily was that funding spent on?
It was a combination of things. I know that the stadium had some requests. We had hand sanitizers and plexiglass. Because we manage and support the neighbor islands, we distributed those to the neighbor islands, not just DAGS facilities, but just to share the resources with the neighbor islands as well, whether it was schools or office buildings. And so it was not just DAGS facilities per se, but because we were in the procurement for that, we did those kinds of support activities.
Okay, thank you. And did DAGS create a safe workplace plan for the 6,000 employees that work at DAGS facilities? I ask because you did mention the auditor's report. While we have been lucky not to have had transmission widely in DAGS facilities, the report was highly critical of lack of planning, and we do know that plexiglass and hand sanitizers, mostly hygiene theater for an airborne highly contagious virus. And my colleagues are unaware of my inquiries about planning and what kind of safe workplace plans will be put in place as especially we get back into session with more people occupying the Capitol and possibly other offices. I am concerned about where people are supposed to eat lunch, since the CDC does say that indoor dining in places with lack of air circulation are the potential easily spread of the virus. So I'm still interested in remedies for that situation.
Yes, Representative, and I appreciate your correspondence, and we have taken a look at it. Clearly aware, as I mentioned, that each circumstance and request are dealt with on an individual basis and with sensitivity. Everybody's sensitivities are different as it pertains to how we deal with this pandemic and the virus. There's cost involved, obviously, but we did check with the Department of Health with regard to the Capitol and have been given some recommendations. Obviously, the best plan is to eat outdoors. There are some logistical challenges that we need to talk about. And so, yeah, there are different options that we can explore. I don't have any viable ones that I could come to both House and Senate leadership, as well as the governor's office, to say that we have one solution that will fit everyone. But yeah, I recognize your concern and we'll be happy to work with you.
Yeah, I'm purchasing on behalf of the film industry large tent structures for all the schools in my district after we had a very successful COVID-free filming project in my district. And I feel like with the vast outdoor grounds that are available, all we would need is tent structure shelter. And literally $300 out of every member's ledge allowance would pay for such. But moving on, page 5 of your testimony talks about reducing custodial staffing budget by 4%. I'm kind of concerned about that based on our COVID response requirements. That's not pay cuts, right? Is that staff reduction or unfulfilled positions?
Well, thank you for that question. As you know, we did lose funding for vacancy through that Act 9. When we worked with budget to balance the 10, 15, and 20% reductions, 20% reduction for DAGS would be approximately $16 million. And so we looked at different options. There was a $12 million option. There was so at the end of the day, when we recommended different actions, we submitted it to BNF. They came back with, and ETS is part, Chair Luke, as a division of DAGS. However, CIO reports directly to the governor. And so when we balance the budget of DAGS on a divisional level, we also or BNF also recognized that the reductions recommended in ETS were too severe because they're essential agency. We cannot reduce cybersecurity. We cannot reduce email. We cannot reduce licenses for various things. So we have to keep the state running from a technology point of view. So what BNF did was to balance it. They fulfilled ETS's needs, but then the rest of DAGS had to make up some of the difference. And that's the unfortunate part. So where you're seeing it, Rep. Wildberger, is in essential services, especially on the neighbor islands. And so while they're a smaller part of DAGS, reducing their budgets do impact the buildings that we support, as well as the projects that we support for the Department of Education. In central services, it would mean contracts. And of course, we're under hiring freeze. So yes, there are some tough decisions that we have to make.
I hope that we can apply more of a scalpel than a hatchet, as they say, when we're deciding who to cut. For instance, ETS, your custodial staff, and the Office of Information Practices all provide terribly essential functions to responsive and transparent governance. Thank you. I may need to ask somebody else in your division, within your divisions, and I'm not sure who, about how many electric vehicles DAGS has procured as part of the mandate to convert internal combustion engine vehicles to zero emission vehicles since that mandate was put into statute?
Yes, I'll have Brian Sight to add, but you should know that the state insures the state insures approximately almost 6,000 cars statewide. It's a lot. And so I know that Mr. Saito has been working with a group of others in DLNR and in DOT highways to make sure that we have an initiative. And I think Deputy Director Ed Sniffen did recently execute a contract that we can all maximize EVs through one contract, state contract. So that'll get us going. But I don't believe we have that many vehicles purchased right now, but maybe Brian Saito can give you the specific number that we have.
Yes, Brian, with the Automotive Management Division. I handle the state motor pool. We have approximately 350 cars, almost 350 cars. We have 8 electric vehicles, about 30 hybrids. There were plans to purchase more vehicles and installation of electric chargers. With this pandemic, the revenue stream has kind of slowed down a little bit for the motor pool program, but we are, I guess, with the other state agencies, DLNR, DOT, as far as when the economy gets better, to purchase the electric vehicles.
Okay, well, I hope while you're looking to replace vehicles that we don't wait for charging station infrastructure, since EVs can be charged on a 110 regular outlet. Thank you very much. And just one more question for OIP, please. When will, thank you, Ms. Sorry. Was it Cheryl? I lost
Cheryl Park.
Yes, so thank you, Ms. Park. I'm just wondering if you have any information about when the governor may lift his prohibition on information sharing.
I have no idea.
Sorry, I didn't hear.
Yeah, I have no idea. We weren't even asked the first time when our powers were suspended. So I'm the wrong person to ask. You might want to ask the AG or the governor himself. Sorry.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair, for indulging my lengthy list.
Thank you. Representative Tam, followed by Representative Peruso.
Thank you so much. My question is for the automotive division too. You guys mentioned that there's some lost revenue in public parking. And I just want to, and in your testimony, you also mentioned that you have decided to try to clear the wait list for employees and private contractors who are waiting for parking as well. Is there any, have you guys basically filled out all the parking that's in your division right now? Or there's still some left over?
Brian Saito again with the Automotive Management Division. Yeah, in our testimony, with the pandemic, state agencies have not been, I guess the public has not been invited to utilize the public parking lots. My meter revenue is down 62%. That's public parking. My citation revenue is down 80 to 90%. To offset that, what I did is that because the downtown for state employees, there is a wait list. So I offered temporary parking on a month-to-month basis for employees that have to come to work, that pay on a month-to-month at various slots. With this pandemic, I don't know how long that's gonna go, where the lots will continue to be empty. My revenue shortfall in the parking program projected by the end of this fiscal year is probably within the $300,000-400,000 range. So we're just going to have to take a look and see how it's an everyday activity for us to check the utilization of the lots. And we offer all the employees that don't have parking right now through the various departments.
But going back, is there anyone still waiting for parking? Because if thinking outside the box here, would it be possible for the automotive division to make up some of its revenue shortfalls by leasing out the parking spots to those that aren't employees?
Good question. We offered the parking to all the departments. We also have the private sector renting stalls that are available. We reached out to the private sector. So we have some companies renting our stalls along with various groups that on weekends that run our stalls to enhance the revenue. So we do that right now.
Okay, thank you so much, Chair.
Thank you, Representative Peruso.
Thank you so much for this very thorough presentation. I just have a couple quick questions. The first is regarding your testimony on page 51. I just don't understand. It has to do with the school facilities maintenance. And what I'm looking at seems to suggest that there's a huge disparity between how much financial support different neighbor islands get in this area. And it's zeroed out actually for Hawaii Island and Maui. I feel like I'm not understanding what I'm reading. Can you explain that to me?
Thank you, Rep. Russo. I can have our ASO explain the financial side. Know that from a support standpoint, as I mentioned, you were introduced to the 3 district managers. So basically, they have a set budget that is to take care of the DAGS facilities and the repair and maintenance for the Department of Education. And so most of their staff support that on a day-to-day basis, work orders, things that just need care and fixing. On occasion, when the Department of Education has a larger scale project, they will do construction management. However, those budgets are controlled by the DOE, and then they manage that from the CIP aspect as well as the project management. And so we won't have that kind of budget associated with that. So what I mentioned earlier is the allocations that are given to each island, and especially Maui district with Molokai and Lanai doesn't go very far. But maybe Milling can.
I'm just wondering about the disparity. Why is there such a huge disparity? I guess primarily for Maui.
Yeah, Milling, would you like to address the financial aspect of that side, how it's allocated?
Yes, hi. Trying to figure out which page are you referring to? Is that a table?
I'm on page 51. It's a table. And it's AGS 807. Sorry, I don't want to get too much in the weeds in here. Maybe we can talk about this offline because it's just for my edification. And if you find it, maybe we can come back to you. But then my second question, actually very different. It's on page 56, and it has to do with the office space. It's actually really page 55, I think, and 56. And it's the leasing services branch. So I'm interested in, and you had mentioned in your presentation that you're looking at revisiting leasing office space for executive agencies from private landowners. And I'm wondering what that process looks like for you. Are you currently engaged in trying to renegotiate these leases? And how do you identify where we can consolidate and move, especially when we're doing more telework, move to a different kind of use of office space?
Sure, Representative, I can answer that, and Chris Kinimaka is in charge, has the details, but we have approximately 115 leases that we currently have active. That represents approximately 16 million or so in annual payments, which includes CAM. And so each lease is unique, and as you know, especially on the neighbor islands, we don't have the facilities across the various parts of the islands. And so when we don't have that, agencies who need to be in the communities that they serve need to provide that obviously. So we have no option there for those. So what we're looking, and then the other aspect is the method of funding. As you know, if it's general funded, that's something that we take a hard look at. If it's federally funded, then that's less of a issue right now for us. And so we're working with leasing. In fact, Rep. Yamashita has asked us to take a hard look at this during the summer. And so we're breaking it down by general funds and which ones are specific to that, which ones also have terms that we can get out of the lease early without termination. Most are like that thanks to the negotiations that the leasing division does. And so we're identifying which leases come up. And then the other trick, as you heard CIO say, we don't necessarily just have vacant office spaces sitting idle. For the case of the Attorney General, for the tax and child services, luckily we had to relocate DLNR from a temporary space down back to the first floor of Kalanimoku, and therefore it's all a moving domino effect. And so we're able to do that and accommodate those kinds of moves. So that's what we're trying to do now. With regard to your question about telework, that is our next big step that we need to take. We need to take another inventory of office space and see, we physically have to walk and see what makes sense. If they're 50% there or permanently teleworking, with the result of always considering the social distancing aspects. So it's a combination of both that we need to come together with a formula. So we look forward to working with anyone that wants to assist in that. But that's a top of mind, and that's money that we can save.
Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative Martin.
I had a question for Brian from the motor pool, a parking issue. My question is, I'm not sure, are you in charge of the airport parking as well, or is that separate?
That's not mine. That would be the Department of Transportation.
Okay, never mind then. Thank you.
Representative Kobayashi.
Hello, hi. This is just a comment. I think the money spent to repair, renovate the state capitol has been a bit of an embarrassment over the decades. It seems that it's a never-ending task. I understand that the pool has also been part of that nightmare of constant worry and renovation. But I think that maybe, at least in these times, consideration should be given to draining the pool and perhaps delaying the renovation work of $30 million if it can be done without further damage to the Capitol building itself. So that's just a comment, and you can respond if need be offline. Secondly, could you tell me what the status is of the School Facilities Agency?
I'll respond to that, Rep. Kobayashi, and thanks for your comments on the capital pools as well. I do not have an update on the state facilities agencies. I have spoken with Randy Tanaka at the Department of Education. At the time that I spoke with him, and it hasn't been current, so my apologies, but he was unaware of the staff allocations and how that would be split up. And so this will impact DAGS depending on how the plan moves forward with regard to support for the neighbor island schools. Clearly, we will absolutely work with the Department of Education in the best way possible to provide that support. I think it's a great idea, but we need to get with it. And if we're going to take action, then we need to do this. But I don't have an update, unfortunately.
So it seems as though this is going to be a multi-year transition. Is that correct?
My personal opinion is yes. I would have to defer to House leadership or Senate leadership, but my guess would be it's a big undertaking. There's a lot to do with regard to funding. There's structures. There's land issues that we still need to transfer land from the city and county of Honolulu to the DOE state. So there are lots of things that need to occur in order for this to be really effective. To me, it's going to be a multi-year effort.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Comptroller, so right now your budget has about 11% reduction. What was part of your 20% reduction that we're not seeing in the current budget proposal?
Thank you, Chair. That would have been a very painful reduction, which would mean reduction of programs. And without embarrassing my colleagues, as Manager Chan said, that would be one of them, although he's an attached agency. That would be immediate closure of the stadium.
Okay.
On division side, that would mean reduction of staff or even closure of programs. And we talked about different aspects, whether it's partial reduction of state archives, partial reduction of the SFCA arts, don't buy cars. I mean, draconian type of thoughts went through our mind in the planning aspect, as well as retaining and maintaining the reductions on the neighbor islands. And that would only put the burden on Department of Education to support their own facilities. I mean, those are things that we dare not think about because that's been the primary mission traditionally, but we're in unprecedented time. And so in the event that we do need to reduce 20%, there will be programs that we have to eliminate. And I could go on and on and on.
Yeah, the only reason why I'm asking is we had Department of Labor and Attorney General's office this morning, and they both, their budget reflects a 20% cut. And as you know, the current financial plan submitted by the governor includes tax increases, which BNF has not provided any background on, and is continues to be reliant on furloughs, which the governor has not been successful with. So because of that, you know, we because the current financial plan is not sound and we don't have details, we may have to be ready for 20% throughout all departments, as some of the departments has already implemented a 20%.
Right, across within various areas of DAGS, for example, Public Works and ETS took the largest share of the furlough savings when those positions or the funding of the positions were taken away in the millions. And so that's the first step. The second step is if we have no people to operate it, then it's the elimination of programs. But because we're a central agency, we have to prioritize which ones have to continue. For example, payroll services and accounting services have to continue. That's just not an option. Same with technology. Certain aspects of technology have to continue. There are other aspects of DAGS, as we've explained, that don't have to continue. Now, there's a debate. Do I do what Representative, I think it was Wahlberger, said all about maintenance and janitors, and can I do it with less? We've done it with less. DAGS has already lost positions to janitorial staff and continue to do it. Now, it may not be as frequent as you're seeing, as well as the Capitol, but it'll be less frequent. And so, yes, there are absolutely more reductions that can be done if that's what's necessary to do it, to achieve a state balance.
Right. How much, I wanted to move to a different area. So currently, we departments are required to use Hawaii Information Consortium for any web needs. How much do we spend on an annual basis for HIC's contract?
I'll ask Doug Murdoch to answer that.
Hi, Chair. This is Doug Murdoch. Almost all of the contract is paid for by revenues from the various programs that HIC runs. So, for example, if there are fees for camping permits, then HIC receives a percentage of that permit revenue, and that's how the development of the websites are paid for. But some of the websites are paid for directly by costs charged back to the department. So we'd have to get a calculation to tell you exactly how much the various departments pay. All that goes through the Access Hawaii Committee, which approves each of the various contracts that the state has with AHC.
Mm-hmm. So as we build out ETS and our internal infrastructure, why can't the state ETS office take over some of these functions, and as opposed to paying a portion of our revenues to a private contract, why can't the state just absorb some of these duties, as opposed to requiring every department to use a web-based system?
Well, that's a possibility, but we don't have the right staff right now to be able to do that. We generally have only 3 or 4 programmers that do web programming. So that wouldn't be enough to handle all the various departments and counties' needs. So remember, the Access Hawaii Committee is also an agency that helps the counties with their websites and their programs that generate revenue. So the idea at the time was that, it's been around for, I think, 16 or 17 years, that the state didn't have the staff or the capability to build out these public service websites. And so having Access Hawaii, Hawaii Information Consortium do it was the most efficient way to get things done faster. And it's been very successful because it's, even in this time of COVID, we've allowed people to do business with the state without having to come into a state office or a county office for that matter. But certainly it could be done internally, but we would have to hire programmers.
Okay. And okay, thank you, Mr. Murdoch. Comptroller, during the last Great Recession, part of the way to balance the budget was to move general funded position to CIP. That turned out to be a bad policy, and it seems that we are repeating this process again. So when, a few years down the line, we would have to reverse our trend, because basically what it is we're paying salary out of bond fund, and bond fund has a certain amount of interest and debt service tied to it. And that's why, we're actually not just paying for the salaries and fringe, we're actually paying for interest, because this is borrowed money and it's not a good policy. So I think we would probably need to know the total amount of general funded position, which will be moved to CIP, and figure out an alternative approach.
Sure, we'll work with your committee and do that.
Thank you. Thank you. Any other questions? Vice Chair.
I had a question regarding the stadium. So it can be Scott or whomever can answer the question. I just wanted to, I know that the 3 finalists was chosen, but during the pandemic period, the stadium was utilized for, food distribution and other emergency type of, protocols and ability, because of the way it's structured, especially with the on and off ramps regarding the freeways. As I know, the stadium is supposed to drive revenue to keep itself self-reliant, is on when the decision is made is part of the plan or the design of the stadium going to keep in mind its location? And if we do have, another emergency such as this where you need large area to do distribution, it can also continue to be utilized as a not just stadium for entertainment, but to ensure safety and emergency relief during times. Will that be part of its design so that it can pivot at some time when it's not being utilized for entertainment purposes? It can be used for emergency purposes. Is that part of the design and utilization? Is that being considered?
Certainly, I can ask Chris or Mr. Chan to add on. The stadium design as it's been presented is obviously to monetize the 98 acres for future revenue growth for the state. That's the primary mission. Now that'll take years to develop and whatever the market can absorb for both the stadium as well as the real estate development. Within the stadium concept itself, one idea, and it's not the only idea, was to create, if we were to move the stadium to the left or closer to Pearl Harbor, that would create an open area that could be like an amphitheater and outdoor, and you could use that kind of facility as an open area. I know that there's also ideas to not create a bowl, but to create a C-shaped type stadium that would create one sideline actually for a very large type of facility that could be designed for any purpose, multi-purpose, and maybe it's large scale use. But it won't be a parking lot. That I can assure you that we can just drive up and do things like we're doing today. Over time, it will be developed. And so, but emergency use, but maybe Chris has a different take. She's much closer to the project than I am.
Aloha, Representative Cullen. What Kurt is saying is basically true, that we are trying to monetize the whole site and make it fully utilized. However, in the conceptual master plan that we do have a lot of open space for community use, for future types of gathering, and even a concept with an amphitheater that is big enough to house, for example, the 50th State Fair. There are also going to be a lot of more internal roads that would provide access throughout the community, and parking structures that could be flexible enough for emergency use. We just don't foresee the big open flat parking lot anymore because that's not optimized use for the community. But certainly we'd be looking at the types of patterns that could be used for such support. Not in the same way, but flexible enough to use it.
Okay, no, thank you. And then my question is regarding, the next question I have is regarding the $1.5 million emergency appropriation. So Kurt, I think you got kind of cut off when you was explaining the 20% cut. So let's say if we weren't going to provide the $1.5 million in emergency appropriation for the stadium, what would happen?
Mr. Chan can answer, but it's inevitable. Their special fund will deplete. They have a certain fixed cost for staff. When UH was playing, they had to subsidize the cost because of the arrangement that they have with the University of Hawaii. So as the events continue every month, it's like a savings account that will deplete to zero. And the forecast is with no cash infusion, they would run out of money with the current funding that they've accumulated by May of 2021. Mr. Chan.
Vice Chair Cullen, Comptroller is accurate in his statements.
Okay, and since, let's say, some of the positions are actually being utilized to, I guess, build a new stadium, if we don't fund the 1.5, then would that impact the current, I guess, plans and design and construction of the new stadium?
I'd like to answer that. What I hope we can do is buy a little bit of time Rep. Cullen, and seriously look at the 38 people that we have employed with the Stadium Authority. Clearly, some will retire. Clearly, some are skilled, but many have interchangeable skills in the ground maintenance, janitorial, that I hope that we can work with the unions to just fill vacant positions that we have in DAGS. And so during the time of the construction of the stadium, when there is no stadium, if the decision is made to demolish the stadium before the new one is operational, that we have a place to save positions and continue that, because you're going to need that kind of staff. In addition, we're going to need skilled people to start ramping up on the project side because of the new stadium development. And there's going to be new technology and new operational things that Manager Chan and Deputy Director Andrews and others need to learn. And so we're hopeful that we can retain them in a different way to preserve those positions, because we need continuity. It's not like the state is going to not build a stadium unless that's a decision. I don't think that's a decision. So now we're in this interim period where we need to get non-traditional and especially during a pandemic, to figure out how we can best leverage the staff that we have without wasting money, but at the same time preserving jobs, but getting the skill level, because as Manager Chan told me, once we stop, it is hard to start up again with the staff levels and the people that we have to either, so pick them off the street.
Thank you for that explanation.
Thank you, Comptroller. I have no further comments.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. Any other questions? Representative Kobayashi?
Hello. Could you remind me what happened with that $500,000 request last year for the Honolulu ocean seawater air conditioning project? Was that money spent or lost or recoverable?
Well, any appropriation was not spent. Thanks to Deputy Director or Deputy Comptroller Hidano and Administrator Dean Shimomura, there was no money spent by the state for that long process. And so at the end of the day, Honolulu Seawater decided to shut down shop. So the state was not out a nickel. The state was out some time in negotiations and working with them. But unfortunately, they decided to close up shop. It was too expensive for them to proceed. But we did not spend a dime.
Thank you. Thank you, Comptroller, and thank you to every hardworking member of your staff. I know it's been really challenging, especially during this pandemic, and we especially wanted to thank you and Deputy Comptroller and others who really worked diligently during this time. So at this point, we will take a 5-minute recess while we allow DAGS to exit from our hearing and then allow the next department to enter. So thank you very much. Committee on Finance is reconvening for our 1:30 hearing. We are here to hear the testimony from Department of Business, Economic Development and Tourism. This hearing, again, can be seen through live stream through our site. Please be mindful that this hearing is being recorded, and for closed caption purposes, we request that people speak clearly and slowly so the transcription can come up clearly. And with that, Happy New Year, Director McCartney, welcome.
Aloha, Chair. Happy New Year to you and Vice Chair and all the members, especially the newly elected members to the People's House. I want you to know that the DBEDT Ohana is committed to working with all of you, and we're looking forward to it. This is the beginning of a process where it's the governor's budget, and it'll become the House and Senate budget, and then the people's budget after that. So we look forward to working with you in this process, and we're happy to answer any questions now and even after when we continue the session. So I think this time I'd like to ask our Deputy Director, Chung Chang, to help me introduce the members of the DBEDT team to everyone. Is that okay, Madam Chair? Thank you.
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you, Director McCartney. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Vice Chair, and the members of the committee. It is with great pride and pleasure to introduce to you our DBEDT team. We will go in the order of the program IDs that are that's listed in the hearing notice. For BD 100, Business Development and Support Division, we have Administrator Dennis Ling. And we also have Business Support Program Manager, Mark Ritchie. We have Administrator Dennis Ling. For Land Use Commission, we have Executive Officer Dan Orodenker.
Good morning, good afternoon, Chair Luke and Vice Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for your time.
From Creative Industry Division, Division Chief, Georgia Skinner.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee, especially our newly elected team. We welcome you and thank you for your time today.
We have Foreign Trade Zone Administrator, David Sikink.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Happy New Year.
And we have several participants from our Hawaii Tourism Authority team. President and CEO, John DeFries.
Especially our newly elected team. We welcome you and thank you for your time today.
Aloha and welcome.
And Zone Administrator, David Sikink.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee.
We have Chief Administrative Officer, Keith Regan.
Hello, good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. It's nice to see you all. Happy New Year.
We also have Kalani Ka'ana'ana participating on the call.
Aloha mai kako.
As well as Caroline Anderson.
Aloha, everyone.
From the State Energy Office, Chief Energy Officer Scott Glenn.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Welcome new members and Happy New Year.
And just for the committee members, for the Office of Aerospace Development, as a principal investigator, I will be representing that office. From our Research Economic Analysis Division, Administrator Dr. Eugene Tian.
Aloha and Happy New Year.
And from Hawaii Green Infrastructure Authority, Executive Director Gwen Yamamoto Lau.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I look forward to working with all of you.
We have a few individuals from the Director's Office. We have the director, Mike McCartney, deputy director, myself, our administrative services officer, Carl Nagasako.
Aloha. Happy New Year.
Hawaii Broadband Initiative Strategy Officer, Bert Lum. Economic Development Coordinator, Scott Murakami.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, committee members. It's great to see you. Happy New Year.
From Hawaii Technology Development Corporation, Acting Executive Director, Len Higashi.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Happy New Year. And sorry they censored Bert. I think he had too much to say.
From Office of Planning, Director Mary Alice Evans.
Happy New Year, Chair, Vice Chair, and members. Thank you for hearing us.
Natural Energy Laboratory of Hawaii, Executive Director Greg Barber.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. Happy New Year.
From Hawaii Community Development Authority, Executive Director Deepak Yupanen.
Aloha, Chair, Vice Chair, and member of Finance Committee. Happy New Year.
And last but not least, Hawaii Housing Finance and Development Corporation, Executive Director Denise Iseri Matsubara.
Aloha and Happy New Year, everyone.
Thank you, committee members. Thank you. Director McCartney, I'll turn it over to you. Thank you.
I know that maybe Bert Lum, you aren't able to be heard, but I think that was his case for more broadband connectivity for the state of Hawaii. So maybe that's why his signal was not quite working, but I hope you all got the message. Aloha, Bert. Thanks for the message. Chair, should I proceed with a brief statement and then I'll turn it over to Carl Nagasako to do the budget
Yes,
narrative.
thank you.
We'll open it up to questions. Members of the committee, Madam Chair, I think I just want to share that I think these are the most challenging times that Hawaii has faced in probably its history. And we're looking at many, many challenges. And I know today the topic is the state budget. So just to give you a quick insight on that, our budget, our operating costs are about $8 billion for the general fund. And we've been operating that way for many, many years. And we're about $1.7 billion short. And the reason why, and with answering it very quickly, we're that short is we basically slowed tourism down to almost like 95% of what it used to be. And so that's the gap in our general fund. And if you look at tax revenues that's generated from visitors, an easy way to figure it out is for every visitor that came to Hawaii in 2019, that provided $174 to the state general fund of direct, indirect, and induced revenue. And that's just to the state of Hawaii. That didn't count property taxes or things like money that goes to the counties. So if you take the number of visitors that we're missing in our economy today, and you can see the direct correlation with the revenue that we don't have in the state budget. And it's not just about the state budget that we're here to talk about, but the whole state economy and how does everything fit together. So what our approach at DBEDT is to look at the balancing of everything from public health to community well-being to environmental health and economic prosperity. We strive to be a knowledge-based, data-driven, community-focused, results-oriented entity that we want to be a facilitative catalyst to create a more resilient, diversified economy. And we have 5 divisions, as you met, and 6 attached agencies. We have 1,200 statutory provisions or more with multiple rules, regulations, policies, and procedures. And we hope one day to talk to you about changing that and create a new vision. Our current budget is about $300 million and 315 positions. And 9.8% of that 300 million is general funds. 80.2% are from special funds. 3.3% are from federal funds, and 6.5% are from revolving funds. We're a diverse entity that focuses on everything from research, planning, business support, travel, tourism, trade, the military, technology, housing finance, community development, film, creative industries, clean energy, aerospace, innovation, and more. What we saw in 2021 were the unprecedented times, and we've been doing many things, like working on the Beyond Recovery document with the governor and all of you to see how do we navigate the future, to Hawaii Safe Travels program, to floating the bonds that are out there for the geo bonds, for the airports, the harbors, and also the money that we borrowed to cover some of the balances within the budget. We also had the opportunity through your help, and especially want to thank the House for their direct involvement on the CARES Act money. We helped to implement with private sector partners out there, things in the workforce development for the fishing industry, pivot grants for businesses, PPE manufacturing grants, the Hawaii Business Card program, the broadband initiative that has telehealth, and a rent relief program that was just featured in Forbes magazine this week. So we've done many things together, and we learned a lot about ourselves and that process. We know we can't stay the same, that organization that we used to be, that the implementation and execution of the CARES Act money challenged us. We found ways to work together and work around it and to make things happen. And I think we're going to be well positioned for the future. And I think that what we're facing today is we see this huge transition. And we used to be in what I call the tourism economy. I think today what I believe we're in is the COVID economy, and it probably will last 8 to 10 quarters until we see an emergence of significant change. And I think we're going to be emerging into the digital economy. And although the pandemic and the virus is very tragic, it's also a type of accelerator that can help us to determine our future and move forward. So what we believe we have to do in the short term is, one, we still have to follow the same social distancing policies of masking, washing our hands, and distancing. We have to continue to implement and improve the Safe Travels program that's in place, that we continue to evolve and ensure that it's safe for all travelers, not just visitors, but anybody who travels outside of Hawaii, because that's an important critical link. And then we have to continue to leverage federal support. And I think today is an important day to see what the future looks like in that Senate election in Georgia. And federal support, I think, will be very helpful in helping the people who do not have employment, who have needs, and then helping with maybe workforce development and developing new opportunities. And then number 4 is the vaccine. We have to all come together as a state. This isn't a common enemy that we have out there, maybe like in December 7th, 1941. This is about us coming together for our own humanity. And the vaccine execution program, and for us to become vaccinated so we can be connected to the world again, I think is going to be really, really important. And then in the medium or longer term, I think it's a transition period that we have to figure out how to grow the pie, diversify our economy, and leverage the federal funds that are out there with the new administration to leverage ideas and initiatives like clean energy and zero emission, climate change, affordable housing, broadband, a new tourism economy that is more balanced and sustainable for the Hawaii that we're going to see going forward, and a new workforce that maybe is more aligned to remote work and other initiatives where people can choose to stay home. And I think there are also opportunities for education and innovation. So DBEDT is here, to work with all of you. We don't have all the answers, but we're your strategic partner. We want to work closely to be a facilitative catalyst. And I think that we all have to find that way forward together, because with that balance, we'll be able to move forward as a community and as a state with the ever-changing world that we face. So please look at DBED as your partner. And it's just as we want to create a new Hawaii 2.0, I think out of this, we know at DBED, we have to become DBED 2.0. So we're working hard to change our internal operations, our training, our development of our staff and our people. And we know this is a tough budget year. And so, we'll work with all of you and the governor because they're limited resources. The key is that we need our people. We have a good team. We invested in them. We can deal with less money, but we'll work extra hard. And the people that we have, we want to keep and we want to use, and we want to maybe reprogram some of the activities that we're doing as we did with the CARES Act, and change DBED to chart a new course and to help Hawaii's future. So we ask you to take a look at that. We're willing to trim our budgets, live in a different realm. And we have some ideas that we want to work with you as the session emerges, so we can end in May with a brighter hope and a future. So with all that, I'd like to turn it over to Carl Nagasako, who will go over some of the financial details that go over the executive branch's budget submitted to you for your consideration. Carl?
Thank you, Director, and thank you, Finance Committee, for the opportunity to present a summary of DBED's line-in budget. In light of COVID-19, DBED's general funded programs were reduced by 21%, or 3.4 million, and that includes 5 less positions and a transfer of 14 positions to non-general funds. These reductions were in addition to a $15 million reduction in our Economic Development Initiative Fund in the current fiscal year, and to a $1.6 million reduction in personnel in the last year's budget. The major specific adjustments in the current budget includes: 1, the elimination of PICES, over $550,000, a reduction of $1.3 million for our business development support for our business development. 3, a transfer of $680,000 to revolving funds for the Hawaii Community Development Authority. And 4, the transfer of 10 positions totaling $733,000 to the state barrel tax for the Hawaii State Energy Office. Finally, the termination in April of the flow of the transit accommodation tax to HTA will hamper its efforts to revive the tourist market. However, as the Director indicated, while there are fiscal constraints, we look forward to working with the legislature to grow Hawaii's new economy. Thank you.
So, Madam Chair, we're open to any questions, or if you'd like to go program by program, whatever is your pleasure. We're happy to do that. Everyone's standing by to answer specific questions, and I'll help you direct any questions or that your members may have. And I want to assure everyone too that we're happy to work with you directly too to get you more detailed answers if time doesn't permit during this hearing.
Thank you. Why don't we go to questions? Representative Peruso.
Thank you. And thank you for the presentation. I have a question on page 9. Of your testimony, there's a discussion of your work around the defense industry. I'm very interested in economic diversification, and I have some concerns about this focus on looking at the military as a way to diversify. I'm wondering if this is an important strategy or goal for your department to focus on this area.
Representative, it is an important strategy or goal. I know that, and we understand fully that there are some issues around the military and defense, as always have been in Hawaii. But some of the ideas and things that we're working on leveraging are simple things like the engineering jobs at Pearl Harbor. and thousands of people that are employed there and the opportunities that presents, or cybersecurity and all of those issues that continue to emerge in the new frontier that's happening. And so there's a lot of opportunities for Hawaii people and people who live here to grow the economic pie in that way. And I think one of the things that we're talking about is that, we're still we are part of the United States. And one of the strategic initiatives of the United States is the military. And so, this is one way one state can do our job to work together with the military on that, and as well as trying to balance some of the issues that have been left behind by the military. Maybe Dennis Link can hook you up with our military liaison, and we can talk about this further about some of the concerns that you might have, and how do we help be a bridge to that so we can not avoid some of the things that maybe have happened in the past. I'm very open to that.
I think so. Before we go too far afield, I think my concerns are, widely shared by a lot of people. So I don't think it's something that we need to get into at this point. But I did want to caution against maybe misrepresentation. So in this paragraph, you highlight $4.9 billion in payroll, and I did want to mention that very few military members pay their personal income taxes in the state. So the state does not see that revenue from income taxes. So I recognize that you're talking about you're also focused on external contracts and military consultants and the work that they're doing. And I appreciate that. I understand where you're headed with this, but I didn't want you to overplay that hand, because I would be looking for that tax income, right, to fill our hole right now. It would be really useful. So that's just a comment.
Let me go for the chair and the committee. Let me go verify those numbers, and I appreciate that insight, and I'll make sure we clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Let me see if I see any hand. Wait, hold on. Okay, Director, I have some. Representative Martin has a question.
Great. Hi, thank you for the presentation. I have a question about the tourism strategy with HTA. I appreciate that there's a focus on more management instead of just marketing of tourists. And I hope that as we get our tourists back, we can create a situation where it's more in line with our carrying capacity while still generating jobs and revenue. I was wondering, though, to what extent that change in, I guess, their presentation of their plan will actually impact the work that they're doing. I mean, to what extent would they be doing activities that are not involved with just marketing, or I guess, is it just education for tourists, or would they actually help the state and city in some way manage attractions for that tourists frequent? I
think I'll let them answer that question, and John, but I think I wanted to tell you that I think now more than ever that this is the opportunity when everything was moving at a very fast pace. Having been there myself before, it's hard to do. I think they have an important plan that will look at the management side, where HTA has never really had the chance to do as much as they will now. And I'll turn it over to John DeFries, who can talk to you about the philosophy that they have adopted and to move forward with.
Thank you, Director McCartney, and thank you, Representative Martin. Also, Representative, thank you for taking the time to meet with members of our senior staff. The point you've raised is actually central to my motivation for seeking this position. And part of that motivation was prompted by the strategic plan that the HTA board passed exactly 1 year ago, January 2020, which adopted 4 pillars: natural resources, Hawaiian culture, community, and general community well-being, as well as branding. And so the idea or the notion that HTA is focused only on branding, I don't believe was accurate even before that strategic plan, but even more so now. Our work is guided by those principles that are in that plan, coupled with the performance indicators looking at not only visitor satisfaction, but an important element becomes the resident sentiments. And in recent months, there have been polls released and surveys released that indicate that confidence in the community is eroding. For that purpose, and before I arrived at HTA in September, the senior team had already commenced with the Destination Management Action Planning process, which will start next month on Oahu. It has made its way through the counties of Maui and Kauai and is midway in its work on Hawaii Island. I actually, in arriving at HTA, was intent on having an organizing principle that would leverage all of our work. And that principle comes in the form of a Hawaiian cultural value of malama. And within the first hour of my arrival at HTA, the senior team heard me invoke what I refer to as a malama mindset, where it moves us through a responsible tourism model more toward a regenerative model, where we begin to focus on the health and conditions of our natural resource base 2, 3, 5 generations from now, and what steps we need to take today to make sure that that natural resource base is there for future generations. I will tell you that the commitment in the strategic plan to the Aloha Plus Challenge embeds us in there as a partner of the Hawaii Green Growth Initiative. And in June, when the board became a signatory to the Aina Aloha Economic Futures declaration, that added another tier of responsibility that we have to the community and to a Hawaiian cultural values approach to developing a new tourism model. And I look forward to working more closely with you on that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Representative Peruso.
Aloha. So I have a follow-up question, I think also about HTA. And, you know, I think it is true that a budget reflects values and how you spend your money, how we spend our money reflects our objectives. And I have spent some time looking at your current contracts for marketing and advertising. And I have to say that I see them, I don't see close alignment between the values that you're describing and the contracts into which you're entering, especially with regards to the kinds of events. Although there are some exceptions, I think there are some important local cultural activities that you're supporting. I was wondering if you had some explanation. When I saw the figures for spending, you know, more than $1 million to help advertise the Sony Open, I thought I had made a mistake and that they were paying us. But no, the contract was to pay them to help support and market their event. So can you kind of dive into that a little bit?
Sure. With respect to the golf events, the Sony events, and the one that will commence very shortly on Maui, these are multi-year contracts that we're committed to. It actually targets a segment of traveler that is a higher end spender, and that is very consistent with kind of a strategic approach to it. So that addresses the golf event, and certainly before there's any kind of renewal, we will look vigorously at these contracts. Now, I will tell you, it is common for destinations to pay for these events to happen, and is driven by the market value that that particular tour has. Before I go any further, I'd like to call on Kalani to address specifically some of the community and cultural events, as well as some of the concepts we are now looking at in terms of a fee structure for some of the experiences on public lands. Kalani?
Thanks, John. Aloha members, chair, vice chair. One of the things that came out of the DMAP process, the Destination Management Action Plans from community, was about reservation systems and user fees. And so we've been working with DLNR over a number of years, discussing ways to leverage technology so that we can innovate the experience. Really, our involvement is to provide some technical assistance to DLNR so that when they're ready to implement something like that, that they could then generate revenues to protect state lands and state trails. And so that's one example. Another would be leveraging our Go Hawaii app, which is managed by Hawaii Visitors and Convention Bureau. Again, leveraging it to provide information around safety, but also using things like augmented reality so that if someone was walking past an attraction, say like Iolani Palace, that then it would pop up and they would be provided with accurate information and content that would then push them to those sorts of sites. Also, it helps us to regulate and manage the flow of travelers to certain parks at certain times. And so we also embedded within our research division a program through Uber Media that we turn data over to DLNR that lets them see when visitation is happening most and by whom. We can separate whether or not they're residents or visitors. And so that'll hopefully help DLNR and empower DLNR to make better management decisions on their part. We recognize that that's not our role to manage state lands and state parks, but if there are means by which we can support and protect the visitor experience and the residents' experience at these parks and trails, we feel like there's some good collaboration to be had with the Department of Land and Natural Resources.
I want to just clarify, that wasn't my question. So I appreciate the work that you're doing, especially around the DMAPs and what happens once the visitors arrive. My question was about how I respond to my constituents' outrage about the marketing and advertising of mass tourism. And I haven't really gotten a response to that yet, except the answer about the multi-year contracts is useful. That helps me a bit. So thank you.
Well, you know, Representative, I would, if you've looked recently at some of the communication campaigns that have been put forth by HVCB that is designed around cultural values like Kuleana, like the Hawaii Rooted campaign, where local people are telling local stories about traditional practices and ancestral places. And I think it's a solid move in the right direction, away from mass marketing, mass advertising, and now catering to a traveler that would have a value system that is compatible with the mindful traveler that we are going after. So I see gains being made in with every one of our marketing contractors, and much of it realigning itself again with this Malama mindset that is now being driven into all of our directions as we provide it to each of the marketing teams worldwide.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have Representative Sayama followed by Representative Wahlberger.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for coming, Director McCartney. I appreciate the testimony. I did want to pay attention, I guess, to page 14 and 15 of the testimony, which looks at the Hawaii's foreign offices in Beijing and Taipei. I just want a little bit of clarification. Under the current budget, would both offices be subject to closure?
That's the current, the funding for those offices will no longer be there from the state support general fund. But I think there are many ways that we can do that. I'm being dialogue with everyone and the governor to try to keep those offices open because I think it's important for our long-term strategic advantage, but it's that funding source is not being proposed to pay for those offices. But maybe we can find other means to do that as we go forward, but we want to keep those offices open.
Thank you. I definitely share that sentiment. I do believe these offices are critical to Hawaii's economic recovery and future foreign relations. I also want to I guess this would be a question to HTA. One of the biggest spenders for tourists in Hawaii are tourists coming from Japan. What is HTA doing to attract Japanese tourists back to Hawaii? Perhaps there's any negotiations with creating a bubble separating the United States and Hawaii.
John, I'll fill in after you share some of the things.
Sure. The reopening of trans-Pacific travel to and from Japan, we always thought would be gradual. Certainly the requirement to quarantine for 14 days after returning home is a deterrent. There have been efforts between Governor Ige's office, and I know that Speaker Saiki has reached out to government elected officials in Japan to try and establish a carve-out. Right now, Hawaii is bundled with the rest of the United States, and based on that bundling and the spiking of COVID that's going on the continent, Hawaii is being treated like the other 49 states, and therefore is operating at a tier that prevents Japan travel and tour operators from packaging and selling travel packages to Hawaii or the United States for that matter. And I know efforts are ongoing to try and get that carve out and a special designation for the state of Hawaii. That has not been achieved yet, to my knowledge. But Mike, you may have more to add to that process.
I think John covered it pretty well, and we are in specific conversations. And thanks to the speaker and to the governor, and there is an entity that was created, a Hawaii Legislative Japan Leadership Group, and through that group and the connectivity that Speaker Saiki has fostered over the years in that group, there's been some very high-level meetings with the Prime Minister and Prime Minister's office and many people below the Foreign Ministry, the Ministry of Transport, and we're working on that. And I think the good news is that they identified Hawaii as one of the 10 entities that they want to work with. The rest were countries, and then they identified Hawaii. So we're working with them on safe travel protocols so that not only can their people come here and be safe and then go back home safely, we can ensure that with each other. So that's going to be a longer term process, but I think that is going to help Hawaii in the long run, because the visitors that we get from Japan or other parts of Asia, I think are very respectful, and they'll follow the rules, and they'll do many of the things that we ask, from social distancing to contact tracing to using apps. And I think that they're going to be an important part of our rebranding and reshaping of tourism, because it's going to be about more learning and experiencing things than it is about mass tourism going forward. So there's a lot of hope in that, but it's going to take some time to do it right. And I think that's what Japan and other countries in Asia do. They look at the long view, not the short view. We're doing the same with Korea, the Republic of Korea, and Australia, and New Zealand as well. Thank you.
Director, let me also add that I actually personally urged Japan Travel Bureau to examine a treaty that existed between the nation of Japan and the Hawaiian Kingdom in 1871. It was a treaty of commerce and amity, just as a means of putting a philosophical, if not a political, cultural context that would just help justify a carve out from the rest of the United States. And the last I heard, they're examining that. I wanted their scholars to review that to see if that held any merit, especially with the Permanent Court of Appeals at The Hague validating the existence of the Hawaiian Kingdom. So we're turning over every stone. Thank you
for answering my questions. No further questions, Chair.
Thank you, Representative Wildberger, followed by Representative Kobayashi.
Thank you so much. I appreciate everyone's contributions today. And thanks to my colleague, Representative Peruso, for her comments about the need to manage our tourism rather than be bombarded by it. Models from Barcelona show that it's less like the fox guarding the hen house. If we have a separate entity or a separate group or department that's managing tourism versus marketing, there are a lot of things we could and should be doing, a lot of examples we could be following. Your page 29 talks about your DMAP with recover and rebuild tourism. The communities would love to be part of your plan development. Director Freeze knows that I was very critical of his community outreach events that happened that were very one way. And simply asking the public to take a survey was the only engagement part of the community engagement meetings. You had legislators and county council members on calls, and we were offered only to be HTA explained by your presentation. So our communities would very much like to continue to reap the benefits of the very important large sporting events and film industry events that HTA does. I don't want to minimize how important those events are, particularly because they're held and scheduled outside of heavy tourism, what do you call the guys that free independent travelers, the FITs that come see us during the busy months. And then these other events help us carry through economically. And so those events are very important, but we really need to not just say we're going to manage and keep doing the same thing. We've got to make some changes, and we need a different organization that's going to do the management and not ask the marketing organization to guard the hen house. Thanks.
Representative, thank you for those comments. And I did appreciate your candor following that meeting. You know, HTA is very clear about its role to hold the space that will enable community voices to come forward. And I'll be the first to admit that community engagement in a virtual platform is not perfect, but it's what we have right now. And we'll continue to build on that. But a 170 member meeting on a virtual platform is, I'll be the first to admit, is difficult to manage. Fair. And we'll continue to look for ways to improve upon that. So thank you.
And may I say, Representative, and to everyone, that we could use your help, and the way that you came to help us with, like, the Department of Labor, and we can use that kind of help in the community, because we at DBEDT are committed to getting better at civic and community engagement. I know we use those words loosely, but I think one of the keys to sustainable economic development is to make sure that we do that. And I call it just good due diligence, with investors and everyone else. If we can get people together early, we can avoid conflicts in the future and have things to move forward. And that's a new DBEDT that we're striving to do. So we welcome your help and your bridge building to ensure that that happens, because every community is a little different and how they communicate and share with each other. We want to fit in that way. And so please, we look at that as a positive thing, that we know that there's change that has to come from our side to connect with your constituents in each community. And we're happy to do that and want to do that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Representative Kobayashi, followed by Representative Branco, and then Martin.
Hello. I'd like to follow up on Representative Sayama's question regarding the closure of the Beijing and Taipei offices. What kind of general funds, or how much general funds would be saved with the closing of those two offices?
I'll get you, Representative, I'll get you the exact number, but I think it's about $100,000 per office. And so, and I believe it's of strategic importance that we keep those offices open, and I think we can find a way to use other means of financing to do that. And or if we have to go to general funds.
Would other means of financing come from HTA?
Or maybe, or other, or it could be private-public partnerships or other mechanisms that are out.
For the rest of the division, Business Development and Support Division, that division seems to have a total of $1 million plus in reductions. What were the major items reduced?
May I let Dennis Ling go and answer that question specifically to you?
Okay.
Aloha, Rep. Kobayashi, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen. The major cuts in that budget included a reduction in our assistance to the Big Island regarding their elderly transportation, and also a reduction in assisting for elderly care services in Papakolea. It also included a big chunk from our community-based economic development program.
Can you give us the numbers?
Sure. 800,000 for the Big Island.
100,000?
No, 800,000. 200,000 for the Papakolea, and another 200,000 for the community-based economic development program. And then there was a $200,000 cut in the overseas offices.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. We have Representative Bronco followed by Representative Martin.
Thank you, Chair. And my question is for Director McCartney. I just was curious about the efforts. Hawaii is a United Nations sustainability hub. And I think this is one of our emerging markets and one of our competitive advantages and opportunities. And I wanted to hear more about what are we doing to take advantage of this global network to build this industry in Hawaii.
I might actually turn that over to John DeFries, because he's done a lot of work with Aloha Plus Challenge, and we have been working on that front, but we do support those sustainability goals. And I think those sustainability goals are part of our overall structure. And if you look at each one of our entities, like Scott Glenn, I think could address a lot of them as it relates to clean energy and climate change. And so there's a lot of different areas that we can link with. And I think Scott would be the other one that I would ask to maybe share about some of those in a brief way. And we're happy to talk to you about how do we link up with that more.
Thank you, Director, and thank you, Representative. We are currently taking a serious look. The global marketing teams to date have been regionally based, right? So HVCB is focused on the United States, and we have marketing teams in Canada, China at the moment suspended, Southeast Asia, Oceania, Europe, Canada. And the regional representation is working. And those are people that know their markets and have come to understand how fragile and important the Hawaii brand is. For the first time, and it comes with the adoption of the strategic plan a year ago, for the first time, we're having to look at the possibility of Hawaii green growth itself as a local 2030 hub to the United Nations, becoming such a global marketing team partner, so that we can begin to integrate across the industry the 17 Sustainable Development Goals that were ratified by the UN in September 2015, 15 months prior to that, the Aloha Plus Challenge was approved by the 4 mayors, the governor at that time, and OHA. And so right now, our team is trying our best to find a way to take these initiatives out of the silos so that they can cut across the board on behalf of the industry. I will tell you that when an industry partner like Marriott globally decides that it's going to get rid of one-use plastics globally in their system, 7,000 hotels, when you have initiatives like that, you begin to start moving the needle. And we want to use Hawaii's positioning as a local 2030 hub really as a component to rebranding Hawaii as well. And so we'll continue to work on that and keep you abreast of that.
Chair, if I may ask a second question? Thank you. So in 2011, Apex was hosted in Honolulu, and that was a huge economic generator for us. And so what type of partnerships is DBEDT or HTA seeking out with the federal government, with the Department of State, the Department of Commerce, and other of these large federal agencies that deal with a lot of bilateral or multilateral relationships we have around the world to make sure that Hawaii, who has the infrastructure, is hosting these large-scale events?
I think the short answer is we're looking forward to working with the next administration, who I think is going to have a different view about meetings and where Hawaii can fit into that. And I think APEC was an outstanding example of how it created a lot of opportunity where Hawaii is a place where global leaders can meet and create peace. So we're looking forward to that, and probably want to call on you on some of your connections on that, because I think there are many topics that can be discussed around, from climate change to sustainability to clean energy, zero emissions. And that's why I wanted Scott Glenn to maybe address that a little bit, because he's been working on some of those climate initiatives. Scott?
Thank you, Director McCartney. Aloha, Representative Branco. Pleasure to meet you. Just a couple of quick points for the UN Sustainability Hub. We participated with the Hawaii Green Growth on the voluntary local review to look at Hawaii's progress on the Aloha Plus Challenge. And as one of Governor's team for participating in UN-related events, I can certainly say that Hawaii has attracted a lot of attention for its 100% RPS goal and its zero emissions clean economy target. These are two goals that jurisdictions around the world look to Hawaii for leadership on, and we're able to work with people and attract people to come to Hawaii to look at what we do and how we approach this. And as John DeFries mentioned, how we make this real in the terms of projects. And in particular, one of the strengths of Hawaii is its rootedness in community and place and island thinking, which we find very influential in international conversations. Clean energy certainly is one of that, but it's not only energy. And I think Hawaii has a lot to offer across the board on these various sustainability goals. We did host the IUCN World Conservation Congress 4 years ago as well, which was a major international conservation event. This year we were supposed to, it was supposed to be held in France. It's held every 4 years. And so we were not able to attend this year. It's been rescheduled to next year. But it will be the handoff where Hawaii will again have the opportunity to stand in front of the whole world and show its leadership on conservation and environmental mindedness, and be able to further deepen collaboration with other countries and jurisdictions, international organizations. So we very much are focused on our opportunities through the UN, through other international organizations, and looking to deepen that. Maybe one more relationship we have is the Global Green Island Summit, also established at the IUN World Conservation Congress in 2016, which is a partnership with Okinawa, Jeju, Korea, and Hainan, China, focused at the gubernatorial level, where we're able to share common tools for a common problem set as subnational but higher level than city or county level governments. And that also connects with another role that HTA is involved in through the GLISPA, the Global Island Partnership, which is another global thing started by Palau, or I think Palau is one of the co-founders, where again, we're able to show leadership in sitting shoulder to shoulder with island nations as well as island states, island counties, island cities, and be able to talk about our shared governance challenges and the wisdom that Hawaii is able to bring to the table for those conversations. And we'll be happy to follow up with you for any additional conversation on that.
Thank you. There's a reason why President Roosevelt actually wanted the UN to be placed in Waimanalo, actually in Representative Martin's district. So I think this is a huge competitive advantage for our state. And this is something we need to look into because these are the type of visitors, these are the type of events we want to attract to our state. Mahalo.
Thank you, Representative Martin.
I have a quick follow-up question for Scott Glenn related to what Patrick was asking about, and then I have a separate question. I just wonder, many of us are hoping to diversify the economy away from tourism to be a little more resilient. And one of the obvious sectors that I'm excited about and many people are excited about is renewable energy. And I wonder if these budget cuts that are before us, if these budget cuts will affect our efforts to diversify right now when we want to stimulate that part of our economy.
Thank you, Rep. Martin. Unless Director McCartney, you have a comment. I think it's not lost on anyone that we're all facing some tough choices, trade-offs, and challenges. In our budget, if you're referring specifically to our budget and the proposed reductions there, we're definitely focused on trying to retain staff and talent and expertise, and then look to access federal funds and other opportunities to be able to do programmatic work to keep pushing the needle forward. I think with recovery, there will become more activity and opportunities for clean energy jobs. We're actively working on the workforce development pipeline from schools to community colleges, and then also from schools directly to unions and other types of labor workforce opportunities in clean energy. One of the, I think, really excellent things about the clean energy transition is that it does provide jobs at all education levels and income and background levels. And in particular, folks who may not have the opportunity to go to university can still get highly trained over time working as a solar roof installer or working in energy efficiency companies, learning to do energy audits. And from there, they grow their experience, can go start their own companies or develop the expertise to go to school and get further training. So we see a lot of opportunity there. In the immediate near term, we have several major projects that need to be built, expressly to turn off the coal plant and to also to turn off the power plant in Kahului on Maui. So we have several grid scale renewable solar projects plus storage. And then we also have several a lot of rooftop deployment we also need to pursue. And those all have different types of jobs that are associated with them, that as long as we can continue moving forward on those over the next couple of years, we'll be able to continue growing our energy jobs opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you. And then my other question is, of course, we are looking for other sources of revenue, not just trying to make cuts. And I wonder the tax credits that are for various programs administered by DBED, I wonder to what extent those are good uses of our state revenue, right? Giving those up. And what your feeling is on the various tax credits, whether they've been reviewed for to see if they're worthwhile continuing.
We do put out a report on that, and there is one, I think, online about the tax credits, and that's something we're constantly reviewing and trying to refine and look at what the ROIs are and the advantages and disadvantages that are there. And so I think it's a constant review process, and maybe Eugene, you might want to say a little bit about that. But I want just to go back to what Scott Glenn was saying too, is that we want to keep our people because we think there's a lot of talented people. I think we can figure out with our people, we can figure out ways of leveraging other sources of funds, like federal funds that are going to be coming down the pipeline in clean energy, climate change, that will make a huge difference and can propel Hawaii into a leader in different facets. And so, but we need the talented people that, like he currently employs. And the tax credits, they're one way of balancing the economy and making a policy. The thing before I turn it over to Eugene is I think that there's a tax review commission that is, I think, set to be appointed again. It's every 5 years. And I would, we've been talking with the governor and the tax department. I think the type of people we appoint to this need to take a look at that, as look at our economy, the future, and where are our tax policies going, including tax credits, and how do we make it fit into the, what I call the emerging digital economy that's coming in here. So I would urge to look at things comprehensively rather than in a siloed manner. Eugene, do you have anything you want to share about that?
Yes, in terms of the tax credit, it works as a redistribution of the money from the state government to the Hawaii household. I think we, at DBEDT, I think we manage basically two major tax credits. I think one is we actually only manage one, which is the film tax credit. The energy tax credit, I don't think the energy office have anything to do with that. But those are the major two tax credits. If you look at the state government perspective, from the government point of view, the tax credit, if it is more than 10%, the government is going to lose money. But where the money goes, I think the calculation should be calculating the statewide impact. If the money stays in the state, but in the form of household income, then the money is worth it. We currently in my office is working on the cost benefit study on film production. I think the report should be available in the month of January this month. We are finishing up the report. I'll be happy to share the report with representatives.
Thank you.
Len, did you have anything about the research tax credit that you wanted to share, or in general? Len Higashi from the Hawaii High Tech Development Corp.
Thank you. Just keeping it short, I think UHERO just published a study, actually a blog on their site about potential for expanding the tax credit. The tax credit was changed last year to disregard the base. Just a technical change, but it has a cap on it. And I think it's very early days, with the tax credit to see the effectiveness. But as a matter of incentives and opportunities for research in the state, it's one of very few benefits that we offer. So I feel like it's a very important piece of what we're trying to do here in terms of diversify the economy. Thank you.
Thank you. We have questions from Representatives Tam, followed by Sayama, followed by Bronco.
Yes, thank you so much for your presentation. My question is about the Office of Aerospace, and I wanted to know whether or not the functions of the office can be transferred to other departments.
Why don't you handle that, Deputy Director Chang?
Thank you, Representative, for your question. Office of Aerospace activities are very unique. And you can look at any function and say, yeah, it's some other department could take it on. Just some of the things that I can kind of point out is, some of the UAS activities normally is handled, throughout the nation by, just as an example, Department of Transportation in various states. We don't have an economic development function necessarily in a lot of the departments in the state. So it'd be difficult. I mean, it does take there's some uniqueness to the economic development in aerospace. It's an industry where explicitly they will state that, if they don't know you, they've not met you, they haven't shaken hands with you, they're not going to, give funds to initiatives. So it does take some massaging, And it takes kind of a different skill set to try to bring some, income into the state for this industry. So Representative, yeah, there might be a way, but I think it's unique enough where it needs to reside in DBEDT. Is there anything particular that function that you?
The reason why I asked is I'm looking through your testimony, and the Challenger program, for example, I feel like that can be a part of DOE.
Actually, it is a DOE program.
Oh. Thank you.
So we're a pass-through agency to provide funding for that, but it is a DOE program. Thank you for your question.
Are you done, Representative Tam?
Yes, I am. Thank you, Chair.
Representative Sayama, followed by Representative Bronco, and then Representative Yamashita.
Thank you, Chair. I'd like to follow up with a question regarding the film or production tax credit. I'd just like to understand the virtue of, I guess, Hawaii having this credit. It is to my understanding that, there are significant economic benefits from a local film industry. However, I'm uncertain whether we need this tax credit to attract these film companies and productions to Hawaii. I can't imagine another location that would be, competitive or that they could replace Hawaii with. So again, it sounds like there's a lot of analysis being done right now, and I look forward to reading them. But Mr. Tien, what is your take on, these tax credits? Are they really necessary?
Yes, Representative. Our report will be coming out in this month. I think mainly we want to, we have data for 2019. There are 39 productions. We get the detailed production data, the spending data, and also the hiring information, how many hires locally, how many hires from out of state. We are trying to calculate the leakage, how much of the money will be leaked, and including the tax credit, including all these costs the state incurred in terms of the highway congestion, in terms of airport harbors, then what would be the net benefit looking from the economic wide. But the one thing I want to tell, I can report to you is that according to our study, we do that every year. It is called Emerging Industry Report. According to that report, in the last few years, film production is a basic growth industry, which means we divide our industries into 4 types of industries. One is growing, continue to grow. One is in transitioning from growing to the declining. The other one is called emerging. It started to increase. And the last one is called declining. So we group all our industries into these 4 groups. Film industry or film production in the last few years has been in the growing industry. I think is mainly due to the film tax credit. Without tax credit, I would think most of the production will not exist.
And I'll let Madam Chair, if you don't mind, Georgia respond to that too. And I wanted to just share that there's much more to this than just a tax credit, which makes it competitive, but it's also the investment that we put into like the Academy of Creative Media, which is in West Oahu, and a long-term emerging program, or even Makaha Studios that comes out of Kandi Suisu on the west side. And so it's creating the talent, the skill set. And then if you look at our creative industries, giving people that knowledge base so they can create a more innovative economy and be part of the creative sector. And so a lot of things like this take investment, take time. There's hits and misses. Sometimes it's inefficient, but it's about the long-term growth and development of a diversified economy, not just relying on a single industry like tourism or things that we have in the past. So these efforts sometimes are going to run into some bumps or some challenges, but it's the long term that we also need to measure them over. And so with that, I'll turn it over to Georgia.
Thank you, Mike. Thanks, Director. And thank you for the question. And let me add to what Eugene and Mike have shared with you. The industry itself was established back in 1978, of all things. It is one of the primary drivers of the diversified economy that we are all hoping to energize and move into not only recovery, but resiliency. You rarely find that, I think as you mentioned, Representative, that we wouldn't compete with other destinations. In fact, we compete with other countries. And the reason for the incentive is to balance out, it's not a rich incentive by any means, but it is to balance out and drive the business here to Hawaii to be able to then engage the workforce that we have both behind the camera, in front of the camera, as well as those small businesses that tend to support through their vendor services, the industry itself. Without a tax credit, the goal for the state to increase our infrastructure, whether it is the wonderful building that was just created at UH West Oahu for the Academy for Creative Media there, and the vision for a 30-acre new studio facility, without a tax credit in place, I think that we will probably have to say that that dream would not happen. And that's a shared legislative community, industry-related dream. So to your point, I think that it is important for you to look at the metrics that we are working on with Eugene, and that each year we provide the legislature with a very comprehensive report. But these things, in addition to growing our own industry in the digital realm for export, those are the two things that are going to help us through our recovery and resiliency. Not to mention the added benefit of tourism marketing, but in a way that is responsible going forward. So many original works that are coming to Hawaii are about Hawaii, not Hawaii being someplace else. So I hope that all of us have answered your question.
Thank you. It does. Thank you, Chair. No further questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Branco, followed by Representative Yamashita.
Thank you, Chair. There was a book that was published in the early 90s called The Price of Paradise by Randall Roth, and it talks about the same issues that we're dealing with now. And so my question is, Dr. Tian, yesterday you had mentioned that healthcare is a growing industry, right? And what I see, the best long-term the best planning is always done in long-term when it comes to the economy, right? And so what we need to make sure is that we're not having one-offs just chasing different industries looking for revenue, but we have long-term economic planning and we're developing a base that allows our economy to shift. And so there needs to be certain inputs in any modern economy, right? There needs to be infrastructure spending, education spending, as well as to making sure we have the right technology. So my question to you, or whoever wants to take this one, is we have a limited amount of dollars right now. So where can we best invest our dollars to make sure that we're developing a strong long-term economy to make sure the state is where it needs to be, not just in the next 5 years, but in the next 20 years, 30 years, 40 years?
For sure, that answer's in the mirror, and we need all of your help. But I think that we've spelled it out. I think the short term is we do need a tourism recovery, and that doesn't mean tourism the way it used to be, but that's going to be important because tourism is not just people coming here and creating jobs. It's our connectivity to the world, like a harbor, an airport, or broadband. And it gives us access to the world as well as the world access to us. And I told an Apple Store employee the other day that you can learn everything by just coming to your store in Waikiki, by just talking to the people there. You can find out everything about the world by talking to your customers. And I think Hawaii has always played that role. And I think that, so I would invest in broadband because I think that, and connectivity to the rural communities and everywhere, because I think that it's going to be the digital economy. And I think people can choose to work at home or remote work. And I think that in the long-term future, maybe they might work one job in a hotel and the other two at home instead of 3 jobs and catching a bus. And so if you look at what's emerging in the world today, in the global economy, we can export our knowledge and experience to everybody in the world and work for companies there. And we're going to share with you some programs that we're putting into place to train people and to get people hooked up to that and be employed, not by people here in Hawaii, but by people around the world. And I think that's going to be an exciting future, because then people don't have to move away. They can stay here. And so then we need to support them with affordable housing, and that infrastructure is going to be so critical that we got to make sure we have the sewer systems and all of that, so we can actually do that. Or, put Hawaiian homes in Kailua, as somebody once said, that might be a good idea. And we got to make sure the infrastructure is there and invest in that. And then I think the last thing is education, that if we have the best education system in the world, and this is a place for people to come and learn, then we're creating endogenous growth. And there's a Nobel laureate winner of the Nobel Economics Prize, and his name is Paul Romer. And I'd like to have him come here and talk about this. But his father was Governor Roy Romer of Colorado, who created charter schools. So there's people like that, and there's things that and so even working with how do we create this growth model from within and balance it with the growth from outside. And so those infrastructure projects, the education, and I wanted to answer the question Bert Kobayashi asked about the school facilities fund. I know the governor's getting ready to make some appointments and to start putting things forward. And I think he'll be sharing more about that as in the State of the State address. But I think that's clearly on track, and we're actually working closely with them as economic development piece. So you'll be hearing a lot from that. And so that's just a quick answer. And I know our team has a lot of things they've been working on. And so maybe one day we can have a more specific meeting about what can we do right now, and have that conversation with the Senate and have that conversation with the community, so the thing will really stick.
Mahalo.
Thank you. We have questions from Representatives Yamashita, Tam, followed by Martin.
Thank you very much, Chair. Director, thank you for being with us today. I'd like to follow up with some of the line of questioning everybody had as far as diversifying the economy. A while back, I was the EDB chair, and that was during the STEM initiative, in the midst of it. And one of the things that always kind of bothered me about what happened in the end was, the state put maybe 1.3, north of 1.3, close to $1.4 billion of tax credits towards 221. And the return on investment was very minimal after the last downturn, where most of them left. And I think it was because a lot of the hard work wasn't put into place at the beginning. And the first thing we did as a state was to throw money at it and hopefully something would happen. Whereas I believe that what should have been done was work with the private sector, to the local private sector, to figure out how we're going to diversify and what they are willing to do, what they are willing to commit towards this diversification. I think, the local chambers, the business roundtable, those people, I think I'd like to know if you guys are having conversations with them on that topic, as well as, because once they kind of commit to this and figure out what they want to do, then I think that's where government kind of steps in, and we can put resources towards providing the workforce that is needed, working with K through 12, the DOE, as well as higher ed, the community hospitals, any kind of vocational skills that are needed, putting those kind of things in place. I think that's the kind of work we got to put in first. And then the next part would be maybe infrastructure, what the industry would require as far as infrastructure to be put in. And then working with the legislature and the different departments is to look at the regulatory environment and the regulatory, what would what could we put in place that could aid in what they want, and at the same time regulate to where we see the state going and where we want to see the state going. And then the final thing that the government should be putting in is capital formation, which is a tax credit or a grant. But we always start with the tax credit and then we work on the other three, and then it doesn't work out. So I think DBEDT has the opportunity. I always believe that DBEDT is the offensive arm of the state. It is, every other department is regulatory by nature. Yours is the one that can help us push whatever regulatory needs are within the administration. You know, you have a seat at the cabinet. You have the opportunity to talk to the other directors to help these different things move forward. I think, you know, you mentioned broadband earlier. I've always thought broadband is a key infrastructural piece, but the conversation is not happening with the counties who control permitting and zoning and those types of things. And they slow down the advancement of broadband, in my opinion. If they would, instead of using the permitting process to try and make money and try to maybe help expedite or even subsidize the permitting process to make it move forward, then I think the state can put resources towards whatever the private sector cannot meet. But until that regulatory, that permitting side on the municipalities are not resolved, you know, all we're doing when we give tax credits or we give resources to infrastructure, because the county is trying to make money off of it, it's just we're subsidizing that, and that's always been my problem. I know for several years you've been coming in for the $10 million landing site, and the legislature has not funded that, and it's mainly because of that. It's because the work hasn't been done on the permitting side. What is holding up the process? What is adding to cost? And those types of things. You know, I think I'd like you to comment on that. And also, one of the things when I was EDB chair that we looked into was a concept that some states and municipalities were looking at called garden economics or gardening economics, which in the pure sense means to nurture what you already have. Look at the different economies that you already have and help them get to the next level to be bigger or whatever. So my question is, are you looking into things like that? Thank you.
Yes, and I couldn't have said it better than you from lessons learned. And I hope you can help us and help your colleagues, because that is a pathway I think a lot of us here, including the chair, we've gone through and we've tried many things, including the governor, and they were well intended, but you know, when we look back, they didn't quite come out the way they did it. So I think it's incumbent upon us to adjust our sails, and I agree with that. And the permitting process and regulatory issues are critical too. And so that's why the new word that we have is that DBEDT is a facilitative catalyst, and we want to help make things happen. And so there's I would just direct everybody to one night when you're sitting at home with nothing to do, just punch in truly sustainable economic development and listen to that gentleman named Ernesto Ceroli. And he's pretty much saying what Representative Yamashita is saying. And that's the new DBEDT that we're trying to create, a new culture that can do what you're saying. So you couldn't have articulated it better than that. Thank you. And yes.
Okay, thank you. I look forward to working with you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Representative Tam, followed by Representative Martin.
Thank you so much. Sorry about the next question that I have, but my next question is about, you know, what is your involvement with the programs Movers and Shakas? I understand that you have been partnering up with them on this, and can you go into detail of what you've done with them?
You know, I think Scott Murakami can share a lot more detail. They're one of many programs that we're working with. And movers and chuckers, we've invested part-time with them about a few $100,000 along with the private sector. And they're looking at ways of bringing talented people to Hawaii, maybe people who grandparents used to live here and they want to come back home. And so they're looking at a program to incentivize or encourage people to come and bring talented people to maybe stay in a hotel and stay here for 6 months and work remotely, and then maybe be part of the community. They're asking them to contribute money and time to volunteer for nonprofits and be a part of the community. So it's kind of a way to attract talent to Hawaii. On the other side, we're working on taking Hawaii's people, and we have another program to boost up Hawaii's talent, to put them to a training program where they can learn how to work online and fit into jobs. So we're not just trying to create people influxing into Hawaii, but how do we build the capacity of Hawaii's people to do that and work online. And so I think in the future, and Hawaii has always been this way from King Kalakaua's time, as an international place where people can live, work, and play. And I think that our future has to be balanced with people who are from here and then people from all different parts of the world, because I think that's what makes us unique and special. So we're, it's one of the things that we're incubating and working with them and using the data that they've collected to help us create model programs going forward. And maybe I'll turn it over to Scott Murakami, who we're very happy that he joined our department. And when I took this job, I asked the governor, what do you want me to do? And he said, you know what we got to do? It's all the stuff that Rip Yamashita is talking about. And he said, but maybe one thing is work with Scott Murakami on workforce development. And so now Scott's in our office. And that was when I first took the job.
Good director. Representative Tam, to answer your question, we actually wanted to work with the Hawaii Executive Collaborative on the Movers and Shoppers program to get some data on specifically what types of industries, employment opportunities, types of people are going to be coming to Hawaii. Because this was already a program that they had underway. We saw it as an opportunity to gather some intel and have a better understanding of what the opportunities offered for remote work for people in Hawaii. And the reason that's important is because, as the director has shared, there are 2 other initiatives that we're working on for expanding remote work opportunities for Hawaii's residents. So both of these 2 initiatives are being worked on with very closely with the Workforce Development Council and the Department of Labor and Industrial Relations through their Workforce Resiliency Initiative. So the first one of the 2 additional initiatives is we've contracted with 2 companies to find local people opportunities to work remotely with companies on the mainland. The first contract is with a company called Flex Jobs. They actually will be providing opportunities for 2,000 residents in the state of Hawaii to work remotely in different areas. The second one we just contracted with, and we're starting to work with the Department of Labor on, is with a company called Instant Teams. And that provides more gig type of opportunities, but nonetheless, it really actually, in the Instant Teams iteration, it actually gets people to work as soon as they can demonstrate certain types of skills. So we have the capacity, we believe we have the talent pool to do it, but we need to be able to develop some infrastructure around it to make sure that we have the opportunities for Hawaii's residents.
Oh, yeah, thank you so much for that. Several things. You talk about bringing talent to Hawaii through this program, but I just don't see how that translates to our community when the talent that we're bringing here isn't working for a Hawaii company. And the other thing that I want to bring up is that you sunk $100,000, couple $100,000 into this program, yet we have people that are unemployed in our state, the second highest unemployment rate in the nation. I just think it's kind of tone deaf.
Yeah, I believe the amount that we spent on the contract was about $98,000. And again, it was really to help us get the intelligence that we needed to target some of the other programs that we had. My understanding of the program, and I don't want to speak too much to it, because again, we are a smart part of the program that was actually spearheaded by the Hawaii Executive Collaborative, was really an effort to try to also utilize the the available infrastructure for tourism. So it not only would bring in this opportunity for residents to return home with skill sets and with the opportunity to contribute back to the community, it was also the opportunity to use some of the infrastructure that we had existing through the available tourism.
Can you guarantee to me that 100% the people that we brought in through the program have Hawaii ties?
That I cannot do, and the evaluation of it, again, our role in it was really to be able to secure the data that we needed to help us move forward with what companies are hiring people, how do we jumpstart the whole remote work initiative in Hawaii. The program itself, you would have to speak to the Hawaii Executive Collaborative on and their team. Our focus was really on the data and working with them on making sure that we had the right types of information.
You know what I'd be happy to do, Representative, and with your concurrence, Chair, is let's get together with them on that. And I share your concerns. I understand about that issue of tone deaf, and I'm sensitive to that. And I know that there are a lot of perceptions out there. And I think what we're trying to do is put together a menu of programs to create a new future. And it's going to take a combination of both. And how do we find that balance? And so we're happy to dialogue with you to ensure that we can. And so I appreciate those comments, and it's important that you said those, I think, publicly. And I think it's a shared feeling of a lot of people out there. And so we're going to make sure that we find that balance. And but I can't guarantee you that it's going to be 100% of everybody has Hawaii's interests at heart. And the same would go with Hawaii people. I want to make sure that they have Hawaii's interests at heart too. And I think it's people's intentions that's going to matter the most. And if you choose to malama this place, as John says, then it'll malama you back. And I think that's going to be the key test for any individual or program that exists out there. Because if you do care for Hawaii, she will care for you. But it has to work that way. And that's why incentives and things like that, maybe not necessarily the real tool. I think the tool is what you commit to do to make this a better place so that the next generation can choose to call it home.
Yes, thank you so much for that. I am concerned about our local people leaving Hawaii, and I do want to bring a number of them back. And I think that there is a way we can do that. So I welcome that opportunity with you, Director. And thank you, Chair, for the opportunity to ask this question.
Thank you.
Representative Martin.
That was a perfect segue to my question, which is how do we get all these people who are working remotely? I know many people that have moved here for COVID with very high paying jobs. How do we get them to pay state taxes so that they leave something behind that is even more concrete than their good intentions?
Director, you're muted.
It's called the general excise tax, for sure. That's what they're generating revenue on. I think the debate nationally and globally is going to be about income taxes and who pays and where do you live, and I think that's going to be an emerging issue. And so I've been meeting with a lot of them representatives who actually are staying in your district. Their relatives, their friends. There's people in their 20s that went to college on the mainland and have friends from Hawaii, and now they're here and they're working for all kinds of companies. And I found them to be respectful, caring, and wanting to learn and be a part of things. And so when I talk to them about do they want to move here, the tax issue doesn't come into play as much as they want to get out of their rent in Seattle or Silicon Valley and then become a citizen here. And I think more and more people are starting to do that. So, the Tax Review Commission, I think, is something that's going to start looking at all of these issues in a global economy, because there will be, I think what we want to prevent overall is mass migrations of people. That how do people find value in their communities and then work globally? And when I want Representative Tam, the other thing too is that I want people to work for mainland companies because they can export that knowledge and bring it here. And so if you make $50,000 working for a company on the mainland, you just replace 30 visitors, the impact of 30 visitors. by making $50,000. And now the money's coming to you, then you're spending the money here in Hawaii on your well-being. And so I think that offers a tremendous opportunity. And we'll get into this more, but there were 38,000 people before the pandemic that were working from home before it. And I venture to say that globally and internationally, that's going to happen more and more given what's happening. And that has impacts on all kinds of things. And so we need to study and examine that. And the data we're collecting from movers and shakas or any other program, I think will help us make better decisions going forward without investing, as Representative Yamashita said, huge amounts of money into things that may pan out or may not. But I think that's the exciting future that you all are going to lead and be a part of. And I think this is going to be a critical and important time, probably more ever than in Hawaii's history. And for sure that the pivot point is now. A lot of the programs that we tried in the past didn't have this environment. This environment is like an accelerator where we're going to be able to change and adjust our sales more than ever. So we got to work together on that. And I think these kind of dialogues are good. And, I know that this is a budget hearing, but we can definitely schedule a lot more of these through the chair and your members so we can have a robust discussion about this.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? I have a few questions. Vice Chair, did you have a question?
Just a quick economic question. Because you guys are DBED, right? And when thinking of your budget, because there was a lot of transition to some of the special funds, when looking at the viability of the program ID and what its benefit to the state was, what was the thought process behind, not doing severe cuts, but coming in and making, making the transitions? That's the one question. The other question is for Dr. Tian on, because there's always a report that comes out about outmigration, and the discussion that we've been having for at least the past hour has been around economic development and so on and so forth, has been, us in the legislature, we do with coordination of the governor when he signs it, we create all these policies, and these policies sometimes cost money and increases the cost of living. Dr. Tian, do we have a fiscal impact of the policies we've created on our residents through means of, it can be anything related, from increasing our energy cost or I know we do want to be sustainable, we want to save our environment, but how has these impacted the pocketbooks of our residents?
Yeah, let me take the second question. I think in yesterday's information briefing, I reported that Hawaii lost population 4 years in a row. It's actually starting 2017 up to 2020. So we lost a cumulative about 22,000 residents. That is equivalent to 5,500 per year. So we lost population, I think, according to the census study, one of the main reasons is the cost of living and also the opportunities on the mainland. And some of the field, the area of specialization, the working field, it doesn't fit in Hawaii, so they move to the mainland. So cost of living is one of them. And another thing I reported yesterday was the real estate statistics is mixed in 2020. We see the housing price increase is because the single family price, condo price increase, while the volume of sales, the number of sales is decreased. This may add more to the cost of living. So the cost of living, the majority of them is the housing. Hawaii, our residents, Hawaii people, we spend 10% more on housing than the mainland residents. We actually spend 40% of our income on housing, while on the mainland it's 30%. So if we can resolve the housing cost, that will resolve a lot of the problems. But they all connected because the housing price is related to real estate investment. It's also related to construction. All these need to be resolved or would be planned in accordingly. So it is not an easy thing to resolve the cost of living without hurting the other sectors of the economy.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Jia.
Thank you.
It's about the budget, and just long story short, we're just trying to balance what we knew at the time when you had to submit it, and given what we have going forward into the future. I wanted to preserve the knowledge base that our people represent and create keep that flexibility. And so we had to fit in with the financial structure that the governor had to work under, and where that was the strategy, because everybody here is, I think, committed to change. So I want them to know they have a job, but it might not be the same job or in the same place, but then we can continue to do more if they're willing to continue and grow and shift. And we've been working hard on.
And Mike, thank you for that. I'll let Chair get on with her questioning, but I'll talk to you more offline. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. One of the questions I had was maybe Deputy Director can answer. This is to follow up on Representative Tam's question, line of questions about aerospace. So you, prior to being Deputy Director, headed up that office, and that office, that position was vacant, but has that position been filled now?
Yes, but it's been pivoted to address more urgent need. So I'm kind of the de facto coordinator for aerospace activities, but the position has been reallocated to hire Scott Murakami to take on the workforce development and more general economic development effort.
So you folks hired Scott Murakami to be the head of aerospace, but then he is now heading up workforce development.
Yes.
Yeah.
We're using.
So,
yeah. Sorry, you're muted.
Director. We're using that position.
So I mean, we're just trying to get clarification of the future of aerospace, because if it continues to be vacant and the governor eliminated Pisces, in as much as I understand, you folks wanting to continue funding this program, but if the director or the coordinator's position has been redirected so that you're now having Mr. Murakami do other stuff and nobody's doing it, I don't know how we can justify, $200,000 for office supplies, dues and subscription, dues to professional association, postage, telephone, because there's nobody there to use the phone, transportation, interstate transportation, out-of-state transportation, rental car, I mean, there's, the office has a $1.1 million budget, which Pisces accounted for 500. So unless you provide a better justification for how you will use these funds and how you are planning to build out the future of the program, I think provide very little justification, especially since it was the department's decision to reallocate the director of aerospace to other duties.
Thank you, Chair, for that question. The Office of Aerospace has about 85,000 in operating expenses. The Office of Aerospace funds, had funded Pisces, and will continue to fund Pisces through this fiscal year. Funds the Challenger Center, which is about 325,000, and the UAS program, the drone program, and we contract that out to the Applied Research Lab at UH, and that's about 150,000. So bulk of the operating expenses for Office of Aerospace are not spent by the office.
Right. So as you recognize, the Challenger Center is spent through DOE, and the unmanned aerial system is spent through UH. So I'm trying to get a better justification why we need to continue aerospace. We might as well give the money directly to DOE and directly to UH.
Well, Chair Luke, I guess I can share that, actually, Office of Aerospace was actually on the chopping block. The entire, in the beginning of the budget discussion, the entire office was set to be defunded. I shared with the governor and our budget and finance that it's going to send the wrong message to an industry that is worth tens of billions of dollars. We play a very small role in aerospace.
Yes, but let me just stop there. But you folks have sent the wrong message by redirecting your higher coordinator to other functions. So that's why I'm, in as much as I hear what you're saying, your actions contradict what you are saying. If it was important, then you would have continued to have Mr. Murakami fill that position as opposed to having him do a duplicative role that Department of Labor already does. So that in itself is very troubling because, you folks both said that Mr. Murakami will be heading up workforce development. Department of Labor, where Mr. Murakami came from, has 2 sections that deal specifically with workforce development. So if that's the case, perhaps DBEDT should take on the role of workforce development away from labor, as opposed to creating yet another division that does workforce development. Yeah. So that's why I'm questioning your judgment, in as much as Deputy Director fought to keep this agency alive. Through your own action, you reallocated the one person who was in charge of aerospace to do something else.
So I will talk to you about a proposed solution that I haven't gotten to yet. And Scott, what I want them to start is the Office of Economic Innovation. And that's why he was brought on, and workforce development is a link and a piece to that. And that's what we're about to create. And there's ways of doing that within the existing statutes that we've been working on to put together, and which would include aerospace in there.
Okay, so it will be workforce development and aerospace. Something like that. Okay, you guys are still kind of
no, I'll show developing. No, I'll show you how, Chair Luke, we're looking at restructuring internally, and so that is an office that I want to create. It's called the Office of Economic Innovation, and we've been talking about it internally, but it's not ready to put out there as a total policy as change. And there are tools that I can use under the Civil Service Modernization Act, which is called a special modernization project. And so we're looking at putting that together, and with the positions that we have, which would include all of that, because that's the emerging development arm that we want to create within DBEDT with existing resources. And so rather than go through a comprehensive restructuring and reorg, that's a tool that's available to use. And I haven't articulated that to you or others in the way I should. So I'll make sure I get that to you. And but that's something we can do internally.
Thank you, Director. And early on in your testimony, you mentioned DBED 2.0, and I think that's something that you are currently working on in restructuring. What are some of your what have you undertaken to accomplish this DBED 2.0? I understand that DBED was instrumental in funding the Navigator. So is that something that you are continuing to at least set a vision for economic recovery? You know, are you hiring consultants or, you know, gathering individuals?
Yes, we're putting together something that I think the governor is going to be conversing with you and others on. That probably be part of the state of the state, where it takes a more comprehensive approach to economic development that has everything from education, community, and some of these efforts. And so inside, we need that flexibility and autonomy. And then on the other side, we want to provide accountability for that using the funds that we have and resources. So that's something that we're putting together to share at a later time and being worked on as we speak.
Does that involve funding requests or amounts?
It may, or if we have the existing budget that we originally got, it may not be
new funding. Okay, so how much are you planning to spend for this re-envisioning or DBED 2.0?
Resources that we have, and it's about so some of it is looking at the policies we have when you look at a potential restructuring or reorg. And so
right, so how much within your own budget are you planning to spend for this initiative?
With the training and operations, I mean, it's within, I'll get you a number, but we've been hiring trainers to help us look at things and look at strategically, and we've been meeting. So we haven't spent that much money yet. And I think it's using, again, I'll give you a number for the internal reallocation and what I think it is. I don't have an exact number yet.
Okay, how much have you spent so far?
Besides time and hiring Scott and maybe one other person, Scott, maybe a few $100,000, a couple $100,000, a little more maybe.
Okay, and then you'll get us a detailed budget of what this group will do and what.
And the existing statutory creation is basically a pilot project that has to be measured and results. So what I told everybody, I'm only going to be here for 1,462 days, and how to help reset this so that we can DBED can participate effectively in the economic recovery. So I think with the existing budgets we have, we can reshape things because the world has shifted and we need to shift too. And so I can go over that amount with you of what we will need internally to do that.
Great, thank you. And then I have a question for the Energy Office. Mr. Glenn.
Yes, Chair.
Hi. So one of the things that BNF has flagged is that last year we passed a bill scaling back the utility scale renewable energy credit, and with the hopes of reducing the annual PV credit amount that we paid, and that was the intent. But BNF is now telling our office that it will end up costing $150 million in just 2 years. Do you have any insights of why our effort to scale back the credit ended up costing more?
Thank you, Chair, for the question. I didn't hear Budget and Finance's testimony, so I don't know exactly what Director Hirai said. For the renewable energy tax credit, I would say there's two main buckets. There's the rooftop side, and then there's the grid scale side of projects. For the rooftop side, we've seen a larger, I think, amount of it being used with the recovery. They certainly went through a reduction during the early days of COVID, but my understanding is since the summer, rooftop has expanded its use. On the grid scale side, we have several of the projects tied to the closure of the coal plant on Oahu. And so they need to safe harbor their projects for the federal tax credit by certain dates. Although with the passage of the new federal COVID bill, I think that's might have changed. So we're assessing that now. That might have triggered the movement of some of the dollars from future fiscal years to sooner fiscal years as projects were trying to accelerate their safe harboring for that federal tax credit ahead of December.
Oh, I see. Okay, understand. Okay, so because we sunsetted and hoping that we closed the loop on utility scale, what we did was we accelerated the credit by putting, got it.
For the grid scale, I think there's only a set number of projects eligible for it. Right. So it's more a question of what year they would ask for the credit.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Any other questions? We still have DBED, not DBED, we still have BNF waiting. So I know it's been a long day. We thank all the members and testifiers for joining us. And Director McCartney, I just want to say out of all the departments, DBED has gone, actually, extremely, they put extreme efforts, especially during CARES. And I just wanted to recognize several people on your team. So as you know, the successful restaurant card would not have been what it is if it wasn't for Gwen Lau jumping in and putting in extra efforts. In addition to that, HTDC did substantial work, and Dennis Ling did substantial work to get the manufacturing, the new product grants that some of our businesses and constituents were able to take advantage of, the pivot grant, and the other component, and then also the, I think the workforce development grants were out of DBED. The fishing industry support was out of DBED. So in as much as DBED is a small agency, you folks actually took on the brunt of getting a lot of the successful programs out. So I just wanted to give you kudos. The one person I neglected to talk about is because, she and her department spend so much time and effort, and this is something that that agency does not normally do, and it was out of their comfort zone, and HHFDC foolishly volunteered to administer the rent subsidy program, but it turned out to be a huge, significantly successful program. Out of the $100 million, remember when we provided $100 million, Governor Ige meant to veto $50 million, but out of a clerical error by not crossing out 100 and putting in 50, the community benefited by his mistake, and through Denise and her department, about $80 million of that money was spent to provide rent subsidies. Just in that short amount of time, my profound gratitude to each and every one of you folks. I know it's you folks get the brunt of many of the criticism, but we can't thank you enough for being there for the residents and the communities and getting a lot of the CARES money out in such short amount of time, and tremendous work that you folks did. So I can't thank you enough. I'm sure, you know, there are thousands of people who are thankful, but you're only gonna hear the bad stuff. But let me just tell you, we are very, very thankful for everything that you folks do, every single one of you folks.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then so with that, we're gonna take a 5-minute recess so that we can do our last hearing with BNF. So why don't we take a 5-minute recess? Committee on Finance will reconvene for the last hearing of the day. This is the Department of Budget and Finance. This hearing is being live streamed through YouTube and it is being recorded. I ask everyone for your assistance so that closed caption can capture all the speech. If you can speak slowly and clearly. And with that, I will turn it over to Director Hirai.
Can you hear us, Chair?
Yeah.
I'm Craig Hirai, Director of Finance. With me today are my Deputy Director, Robert Yu, our Budget Chief, Neil Miyahira, our Finance Chief, Rod Becker, and our ASO, Tracy Ban, and the head of the Office of Federal Awards Management, Mark Anderson. Also on the internet should be Tom Williams from ERS. If I could check, is Derek Mizuno on?
Yep, I'm here, Craig.
Okay, thank you. From UTEF and James Tabe, the public defender. Are you on, James?
Yes, I am.
Okay, we're all here, Chair. You have my written testimony, and it's okay with you. We'd like to stand on that and go through the major adjustments to the executive budget request that are summarized in the budget in brief, but it's also in my testimony. Basically, we're looking for increases in debt service payments by $172 million in FY22 and $226 million in FY23. Decreases in retirement benefit payments by $9 million in fiscal year 22 and 23. Decreases in health premium payments by $322 million in FY22 and $281 million in FY23, due principally to the OPEB reduction and paying health benefits on a pay-as-you-go basis. We also add $16,950,000 in fiscal year 22 and $19,377,000 in fiscal year 23 for interest payments on the unemployment insurance loan that DLIR took from the federal government. And the interest which needs to be repaid, which cannot be repaid from the trust fund. So it'll have to be repaid by the state from the general fund. It adds $200,000 in trust funds for UTEF to fund a pharmacy benefit consultant and $137,000 in fiscal year 22 and 23 for two unfunded positions. One is a accountant position that happened to be vacant when the funding came through. It was just temporarily vacant, but it was unfunded. That's the person that traces bond proceeds. And then another budget analyst position for a person to essentially oversee general obligation bond post-issuance compliance and training statewide. We want to create a, well, we need the accountant to trace the proceeds, and we want to be the central hub for helping agencies that use general obligation bonds use them effectively and make sure that they comply with the IRS requirements for tax-exempt bonds. And then the net result is we'll reduce 11 permanent general funded positions and 3 temporary trust funded positions and $6,270,000 in general funds for various programs in FY 22 and 23. Of that $6,270,000, $6 million is basically for, to reduce vacation payout, and 200,000 is a reduction in the amount paid to Bishop Museum from 600,000 to 400,000. And with that, we are available to answer questions.
Thank you very much. Are the attached agencies like ERS, they're not really attached, but ERS, the EUTF, do they have separate testimony, or have you covered theirs?
I will leave that up to them, Chair.
Mr. Williams or Mr. Do you have anything to add?
Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee, this is Tom Williams, and we don't have significantly anything to add to the director's testimony. You know, we certainly appreciate the challenges that are facing the state, and we at the ERS is committed to doing everything we can to support in the economic recovery of the state. Obviously, you know, through the benefit payments that we provide in excess of $1.5 billion this year, we think that that is fundamental to the economic recovery. We're also continuing to look at ways in which we might support investment in the state while attending to our fiduciary responsibilities to our members. That's our primary responsibility and goal. But we've made investments, as perhaps you know, through a Hawaii targeted investment program in technology. We've increased our investments from $50 to $75 million. We've been negotiating lower fees with all of our investment managers. All of that drops to, you know, to the trust fund and improves our return over time. We are in constant discussion with some of the big money managers whom we work with to attempt to have them explore ways that they might invest directly in our state. And of course, we're just trying to be as cost conscious as we possibly can here with the pension fund. So we don't have any formal requests for additional funds for the fiscal biennium. We have talked informally with members of your staff about the benefit that we think would accrue from our ability to add 1 or 2 additional investment staff. We think that we could improve the return over time by tens of millions of dollars as a result. But because of the sense of shared sacrifice that everyone's participating in, we have not submitted any formal request in that regard. And with that, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Mr. Williams, Mr. Mizuno, and then we'll follow up with the Public Defender's Office.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, members of the committee. I'm Derek Mizuno, the ETF Administrator. You know, Craig mentioned we have one budget request, and you know, we understand that during this time it's kind of unusual to be requesting monies. I just wanted to point out that we're not general funded; we're technically trust funded, and our salaries and our operations are being paid for from reserves that we've accrued over the years from our self-funded drug plan, as well as refunds from HMSA. But we're asking for $200,000 for each year for pharmacy benefits consultant. And we feel that this amount will be able to realize savings from our drug plan immediately and over time. Currently, we don't have a consultant that receives all of the drug claim information from CVS. We want this consultant to look at that claims information and come back to the board with recommendations on utilization management programs to curb some of the waste or some of the maybe the not optimal use of the drug plan. CVS does bring back recommendations, but I think we want someone, independent third party, that's going to be staying on top of it earlier or more quickly. And over the past couple of years, we've saw monies go out that we if we addressed it earlier, we could have stopped it. So I think this will really pay for itself. And this is done across the mainland. Other big plans like we are. Some do it with consultants, like with what we want to do. Others do it, bring it in-house where they hire a pharmacist and people to analyze the data. We don't want to go down that route and put in some costs. We wanted to try it with a consultant and see how that works, because currently our current consultant is not part of their scope. Thank you for the consideration, and I'll be available for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Mizuno, followed by Mr. Tabe.
Good afternoon, Chair Luke, Vice Chair Cullen, and the members of the committee. I believe most of you know what the Public Defender's Office is, but I know there are new members. So our program is, contained on, description of our program is contained on pages 15 and 16 of the department's testimony. The mission of the office is to provide quality legal services to indigent persons who are charged with criminal offenses. Now, given the financial hardship being experienced by many in our state, greater reliance has been placed and will be placed on our office for legal services. But despite these challenges, we are making every effort to continue to deliver these services to the public in a fiscally responsible manner, as well as in a safe manner. I just want to note that I do believe that my attorneys are sometimes the forgotten essential worker as we deal with the public, and including the homeless and populations that have high rates of COVID. We're trying our best here, and if you have any questions later on, we're free to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Tabe. Did I miss any other attached agencies, Mr. Hirai, Director Hirai?
No, Chair, I think that's it.
Okay. And then why don't we go into questions? But before we go into questions, what is the percentage reduction that your department is taking?
Yeah, what was her? What is it? I'm sorry, Chair.
Well, we made the program review. We're at
20%.
Right.
20%, Chair.
Okay, so you're taking 20% reduction in your department?
Just I think it's just
general fund, right?
General fund and
Yeah.
basically us proper, right?
Yeah.
Okay, 20% reduction. Okay. Any questions by any of the members? Yes, Representative Wildberger.
Thank you so much, Chair. Oh dear. Thank you so much, Chair. I have a question for Director Mizuno, please. I'm interested in the dollar figure that HMSA extracts from state coffers each year to manage the EUTF.
So there are a couple of payments in addition to the premiums that we make. We pay HMSA for administering our plans, our medical plans, using their claim system, using their network, using their agreements with their providers. That administrative fee, it's about $50 million per year. We also pay HMSA for a insurance charge. Our plans are fully insured, but we do receive refunds if there are surpluses at the end of the year. That going forward is about $13 million annually.
Thank you very much. And do you have a ballpark figure on the annual premiums?
About $600 million.
Thank you very much. That is relevatory.
Thank you.
What were you going to say though?
Just the $600 million that includes the $50 the 50 million in admin fees.
Oh, okay, that's included in 600 million.
Yep.
Okay, and are these, are all that 600 million state paid or shared payments with employee payroll deductions?
Yeah, it includes the employee share as well, and
So
some
that's
retirees.
what, like 60-40 state paid?
Roughly for the active employees. The retirees, the bulk is paid by the employers.
So for the retirees, the state picks up the entire premium.
Yeah, and just so you know, that also that 600 million also includes the county's employees and retirees.
State and county.
Yes.
Thank you. And can you give me a ballpark percentage on the breakdown of that really 550 million? What part of that is current employees and what part of that is retirees, please?
I'll have to get that offhand. I don't have that. I can email that to you after the meeting.
Awesome. I sure appreciate your having all that for me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Peruso.
Aloha. Quick question, and just for clarification, on page 9, your testimony talks about 17 million in fiscal year 22, and then a little bit more than 19 million in fiscal year 2023 for interest payments on the unemployment trust fund loan, and is from the federal unemployment account. So I would like to know who the interest payments are being made to. So I'm unclear about who we took that loan out from.
Oh, to the U.S. Department of Labor.
Okay, so it is the federal government. So we're making interest payments to the federal government.
Right. I think we started out this pandemic with something like $500 million in the unemployment insurance fund.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
And, you know, when we've gone a billion into the hole by the end of the year.
Got it. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Martin, followed by Representative Wahlberger.
Hi, this is a question for Derek Mizuno. Just thinking about different ways to cut the costs. I think it might have been you. Were you doing the briefing for us freshmen?
Yes, that was me.
Yeah. When I asked about the possible savings from self-insurance, you indicated that they were relatively small, that potentially like 13 million at the most. And then you said that what would really be a big saving, the number that stuck in my head was 120 million, was changing the preferred plan that the state pays out, which I guess the preferred plan now that most people choose is 75-25, as opposed to the old one, which was 80-20, and that the state is paying based on the old preferred plan. And if we switch to the new preferred plan payment amounts, it would be a significant savings. Is that?
Yeah, you're referring to the active employees. Right now, the 60-40 contribution, the 60% that the state pays, is based on the 80-20 plan, which is the most prevalent plan. At this point, the most prevalent plan now is the 75-25 plan. And if it's on the 75-25 plan, that would result in a big savings to the employers, to the detriment of the employees.
So not a saving to the state.
It would save the state money, but the employees will pay the difference. So you're just shifting premium costs from the employer to the employees. Someone pays the premium.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Representative Wahlberger.
I'd like to talk about ERS for a minute, please, with Thomas Williams, Director. Thank you. In 2018, the ERS signed on to the Principles of Responsible Investment involving ESG, which for my colleagues who might not be familiar with, environmental, social, and responsible governance in investing. I won't go into the 6 principles behind that, but one of them is that the ERS will report on its ESG investing activities. And I just wanted to check in to see if you have done any reporting on ESG investing and where the ERS is in implementing ESG principles into your investment portfolio. Thank you.
Yes, Representative, thank you very much for your question. And you're absolutely right that in fact, the ERS did join the Principles for Responsible Investment and attempt to adhere to and support the 6 major principles that are outlined. We've also joined the Climate Action 100 Plus, which is also focused on reduction of CO2 emissions and keeping, temperature increase to the desired level so that we would abate the risk of global warming. We have had for quite a while a policy on environmental, social, and governance investments. And we've amplified those through our active participation with the PRI as well as with other public pension funds. We think our impact can be magnified, quite frankly, by our participation in that global organization, as well as the work that we do with, for example, CalPERS and CalSTRS. We actually just about 2 months ago had an ESG-focused education effort for our trustees in which we had 2 of the major global presenters, one from CalPERS, one from CalSTRS, to present to our board on how they have developed and how they manage and monitor their ESG activities nationally and globally. And as you know, they are amongst the leaders in that regard. One of the commitments that public funds make when they join the PRI is that they will report. The first year of your engagement is one in which there's no mandatory reporting, but you work with them on the sort of the template and preparing. And in fact, this was the 2nd year of our involvement, and we have completed a full report, and it's available on our website, I believe. Certainly it's online at the PRI, and it focuses on all of our environmental, social, and governance-related activities. Related to governance, for example, we hired a proxy voting firm to express the board's interest in ESG so that, in fact, when these issues are raised at the annual meetings of portfolio corporations, that the stock that we own on behalf of the fund, that it's voted in support of these ESG principles. So yes, we take it seriously. We're actively engaged. The board is particularly interested in ESG. We have worked with Scott Glenn and others out of the governor's office on just ensuring that we are in coordination, quite frankly, to the extent we can, with the efforts to respond to climate change and global sea rise, for example.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you sharing that. Can you, for my colleagues who don't know what PRI means, that stands for Principles of Responsible Investment. And can you just give me a ballpark? What do we have? 5% in ESG, 6% in ESG, 2% of assets invested?
I would have to get back to you on that because, the terms ESG and the things that are included in there are fairly broad. For example, in the context of fossil fuel investments, which is something that everyone's moving away from, we have very minimal exposure consciously in fossil fuels. But at the same time, what we recognize is that some of the firms that are engaged in fossil fuel production or oil exploration, for example, ExxonMobil and some others, are actually leading the shift to renewable energy. So we are monitoring and working with the other big pension funds to assure that all of the investments that we make are at least prospectively sensitive to and are in accord with our values as they relate to ESG. So I don't think we have divided fully in the context of a 10%, and we don't have an allocation, for example, that says it's going to be 10% of our portfolio will be invested in ESG. We think that ESG issues impact significantly the long-term value proposition of the companies that we invest in. You likely know that the Department of Labor has come out not supporting, quite frankly, public plans, or at least those that are private plans, not allowing them to make investment decisions based primarily on environmental, social, and governance matters. They're suggesting that it represents a breach of fiduciary responsibility, because as fiduciaries, the primary responsibility is to the members and to achieving the best return. And I, in fact,
if I could interrupt, the PRI says that you're investing in solid investment and they have ESG, not ESG before responsible investment.
That's correct.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I'd love to know if you can give me a figure on how much we're investing with our public dollars. Thank you very much.
Thank you. We'll do that.
Thank you. Mr. Mizuno, did you have something to add?
Actually, I wanted to address Representative Wildberger's earlier question on the split between the retirees and the actives for HMSA premiums. It's about 2/3 actives and 1/3 retirees.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions by any of the members? Vice Chair?
Thank you, Chair. This question is regarding the, and Craig, it's regarding the 16.95 clarification on the UI payment on interest. So in there, it said that the, I guess the preceding year is due on the September 3rd, by September 30th of the previous fiscal year. So that means from when we started borrowing till the end of September, that cost is the 16.95 then.
So it's interest free up till the end of December, or did that, and then was that extended to March?
I don't know. It's December.
So this interest is due. This is interest for this since January.
Yes.
Since a few days ago.
Yeah.
And it's due in September. It's on a roughly, we're told it
quarterly basis.
Well, and DLIR is saying that the ending balance or the beginning balance for this year should be somewhere around $1 billion.
Okay. So in your fiscal year, so the time period that the interest is being charged from, you're saying is from January 2021 to September 30th, 2021 will cost the state $16.95 million plus.
That's correct. That's our estimate. Yeah.
Okay, and you got an estimation on how much we borrowed then? What is it? What the interest?
It's about the principal, the amount, DLIR says the amount that they anticipated we would have borrowed by the end of last year. It's a few days ago, right? Is $1 billion. That's their estimate. So our estimate is based on their estimate.
Okay. Thank you. I got it now. Thank you.
Director Hirai, we had DIR on this morning, and they said the amount that they borrow from July to December is around $700 million. So the $700 million become due in November 2022. It's any amount that you borrow up to the January of the prior year, and it becomes due in November 2020. 2020, sorry.
I think that's right.
Yeah.
22, right? Yeah.
No, yeah, it is right based on DLIR. So the question is, I don't think the administration or the department or the legislature believe that this is an obligation borne by the employers, because then basically you guys will force employers out of business. Because they can barely keep their business afloat, and then you're gonna hit them with a huge price tag if businesses bore the UI borrowing, and then they end up having to pay the entire $700 million on November 2022. Our understanding is that, you know, even the administration doesn't believe that businesses should bear this cost because it's not really their fault.
I believe, well, it's something that we're working with DLIR. They're supposed to be introducing a bill to fix the.
No, they are. But
fix the rate, at least temporarily.
Right. But even if you put the schedule at H, I mean, there is.
Well, that's the worst one, yeah.
So even if the schedule is H, you're not going to be able to recoup that much money within that short amount of time to be able to take care of the loan, because basically annual amount that annual surplus amount collected from business is around $20 million. So can you imagine how many years businesses will take to replenish the fund plus pay the loan? So just kind of realistically and just rationally, just doing the math, there is no conceivable way that the businesses can bear it unless you tax them at, it's not even Schedule H. You have to assess them at Schedule H plus, you know, basically 100,000 or whatever per individual, which is just impossible, right? Inconceivable in this climate. So if that's the case, shouldn't BNF at least calculate calculate into your financial plan what should be paid back to the federal government come November 22nd, I mean 2022?
We are in discussions with DLIR to look at some alternatives to maybe spread out the payments.
Right. That's really not your option, because the federal government is requiring that the amounts are paid in full in November 2022. So unless federal government forgives this loan completely, which should be the right thing to do, somebody has to pay. So either the businesses or taxpayers has to bear this burden, because right now, you know, we are borrowing to pay for people's unemployment. So the prudent thing to do as the budget director, if you can work on all kinds of alternatives, but the prudent thing to do is calculate into your financial plan the $700 million that become due in November 2022.
I think the way other states have been handling it in the past and how they did it in the last pandemic is, or some of them, and it's one of the things we're looking at with DLIR is they went out and borrowed money longer term than what the federal repayment requirements are. But the question is what's critical there is that we've got to go out to the employer community and find out what may be the most reasonable approach to them, and study the numbers basically.
Okay, you don't really have time to study the numbers. I mean, the time to have studied the numbers has come and gone. It's
Well-
your obligation to give us a balanced budget as of December, 21, which now we're finding out that you did not do. And so now you should have anticipated that the amount due in November 2022 should be at least calculated into your financial plan.
That's not an obligation of the state, well, legally, it's not an obligation of the state.
So you are pushing this on the employers to pay.
Well, it's not legally an obligation of the state. Therefore, we've got to start, we should be working with DLIR and in turn with the employers to see what the most reasonable approach is. And, I guess it's really up to the legislature to decide whether, we want to pick up any of that debt, which we're not legally obligated to do.
Okay. So, so basically what you're saying is you expect the employers to pick up the burden to pay the $700+ million that employees are getting. Let us just be very clear, this is not very responsible of the governor or your administration to not look at scenarios on what happens when the entire amount becomes due. And if you think that the businesses should bear this burden, maybe the conversation should have already happened as opposed to.
We've been trying to get, we're in the process of trying to get this started with DLIR. Yes, Chair. I mean, we've been talking to, certain consultants and to DLIR and saying, this is something that needs to be addressed and how are we going to do it?
Okay, this is not a time for you to be hiring consultants to figure this out. It's either you pay it or you don't. And then if you don't pay it, then employers will end up losing credit. And so they're gonna lose the benefit of.
But some of the people, the people that we've been talking to, exactly what you were saying, that it may be a little bit early because it's not due till November of 2022. And so, we have a little bit of time, but we also need to talk to the employers, which is what, DLIR, we're working with DLIR to do.
Well, you have an obligation to provide us with a balanced budget, and you have to anticipate even in things that become due.
The other states that have done this in the past have actually used revenue bonds.
Right. So you are thinking of perhaps.
That's not, but then by doing that, they've spread out the payments over a longer period of time than the feds would otherwise allow. That's one of the things we're looking at, but we have to get employer buy-in.
Okay, so one of the options is to borrow bonds or borrow money to pay this amount. Okay.
Revenue bonds, not GO bonds, and what the other states did in the past.
Right, because you expect the employers to pay
over a longer period of time. Over a longer period of time, yes.
Okay. Okay, as long as we get the directive from this administration on what is the obligation.
Right, but we're exploring that because, like I said, technically it's not a legal obligation of the state.
Okay.
The DOL loan. The DOL loan is not technically an obligation of the state.
Okay. And then the financial plan that that BNF presented to the legislature, that assumes certain tax increases. And as much as you are uncomfortable in discussing these tax increases, and you are in the process of adjusting your financial plan, let's just take, for instance, the financial plan that was submitted to the legislature. What tax increases when you submitted that budget, did you assume?
Actually, it's, well, I was explaining to Lam yesterday, I kind of am, embargoed right now from saying what exactly we're going to do, because we're taking to heart some things that you may have said about exploring the special funds more. And, we won't really know exactly what the mix is. We don't know exactly what the mix is going to be at this point in time.
Okay, but you presented in your mind a balanced financial plan to the legislature, so that comes with an obligation to provide the details. You cannot just present a plan and say the details are embargoed. So if you decide to adjust that financial plan, then you can provide those details at that point. But there is an obligation to be honest with the public and honest with the legislature to provide the details on what tax increase assumption was built into the financial plan that was submitted on December 21.
There were some revenue enhancements in the nature of suspending a portion of the TAT distributions to the counties, and things like that. That we're suspending TAT to distributions right now, so some continuation of that maybe. Like I say, we're examining some of these tax. I don't have my list with me.
Okay. So let me just ask you then, are you planning to raise the carbon tax?
Possibly.
Yeah. Are you planning to institute a sugar tax?
Possibly.
Okay. Are you planning to raise the GET?
I don't think so.
Okay. Because that's one of the things that the DOE tax director has advocated. So we wanted to get clarification on what is the position of the administration as far as tax increases are concerned.
I don't think so. On the GET.
You don't think so, but you're not sure.
Well, let's just say not tomorrow. I don't think so.
Okay. And what other taxes are you entertaining?
There are some other healthcare taxes that may enhance reimbursements.
Okay, so you may tax healthcare.
But they will increase for the purpose of increasing reimbursements.
Okay. And so in addition to the carbon tax, sugar tax, healthcare tax, other additional taxes you anticipate?
I think also we were talking about considering swapping out the conveyance tax for CIP.
So for instance, for rental housing trust fund and legacy land.
That's what I think it's used for, yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, this at least provides additional details, and then you will continue to adjust your financial plan and provide us details. Right.
Yeah.
Thank you. Any questions by any of the members? Yes, Representative Kobayashi, followed by Representative Peruso.
Hi, Craig. I want to go back to that $1 billion loan by DLNR. This morning, which is not too long ago, DLNR said that they had borrowed $734 million. So you're now telling us that that number is inaccurate.
As of what
So-
date? I'm not sure.
Well, I'm just telling you what they told us.
They said that they told us by the end of the year it would be around $1 billion.
Oh,
I'm
I
not-
see. Okay. I see. So, obviously, at least $690 million needs to be paid by November 2022.
Correct.
But you can see that in 2023, there will likely be another repayment obligation, probably in the 9-digit range. Is that correct?
The federal program doesn't require you to pay it all back in a lump sum. But their borrowing terms, would require you to pay it back in something under, well, we'd have to look at it, but it's, they let you pay it back over time, but it's not maybe the best way to borrow money in terms of interest rates and things like that.
I see. So you're saying that the figure that we got from DLNR that they had to repay $692 million by November 22 is not accurate, that the money need not be paid in lump sum, it may be spread over time. Is that correct?
Representative Kobayashi, Neil Miyahira, what the law provides, the federal rules provide, is that if you don't make the payments fully at the 2 years after, what the employers do is they start losing a percentage of the federal tax credits for unemployment. And you lose more the longer it takes to repay.
And they use that to repay the loan over time.
Yes.
Okay. So it is, in a way, the state obligation to repay this loan because the employers obviously are not in a position to band together to repay the loan.
Well, that's why we need to kind of get together with DLIR and talk to the employer group about what's an acceptable way to finance this loan, there may be ways. Other states have used revenue bonds to spread it out over a longer period, basically.
Right, but the revenue bonds would be financed by revenue from employers. Would they then be paid, then be asked to pay a higher amount, an add-on amount?
Correct.
To what they're currently paying into the trust fund.
But it also affects their basic rate for unemployment insurance. So it's sort of a balancing act there of trying to level off and minimize the payments and spread it over a period of time, and not kick in the federal diminution of the federal tax credit.
The other factor, Representative, is in the current rate environment, there could be considerable savings in terms of the revenue bond rate of borrowing versus what the Labor Department would charge.
If you think, because the DOL rates go up, well, they follow the market. So if you believe interest rates are going to go up over time, issuing revenue bonds may be something to look at.
How will you get the employers to buy in? Because there is no group out there that I know of that represents all of the employers. I mean, some
Well, I
may,
guess the Employers Council comes to mind, the Chamber comes to mind. I mean, you know, those are kind of people we should, retail merchants maybe.
Employers Council represents only a small number of big business.
Or the hotel industry. You know, there's people we should be talking to soon about looking at alternatives.
I see. You know, I can bet that all of the employers and all of the employer groups will say, not my burden, not my worry, it's the state that should repay.
Representative, you know,
Talking to them will be a good exercise, but I don't think it'll provide you with a volunteer to repay $700 million. I mean, who's going to volunteer to repay that?
It's not a matter of volunteering. I think the feds are going to do something to them if we don't work out something.
Okay.
The existing state law has.
This is work in progress. Thank you.
To Representative Martin, followed by Vice Chair.
Hi, I just wanted to continue the chair's line of questioning just to get a better idea of the possible revenue streams. Were you folks talking about real estate investment trust taxes?
I don't recall that.
No. What about any sort of income tax change?
I don't recall that either.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I forgot Representative Peruso, and then we can go Vice Chair.
No, my question was just answered, except to clarify. On that long list of taxes, there's not a single wealth tax. Is that correct?
Yes. I don't recall, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So, Director, even though you're saying that we're not legally obligated to pay back the UI, but yes, we are in this pandemic. We're moving through it. We're keeping people, you know, safe, but isn't some of the executive orders imposed by the governor and by the county mayors limiting the opening of businesses? Therefore, it's impacting the businesses and unemployment. So don't we have an obligation to try and, you know, assist these businesses because we are putting, I guess, these restrictions on them from opening in order for us to keep our community safe? So is that any thought behind how we pay back this UI? Because if not, the businesses would try to open.
Well, in our budget, right, we've got the 16,950,000 of interest on the loan in FY22 and 19,370,000. In other words, we're paying, the general fund is paying, we're proposing that the general fund pay the interest on the loan while we essentially try to figure out what we're going to do.
Right. So, but then wouldn't that discussion you guys are wanting to have with the businesses should bring in the counties, because some of the counties are imposing tougher restrictions on some of the businesses. So it shouldn't be the business community, because the business community would then say, hey, you guys are restricting us from doing business.
Well, actually, you know, Representative, it's this is a nationwide problem. And so, you know, there are a lot of people that are looking at solutions, or it's like, you know, ideally, it's like Chair says, the feds would just forgive it. It would be great.
No, I agree. I agree. If the feds do forgive it, you know, that's the best case scenario. So thank you, Chair. Thank you, Director.
Any other questions Anybody? If not, thank you very much, Director, and we'll continue to work on many of these things with the administration, and clearly it's a struggle. And I just wanted to thank the members for your patience and hanging in there from 9 a.m. We will be picking up additional hearings next week, Monday. We have a full set of agendas starting from next Monday. So we are adjourned.